Oktar Ogar and King's Honor, friends. We are here to watch the end of the Chinese Group MDI weekend. It's going to be an exciting and thrilling finish. We have 4 teams still alive and 3 casters still alive. I'm Droutnose, joined by my friends Tettles and Makes. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning, hate watchers and love watchers alike. It's a great day for some MDI.
All right, let's.
Yeah, we're still alive, thankfully. Hopefully, it stays that way. What the heck, Droutnose?
It's a beautiful day. We've got our teams. We've got 4 teams still alive today. 2 of which will be making it to the global finals, which is this weekend. But before we get to that point, here are the 4. So the 4 teams at the top of this list are the 4 that are still alive. Unfortunately, at the very bottom there, the 5th place spot, that was go big or go home. Same point total as Luoyuan, but eliminated on time tiebreakers by only 2 minutes. Very close end of the day yesterday. Now, at the top of our leaderboard, Identity, 3 points ahead of Interrupt, had a really great day yesterday. Interrupt 2 points ahead of Phoenix Gang Media, and then they are only 1 point ahead of Luoyuan. A very exciting race we're going to see today towards that finish line. 2 spots out of this group into the global finals, and the competition is extremely fierce, especially for that second spot. But one thing that might throw a little bit of a wrench into that is the spec variety rule, which we have in this region as well. It's not going to be active in the global finals, but here's what's happening for these 4 teams.
For the spec variety rule consideration, it looks like Identity and Interrupt have set themselves up to be the best situated for the spec variety rule. Luoyuan and for Phoenix Gang Media, you see at the bottom, both of those teams are going to be having a bit of an uphill battle in terms of the specializations they've been playing. Luoyuan has banned out 3 now specializations that they have played a ton of with that Frost Death Knight, that Protection Warrior, and that Restoration Shaman. Phoenix Gang Media banning out that Beast Mastery Hunter and that Protection Warrior. Those are going to be tough asks. So I think, whenever we're looking at the setup for today, Droutnose was talking about a hotly contested second slot. That's where Interrupt, you see them with pretty preferred bans for their spec variety rule. That's where they kind of come in as this team that looks like they're better slated in position to be able to take it down for this weekend as that second slated team.
Honestly, I think while there's definitely a hill that they have to climb, Luoyuan and Phoenix Gang Media, I think Luoyuan, based on what we saw yesterday, has a chance. Like, they looked really good without even having that Frost Decay on their roster for the entire day 2 of the CN Finals. And I wouldn't be surprised if they could keep it going somehow. They've been leaning a lot on just the sheer power of their Beast Mastery Hunter, and I would love to see it, I think it's going to be a fierce battle. I think they have a lot of keys to time, and of course we're going to get a new key very soon, but there's a chance, is all I'm saying.
All right, let's take a look at which of those dungeons it'll be. Will it be the Arakara or the Halls of Atonement? It is the Halls of Atonement that gets added to our pool here, starting off at Keystone level 19. Of course, all 5 of the dungeons from yesterday and the day before will also be available, but that Halls of Atonement is going to require a couple of runs before teams can probably feel safe to return and push higher in these earlier day dungeons. This is going to be very exciting, and we are going to waste no further time. We will get underway momentarily here in these dungeons. I expect we're going to see 4 teams in the Halls of Atonement, and indeed we do. But Tettles, you may have the honor. Take us away here.
Yeah, so looking at compositions just straight across the board, look at Identity and Interrupt. They're on a very similar composition. We knew that the Havoc Demon Hunter, just from Western region group play, was a preferred specialization here. And it kind of comes down to what are these choke points kind of situations in this dungeon. A lot of it actually comes down to Shard of Halkias damage, Echelon, obviously bosses, and that's where the Havoc Demon Hunter really excels. And look at the Shard of Halkias for Identity in the top left-hand corner of the screen. That mob is absolutely getting melted, and that Havoc Demon Hunter, he's doing 32,000 DPS. Now, the alternative would probably be an Elemental Shaman in this situation. The Ele Shaman is, while fantastic at actually dealing with this dungeon, they wield a shield, so they take a lot less damage from the Houndmaster shoots and whatnot. The Havoc Demon Hunter does end up yielding a little bit faster results. Compositionally, at the bottom of our screen, that's where we were talking about the spec variety rule for Luoyuan and for Phoenix Gang Media. Luoyuan is running a Prot Paladin, Resto Druid, Ele Shaman, Unholy DK, Havoc Demon Hunter. I really don't hate this comp. It's actually very similar to what you normally see. Obviously, the Beast Mastery Hunter was lost for Luoyuan. Having that Unholy DK, maybe not the best, but it's okay.
Honestly, I was curious what our teams are going to be opting to play in those dungeons that both Phoenix Gang Media and Luoyuan have their Prot Warrior taken out. And while I was aware that we already saw the Prot Paladin yesterday, I wasn't 100% sure it was going to be that prop paladin, just because of, the wide variety of tanks that we have seen be viable in different dungeons. I do think, though, in the Halls of Atonement, it makes tons of sense to bring that prop paladin. There's so many interrupts you have. You can help a lot on the utility of that prop paladin, just with keeping your team alive as well, whenever it gets dicey due to, some ankle biters, Echelon being a premier target where a lot of damage can come out, and something like that LH really, really being helpful. So I think this is a great choice by both of our teams at the lower boxes here.
I think that I prefer the Phoenix Gang media composition. Obviously, I think the Frosty K is just better than the Unholy Death Knight in terms of damage profile, overall DPS, damage allocation, all of that. And for Liu Yun and Phoenix Gang media, I actually think this comp is fine. For these dungeons, for this dungeon specifically, the problem with this composition certainly comes into play whenever you start to look to want to rerun other places, right? Like that's where you're like, oh, okay, that's where the composition becomes a little bit weaker. Once you start to try to step foot into like a Gambit 23, once you start to want to step foot into the Ecodome Aldani, and you're lacking that Beast Mastery Hunter, you're like, all right, I'm a little bit sad that we can't play that spec here.
So, while that is true, I have two good news on the spec variety rule. As you can see, none of our teams lost their Havoc, which you already pointed out is great for this dungeon.
Yeah.
The other good news is nobody lost their Arcane Mage, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think any of our teams got it banned out in day 1, and nobody got it banned out from day 2. So that's treats that a lot of our teams are still needing, like Lurian and Phoenix Gang Media, to at least go to that 22, but could even go to that 23 potentially. That is still an option for all of our teams. That is phenomenal. However, on the bigger picture, of course, you can see on the point totals, Identity with 110 points is obviously situated in a far better place than Luyun and Phoenix Gang Media, who will need to catch up and transform a lot of their keys on their board, especially in the hierarchies. How long do you think teams are going to be needing for that Halls of Atonement to sit in an acceptable space?
22, I think, was the highest that we saw during group play weekend. So you could, I don't know if all these teams can actually two chest this 19. This is gonna. I mean, I think it's gonna be actually a pretty tough two chest. I wouldn't be shocked if we see most of the teams two chest it, but I think at the same point, one or two teams might end up missing out on that two chest. So then at that point, what are we saying? Probably an hour and a half ish to be able to push that dungeon all the way up to the 22 keystone level. And then at that point, it's about being able to time it. So I think you can get to the dungeon 2 or 22 within an hour. If you one-shot it, an hour and a half to be able to get out of here. But that's if you were able to one-shot it, which is not always guaranteed at these keystone cap levels.
Yeah, for sure. I think those are both really important points. First of all, who is going to be able to +2 that 19? Because then, of course, you save one run.
Yep.
And who's going to be able to do really well on those hierarchies. And of course, that battle is going to be a little bit tougher for our teams that are lacking some of the premier specs, as we've been calling them.
Yes.
So I'm quite curious how that is going to be working for Luyun and Phoenix Gang Media.
I mean, Hunter is just unbelievable, right? BM Hunter is just so powerful, even at very specific choke points in this dungeon. For Identity here, having a death to one of the Wicked Bolts going off on the healer at the exact same time that Thrash AoE is happening for that Shard of Halkias. Their Havoc Demon Hunter, while the Resto Druid wasn't able to get him dispelled from that circle from the Collectors, the Havoc Demon Hunter does Nether Walk it as it was going to expire. Very good heads-up play by the Identity Havoc Demon Hunter. They are going to be able to recover here. Unfortunately, losing 15 seconds, not the end of the world.
That's right. I'm curious on when we're going to be seeing our first boss splits come in, Tettles. I know you probably need a second to look it up, so I'm giving you some time to find it, because I would be really curious what the timers actually look like for those teams to get the 19+2. I know some of our teams in the group weekends in the Western region were able to get it +2'd, but like you mentioned, I think it's a little bit tough, so it would be nice to have a little bit of a guideline here for our viewers at home, something we can quiz them on in the test that we'll eventually give them at the end of this format. But we are going to be watching a replay here of where that death did come in, that slow down.
Dude, you
one of our
cooked me
teams,
so hard
unfortunately.
asking for this. I'm looking.
Do you need me to still talk?
That was the Halls of Atonement.
Okay, I'll keep talking. No worries.
19-2 chest.
Identity. They are already on our first boss here. So they're definitely the fastest out of all of our teams. It's nice because they all kind of started at the same time, which allows us to compare them in real time. And of course, with 110 points, Identity is looking to be the team to beat out of the CN region. They looked incredible on day one. They kept that momentum going for day two. Had one hiccup that they needed to restart a key, but I'm quite hopeful that we'll see some big keys out of them today.
Good news, during Group B weekend, all 4 teams actually were able to 2-chest this dungeon on a 19. The fastest team, of course, miscount. They tend to be the fastest team in the world. They were under by 9 minutes and 47 seconds with an 8:29 first split on Shard of Halkias. The slowest team here had a 9:56 Halkias. I said Shard of Halkias, but Halkias split. So somewhere between the 8:30 and 10-minute mark is preferred to be able to be on pace to 2-chest this dungeon.
Okay, so Identity is definitely looking to be on track. We'll need to see where our other teams are going to be landing once we actually see them back on the 4 box, but for now, you're seeing something that we see from a lot of the Western teams as well, tagging in some trash here into the boss. It just takes so long to deal with it on its own, and of course, that does enable that Havoc Demon Hunter funnel that we've been raving on about for the entire MDI season.
That was kind of sick. He slammed Blur, fell rushed straight through the beam. That way he can maintain 100% uptime on Blade Dancing on top of these groundskeepers. While, most people would look at that and say, that's greedy play. At the same time, I think for the Havoc Demon Hunter, it really does make a lot of sense because you're talking about the Wounded Quarry funnel from that Aldrachi Reaver Glaive. Also, Cherry leaping out of the circle from Halkias, getting dispelled by the healer to make sure that he doesn't get feared. I can't tell if he has Berserker Rage or not, but he did end up getting dispelled off of that fear. Grabs the additional pack of groundskeepers. It looks like these groundskeepers got pulled in a little bit slow, but this is mostly due to the fact that this boss is already dead. Makes a 230 boss kill by Identity here. Going to be able to down the boss at around the 9:15 mark. Again, we were looking at somewhere between 8:30 and 10 minutes for the first boss split to be on pace to 2-chest this dungeon, and Identity are going to be firmly planted in between those two numbers.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want to be, and be killing the boss in the next couple of seconds. So they should also be looking pretty good here on our 2-chest timer.
Yeah.
Now, I am slowing down because both Liu Yun and Phoenix Gang Media started just a smidge behind the other 2 teams, so they're now reaching that 9:30 marker. But they are both a little bit faster. Liu Yun being still faster than Phoenix Gang Media, but Phoenix Gang Media having the slowest out of all of her splits as it is unfolding here. Just looking at their trash count, but I think they all had the same amount. Player does go down for Identity, though.
A very unfortunate death. I had something that I wanted to point out. Identity and Interrupt started their dungeon at identical times. If Interrupt actually end up accumulating a second death, you'll see that those timers are moving in sync. It was kind of crazy there for a little bit. Whenever both of them had a death, it was the exact same time, just tick over tick. That was a little bit weird.
Honestly, I think that's cool. We're seeing a very similar timer on the bottom 2 teams as well, right? They're like 3 seconds apart, but still, it reminds me of the good old days, I'm gonna sound old, but the good old days of Mythic Plus speedrunning as the healer does go down for Identity. Thankfully, it's at the end of this poll, so they're not losing too much time, and thankfully the graveyard for this place is actually right around the corner, so they're not needing to use that battle rust to save time to bring that healer back. You can just release and walk back, but that's now 2 deaths that Identity have over Interrupt here, and I don't see them dying that soon to even out our timer, unfortunately. I think we'll need to take these.
Ooh, are we gonna... How long... Okay, so look at this Loyal Stoneborn here. The thing that actually limits your ability to be able to pull into the boss is being able to get a good timing on this Loyal Stoneborn whenever he's petrified, because they're literally just sitting here waiting for it to become petrified. Then our DK is going to grip that Obliterator up onto the staircase to allow it to... Actually, they're just going to LOS it all the way in, not even worrying about the grip. I feel like the grip normally makes it a little bit more consistent, but with that petrification time, it doesn't even matter. Bloodlust has been pressed. So something that's weird about this 2-chest route is that since you're too fast, you typically want to be bloodlusting those ankle biters and that triple reaver pull. But if you're going for the 2-chest or you're too fast, obviously your bloodlust doesn't become available until you are pulling into Echelon here. And so for Identity and Interrupt, both of them slamming down that bloodlust at virtually the exact same time, and they are going to be continuing to AoE down all of these imps, AoE down the groundskeeper, ideally get kicks and kill off the Obliterator here and the Darkblade.
So something that doesn't spark confidence is the fact that Phoenix Gang Media just finished out Helkias. So they are actually very slow on that split.
Good.
And if that is the trend they're going to be keeping in this dungeon, if they don't have a way to really accelerate in the next couple of parts, that means the +2 is probably gone for them. However, with being as slow as they were here, that means they have lust for the pull that you just called out, so at least that one is going to go a little bit faster. Maybe there's a chance they're going to be catching up on those Echelon splits, but for now, a little bit worrying with as much slower as they were on that first split, as we do have the DK go down for Interrupt in the top right corner.
Min timer that we're looking for to be able to 2-chest this dungeon is around 15 minutes, maybe like 14:30-ish. Somewhere between those two numbers is like, we're going to be very tight on the 2-chest timer. Anything above that, and it's probably off the table. And I think for Phoenix Gang Media, like you're saying, yeah, I think they're already going to be on the wrong side of the 2-chest here, just given their pace on the first boss split. For Liu Yun, their pacing is also a bit concerning. I do think that they can maybe make up a little bit of time here, but they also don't have that bloodlust for Echelon, where Identity and Interrupt are almost downing Echelon at the same point where Liu Yun is going to be looking to pull into that boss.
Yeah, we'll be able to compare once Echelon does go down because of the difference in bloodlust usage. We are getting a somewhat favorable petrification here for Liu Yun. They had to wait just a couple of seconds. For Phoenix Gang Media, they're able to just speed on through, so that is nice for both of those teams. But yeah, like you're mentioning, Identity, Interrupt, neck and neck, despite the one death difference now after that DK death. They are super, super close on their timers here, but we are moving into an area that has cost many a team many a death, so we'll need to be very, very careful here.
So both teams ended up putting up a 14, the sub 14:30 on their Echelon split, which means that both Identity and Interrupt are pacing to be able to 2-chest this dungeon. Obviously, any mistakes such as the Inquisitor Cigar healing that you get at the, like 1%, that can be costly in terms of time. Any additional deaths, particularly for Identity here, I feel like, or actually particularly for Interrupt here, since they don't have a battle res available, that can become also problematic, where you end up losing a significant amount of time there. At the same point, this is the last very difficult trash pull of the dungeon. It is that Loyal Stoneborn, but the notable difficult mob here are the Houndmasters and those Reavers that end up throwing that glaive at players. That's going to be something that we're going to have to look at on the 21 and the 22 Keystone level as potential death points, where just the amount of fizz damage that goes out onto your players, and it feels kind of random. It's not that it's actually random, but it feels random, and that's the scary part. For Identity here, look at this, a very aggressive chain. That Reaver is getting pulled straight into the boss here, even though it is at 20% HP. Interrupt looked like they elected to get theirs a hair lower, but I think that Interrupt might be playing something very similar strategy-wise.
Yeah, and this pull, these teams make it look incredibly easy, right? But there is so much that is happening. Of course, the entire boss mechanics that you'll need to play clean. You'll need to find those lanterns with your ghost. Make sure you dodge all of the swirlies on the floor. But at the same time, there's a ton of interrupts that will need to be managed, as well as the damage from that Reaver. So tons of work for your healer, tons of coordination for the entire team. But a great job being done here by Identity, who have killed off most of that additional trash, mainly that Reaver that is so scary in that pull. And Interrupt are looking to be following closely. You can see a lot of the dodging going on right now.
So, I mean, once you're through that Reaver and those Eviscerators, those are kind of the limiting factor mobs, because then the next pull, those 4-pack, it's an Obliterator, it's a Collector, and it's 2 Darkblades. So the Collector, that's just going to be a CC mob. The Obliterator, you're going to be throwing all of your interrupts into that, because it will cast Wicked Bolt on a random player. Then, something that's notable about High Adjudicator Elise is that she'll only bolt the tank, which is, tanks are very durable this season, and it's not something that you really have to worry about too much, and that's why you see Identity and Interrupt. They're able to play such an aggressive strategy, kind of like you were pointing out, Nix, where those caster mobs, assuming that the coordination is there, they're not really going to be a problem. Now, let's talk about these lanterns on this boss. The lanterns on this boss are set up in a way where the strategy is where you want to always leave a lantern up, and look at for identity here. So they're going to always leave this skull lantern available, and then they're going to move the boss to the most recent lantern that is spawned. What that actually allows you to do is that allows you to get the parishioners to be able to spawn a hair quicker and get the respawn on the lantern a hair earlier. And that actually sets it up to where you're going to be taking less damage from the pulsing parishioners. So the main goal for identity here, and this is something that we haven't seen all too common during MDI group play, because it's a recent strategy that was discovered. Look at that skull lantern. It's never going to be contacted by any of these parishioners for identity. They're going to just continue to move the boss on top of the most recent lantern that is spawned. And I love this strategy. It is a really good heads-up play, and it shows that identity has really done their homework and their research into this boss.
I love that as well. You can even see the pings come out there as that new lantern spawned. Now, this time around, it's going to be the same one, so no pings needed. We just stay put where we are. And because they are respawning so fast, that really minimizes that movement time. That makes, your melees very happy. They don't need to dodge as much. You can rely on your tank. You don't need to kind of like run out. But yeah, we are getting a lantern on the other side. Tank is going to start to walk on over, but isn't really necessary anymore. The boss is going to be dying off here, and we are on track for identity to maybe get that +2 done. It all hinges on how they're going to be dealing with this room. Now, he could take some time, the Inquisitor, he's a sneaky mob in that regard, where sometimes you just spend one whole heal rotation longer here than you originally would want, so we'll keep a little bit of an eye on that as our teams are moving through it.
So that Dark Communion heal cast, kind of like you were referencing, if you're able to skip one additional cast of that, is a huge deal. Now, obviously, both of these teams, they have their Beast Mastery Hunter swapped to a Mortal Strike pet that applies that 50% MS. Alternatively, you could be playing Mortal Dance. Most of the teams are going to be playing Deflective Dance because giving the defensive shield on your Havoc Demon Hunter is a little bit preferred. Identity there, they do have Inquisitor's Cigar heal at around the 5% marker. On the right-hand side there, if Interrupt are able to actually kind of skip that phase, it would be fantastic. Unfortunately, they are also going to get the exact same heal. Honestly, a little bit higher on the boss HP. I do think that they should be able to kill Inquisitor's Cigar, though, with the next Surge of Power buff damage amp cast that you end up getting. Where it's not Surge of Power, I've looked it up, it's Display of Power. Whenever you end up getting that damage amp, it does allow you to really just kind of put on the gas and just accelerate the bosses or the mini boss's HP down.
Yeah, you're right. Interrupt and Identity both kill him in the same amount of Communion cast. We're going to be seeing how Phoenix Gang Media and Liu Yun do. Of course, we're talking about the fact that these teams are a smidge slower. I feel like they kind of equalized a little bit. There was one death on the side of Liu Yun, left bottom corner, so they're now in equal tempo as they are dealing with the penultimate boss, but Identity is speeding through this dungeon. Look at that timer, 5 minutes, 10 seconds to go. We're sub 80% already on our Yeet Master 9000. Now this boss, once again, a little bit gnarly. You need to dodge out of that melee range quite a lot of times, but thankfully both Demon Hunter and Frosty K are pretty decently at also doing some damage from a little bit extended range, so that shouldn't hurt them too much, but certainly a lot of dodging is needed here, and of course they need to be very clean on soaking these. You want to make sure that your DK gets 2 of them to just minimize the damage that does go out to your team, but all of our teams are pretty good at that, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah, this ain't your granddaddy's Lord Chamberlain. I mean, this guy's way easier than he used to be in the past. The only damage really comes out of that telekinetic toss, that Yeet Master ability that you're kind of talking about, where when every single time the statues land, the group you see, they get chunked for a little bit of HP. Once you get up to the 21, 22 Keystone level, maybe it becomes a little bit more difficult, but the goal of the Resto Druid is literally just to make sure that everybody's topped up prior to that next one going off. And then at that point, once the boss ports to the middle, there's that telekinetic onslaught cast where he shoots out all 4 of those statues. That's the only time in the fight where you have to press a defensive. And then we have our tank and our co-tank, our DK and our protection warrior soaking those beams. Basically, if you put yourself in the middle of where the statues are going to work, you can actually soak 2 of the beams at the same time. So look at where the DK and the warrior are going to be positioning themselves on screen. Actually, PPT DK, he's going to be walking to that other side of where Cherry is. Both of them are positioned dead center of the boss's hitbox. soaking both of those beams. Bloodlust becomes available for Identity. That is just textbook how you deal with Lord Chamberlain.
Yeah, a good way to remember it, because Chamberlain always stands on basically the cross-section of the tiles here. So if you just stand pretty close to that cross-section while still one on one side, one on the other side, it usually works out pretty nicely, just in case you wanted to get a little bit of a trick here. But Bloodlust is running for Identity, and I dare say they are running away with this. Definitely a very, very fast Halls of Atonement 19 that we're getting to see here. 5% still to go, well within that +2 timer. And so they are locking in that 21 right out of the gate that they'll be able to have access to right after. Top right corner, similar situation, Interrupt. They are a little bit lower on that timer because they didn't have that additional death on the side of Identity, but their timer is also looking really good here to be on the +2 side of things. Now, bottom two boxes, the story is a bit different. Phoenix Gang Media have 3 minutes to finish this dungeon to be in +2 range, and so do Liu Yun. I don't think this is going to be possible. You can see the lust being used by both of those teams just to deal with the Inquisitor here. Regardless, that will be too little time to get the dungeon +2. So both of these teams are going to be doing an extra run on the 20 here, making their overall time management for today a little bit more sus, since they were already playing a little bit from behind.
Yeah, I think that it's going to... we were already talking about how the compositional differences were going to be a tough battle for both Liu Yun and Phoenix Gang Media. And for Identity and Interrupt, they kind of played as expected, right? That was kind of the average play for them. I actually think that both of them surprised me with how many deaths they ended up having. Fortunately enough, neither of them really having super punishing deaths, just losing 45 seconds on the side of Identity, 30 seconds on the side of Interrupt. They're going to need to be able to clean that up whenever they push that up to 21 or 22. Otherwise, that ankle biter pack could really wipe Identity. They did end up having multiple deaths to that, especially with their healer going down. That felt a little bit strange. At the same point, just another dungeon, right? We got to go again. 21 for both the Identity and the Interrupt squad, being able to kind of recover from that mentally. It's in the rearview mirror from here on out. We just keep going forward.
That's right. That's exactly what they do. And I do think we'll keep seeing that Halls of Atonement out of all of our teams until it's at least sitting on the 21. I wouldn't be surprised if teams like Identity and Interrupt dare to push it one level higher, but we'll see how it is actually going to be going for them as they continue their runs. At the same time, though, there is potential for catching up, right? Identity, of course, leading the pack, so not potential for catching up for them, but for everybody else. Interrupt still can go into that Priory 21. Interrupt dealt with that 23 Ecodome yesterday, wasn't able to finish it. Had a really heartbreaking wipe in the penultimate pack of the tail end of that dungeon, so certainly something they could go back into and attempt once again. And then that Gambit 23 also looked like it could be doable for them. That, I think, is their plan for today. We'll see how much pressure they can maybe put on Identity to run one of their dungeons a level higher. For Liu Yun and Phoenix Gang Media, the story is like Interrupts, except that they need a couple more to actually make it to those dungeons. So, see, if you want to get into that 23 Ecodome, you actually have to do the 22 first, so both of those teams will need to do that. Liu Yun also missing that 21 Priory, both of them missing that 22 Streets, as well as the 21 Floodgate and the 23 Gambit. So they have their work cut out for them. There's not a whole lot of time in their day today, and they will certainly need to prioritize the dungeons that they think they can one-shot, or at least close to one-shot, so they're not losing as much time.
Okay, I pulled up some timers for Identity and Interrupt here in this 21. What we're looking to see is a sub 11 minute Halkias. The fastest 21 that we saw put up, of course, miscount. They're very good. 10:45.
They're very fast.
Yeah, 10:45 was their split on Halkias, and so we're looking to see around the 10:45 marker. Let me pull up a scaffolding run here, so we can pulling up a scaffolding run in the 21. Let's see. They
so
killed off Halkias at 10:57.
The timer for just being fast in the 21, right?
Fast in
We're
the
not
20
expecting a 21 plus 2, just for the record.
Correct.
Just to clear that up, yeah.
Fast in the 21, pacing to where a 22 is realistically on the table. Scaffolding had a 10:51. I'm using them as a reference because they're also another global qualifier team. But obviously, you want to be the fastest, 10:45. So around the mid to late 10s, maybe even like 11 minutes flat could be totally fine.
All right, we'll keep that in mind, looking for those 11-ish boss kill markers. In the meantime, Lian and Phoenix Gang Media have arrived at the end of this dungeon. Lian with around 5 minutes to go. They had one death that did cost them a couple of seconds, but I am a little bit worried for their potential to even get that 21 on the board. Just looking at their timer, they will definitely need to accelerate here. And Phoenix Gang Media just lost their shaman to a frontal. It won't matter because they do get this dungeon on the board, but their timer is also looking a little bit sketch when we look towards those higher dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, did we even feel like they did anything wrong? They were just kind of slow, right?
Yeah, so it's similar to what we saw from Go Big or Go Home at the very last run yesterday, where it's just they're losing a lot of time in setting things up, which they didn't necessarily need to use. And then I think, at least for Phoenix Gang Media, I felt like they were really slow on boss damage.
Yeah.
Like, Halkias took forever for this team, which could have been due to allocation of cooldowns, that they didn't really plan them out to be ready there. I'm not entirely
You
sure.
think it's a comp
maybe
thing?
Try to keep an eye on it, but it could of course also be a comp thing. Yeah, I mean, both of those teams don't have access to that Frosticade, don't have access to that BM Hunter, so it's a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, maybe it could also be a comfort thing based on composition, right? I mean, like I feel like both of these teams ended up getting specs banned out that they were more or less their preferred specializations, and while being able to time a 19 on your second best spec is quite impressive, it's not conducive to be looking, oh yeah, now we're gonna go and time this dungeon on a 21.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how we're going to be doing in this 20 here. The timer in the 19 looked good enough for the 20 for both of those teams, just to reiterate. I'm not worried about that. I am a smidge worried about their potential in the 21, though. And that already tells you I'm more than worried for the 22, if that is the pacing that they're going to keep up. Now, something that can be said as maybe a saving grace here is, on the lower key levels, your cooldowns are not going to be in the same spaces as they are on the higher key levels. And while, 19, 20 is not the biggest difference, 19 and 21 is a pretty decent difference in terms of how much HP you need to chew through and everything. So your cooldowns do move. And it might just be that on the 19, they were a little bit in a worse place just for pacing through that dungeon. And they could be a smidge faster now if they just practiced that a little bit better and had better cooldown allocation.
That Ellie Shaman is the most susceptible specialization to that, right? Whenever you're looking at Identity and Interrupt, those two, the Havoc Demon Hunter, the lack of that Elemental Shaman, the Havoc DH can kind of just press their meta on CD. They always kind of do damage. They always kind of do important damage. And then, the Beast Mastery Hunter and the Frosty K, they are more constrained to when they're pressing their offensive CDs, particularly gated around that Nether Prism cooldown. And now the Nether Prism actually starts to line up a lot better for both of those teams. But I do think that, the two teams that are playing the Ellie Shaman at the bottom half of the screen, Liu Yun and Phoenix Game Media, there might be a situation where, even though they look slow in the 19, the 20 just lines up a little bit better for that Ellie Shaman, and they end up with the exact same speed in the 19 as they did the 20.
Yeah, that's, So we'll see. Actually, Phoenix Game Media is taking a long time here after that 19, which I'm not sure what we're doing. We don't have time to give. We're not in break territory yet. Let's keep it going. Back into the dungeon.
Something that we're seeing from Identity and Interrupt here is they're playing virtually identical routes with what they're doing. I think that maybe the only route discrepancy that you can really play is when you're playing these triple collectors. For Identity in the top left-hand corner of the screen, they actually elect to pull the triple collectors into Halkias, which I think makes sense with the direction that they're trying to go with this composition, right? They're looking for this Havoc Demon Hunter kind of constantly have funnel available for the boss. The Collectors, they are higher HP mobs, and these Groundskeepers that you see are fleeing around. And so that means that the Collectors are just always kind of available to get Blade Danced on, to be able to convert some of that Wounded Quarry damage into funnel. Oh my gosh, MJT, even on the 21, aggressively fell rushing straight through that beam. It looked like he didn't even get hit by that beam as he fell rushed straight through it.
That is actually very scary
can you
behavior.
skip that with fell rush? What?
I haven't seen it, but it looked like he just did it. So we'll need to keep an eye on that once we actually go into that 21, or maybe actually we're going to be getting another beam here. I'll be watching. I have never seen that before.
Collector taking him out.
We do get collected here. Demon Hunter does go down, not to the beam. So that was not our scientific research being concluded.
So it's like
we're gonna be waiting.
It's counter-class fantasy. You know, the Demon Hunter, they collect all the souls.
Okay, watch.
The Collector, they counter-collect the Demon Hunter souls.
Okay, I don't think he needs to actually go through this beam, but...
He fell rush like now, I think, if he wanted to.
Yeah, so there's no puddle in his way. He can just chill. Oh, I'm very intrigued by this. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
There was a time where you could double jump Vengeful over it, just because of like how the beam worked, but I think that was patched with the return of the Halls of Atonement, because they changed a little bit how this beam works and how they telegraph and stuff, and so that's not a possibility anymore as far as I'm informed. But I've never seen someone fell rush to it. That to me is very dangerous.
He looks like he wasn't taking damage. At the same time, it might be like Lumithar's Living Silk plus Blur stacked on top of one another, and he just has enough DR to where he just powers straight through the beam. Of course, as a Death Knight, you can press AMS and walk through anything. You have a permit for that.
That's right.
Havoc Demon Hunter a bit more fragile, though, as it turns out.
You know, maybe he tapped into that old Blade Dance and just reflected.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I would really like to know what was happening there, but I did not see it, so I'll maybe get to catch it in one of the later beams. At the same time, Interrupt is working on Halkias as well, and you were saying those teams want to be around that 11-minute mark. I think Identity is very much on that pace to be sub-11.
Again, fastest 21 in the world. Missed count. They put up a 10:45 Halkia split. Looks like Identity, even with one death, is going to be putting up a very similar time on this Halkia split. I think that without the death, Identity was going to even be faster than Missed Count were on this first boss split. You know, it's just that 15 seconds lost from that Havoc Demon Hunter. You know, you do end up losing in some amount of souls, some amount of damage whenever the Havoc DH does end up going down. Anything sub 11 though, you know, that sets you up quite nicely to be able to look to time this key fairly convincingly.
Yeah, are going to be a little bit over it, but like you mentioned, 15 seconds to account for that death, so definitely a very fast route. We're going to be seeing where Interrupt blocks their run in. In the meantime, Phoenix Gang Media have returned. I'm not sure where they were or what they were doing, but they're back, and they're back in this 20, working to get that on the board. Nothing has changed for them. We're still going to be playing the same specs, and I do need to correct myself a little bit, because Phoenix Gang Media do have the Frosty K, but neither of your teams have that BM Hunter.
Oh yeah. I mean, I knew what you meant whenever you were saying. I got at the same time.
It's for the Glorps. I'll correct myself.
The Hunter's lost and the Protection Warrior. Those are the things where you're like, I'm sad to not have.
Legion also lost a Frosty K. It's just Phoenix Gang Media did not.
Yes. Okay, Interrupt, top right-hand corner of the screen, going to be downing Echelon a little bit faster than Identity. Identity, of course, did lose a little bit of time to that death. Interrupt also in great position to convincingly time this dungeon on a 21 to the point where they're pacing well enough to where I expect the 22 could be on the table for both of these teams. Identity now in the top left here. They've already engaged the Triple Reaver. They've pressed their Bloodlust. They are through arguably the most dangerous pull of this dungeon, where you use double Nether Prism from both the Frost Death Knight and that Beast Mastery Hunter. For Interrupt here, they have that pull kind of engaged. And so you're going to be able to see this Beast Mastery Hunter and this Frost Death Knight spiking really high. And the Havoc Demon Hunter actually pulling a lot of their own weight here, being able to kill off some of those Reavers. You see that Reaver for Identity, or for Interrupt there, is dropping incredibly low. There's also a marker on that Obliterator that needs to get kicked. And Identity are going to be having a couple of deaths.
We have some forbidden mobs have been added. So we got in fight with a Gargoyle, which 100% I guarantee you was not intended. But they're keeping this going. They know they're fast, so we're just gonna keep it running here. I assume something went wrong with the petrification. Is that the noun of that word? So maybe we'll see a replay of it, but they definitely had 2 of those gargoyles in play, which regularly is not something any of our teams ever want.
Oh wow, they started hitting the town portal as if they were gonna the piece out of this dungeon. Is this still timeable?
I do think they were pretty fast, but 6 deaths certainly does add to your timer.
Yeah, it does add to your timer. Okay, like a
Okay,
bad,
I think
a bad
our
echelon splits
Demon
like 20
Hunter
minutes.
just portaled. No, we're town portaling. That's a town portaling cast that Demon Hunter just concluded. We are out of here. 15 minutes lost for identity.
All right, well, that is unfortunate. At the same time, good news.
That's
more
the
than
one team that can probably afford it.
Okay, that is the one team that could probably afford it, and they have more than 15 minutes to budget for like nonsense wipes. It does feel a little bit weird that it happened in a 21, right? There's like keystone levels. Anything that's like keystone cap -1, you would hope that those dungeon levels are. The Dratinus normally cites the number like 80% success rate keys. Obviously, that that does account for some minor mistakes, kind of like what happened with Identity there. It didn't feel like it was like a strategy problem. It was like somebody just accidentally body pulled that mob.
Tagged that gargoyle by accident. Yeah. A lot of things can actually do that. You know how they path up into that cubby, that Harry Potter spot, as sometimes we called it. So if you stand unfavorably, something like your frosty cake can actually tag in that gargoyle if the line goes too far from that DK. So it can be sketch. It can just be the 20% off chance where an oopsie like that can happen. And better now than 25 minutes into the dungeon, but of course, you kind of want a team like Identity to look immortal, right? You don't want them to have any issues, but we do have an issue for Lu Yun. They're actually losing their Demon Hunter in one of the puddles here as well, and they need to sit and wait for a battle rest. Their healer, dropping incredibly low there into the single digits, is able to come back up, but a scary situation for Lu Yun while they're waiting for that battle rest to come back, and of course, that does slow them down.
Liu Yun, I think their timer is looking okay, but I'm starting to get worried about both Liu and
Here's that
Pigskin
replay.
Media.
Oh God, how did we add that?
How did we?
They just both came running.
Okay, so the second one came because the first one came, right? Like that's what happened with that. How did the first one? It looked like it got body pulled by something. It's hard to exactly tell what. Hopefully they run the replay a second time. I want to see it.
So they're walking.
I'm getting close to. Oh, this is the town portal.
Yeah, so that's when the town portal did come in from our Demon Hunter first, but it looked like it was Cherry, I think, just pathing up there, step one inch to keep it 100 with our American audience. It looked like he was 1 inch too close to the right hand side.
100. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my God! Identity are having multiple deaths again. Are they wiping? Are we out of here again?
I think we're out of here.
A debacle.
No way. 3 deaths?
Debacle for Identity. What in the world is happening? 2 depletes in a 21?
Town portal it. Maybe our mental fortitude has taken a hit. We're going to be seeing Identity hopefully come back from that. It's too early in the day to go boom in a Halls of Atonement 21. I think they can do better.
So normally, we're beholden to the Chinese production for our casting on the replays. I'm personally requesting a replay of that replay because I want to see exactly how that Stoneborn ended up getting pulled. Because it actually kind of looked like everybody was pretty far to the left. Maybe it was just some of those.
I think the only person
mobs
that was there was Cherry. So
this is not what we were looking for.
That's a wrong replay.
A different replay, of course.
That's a replay that's being played right now of how it all went wrong for them. That is still our CN production replaying something from Li Yun, who, when they were waiting for the rest for their Havoc Demon Hunter, lots of replays going on. Deaths for Interrupt. Their healer does go down, but Identity are back in that 21.
Yeah. For Interrupt, this pull that they're actually fighting post-Echelon is one of the more dangerous ones. It's Eviscerators and it's Houndmasters. So the Houndmaster shoot with the Eviscerator Hurl Glaive. That can actually take out any player. The Demon Hunter, honestly, is the most susceptible there.
Yeah, they're well, if you compare a Demon Hunter with a DK, I mean, anybody's going to be looking squishy next to a DK, I do think. They're just pretty good at living, that class. But, yeah, Identity back in that 21. Interrupt, in the meantime, they didn't have a debacle happen to them, as you called it. I really like that word. They're on their way. Penultimate boss pathing up here with a Reaver. We need to once again be careful, and I'm curious if we're going to be seeing them move up to our boss as well. But yeah, looks like that's the case. We're going to be just repeating the pull that they did on the 19. Of course, now with added lethality, now that everything has a lot more HP, you can see the Reaver is like 5% more alive than the last time we've been here, so that's going to take them a little bit longer to chew through, but I think they got this.
I think Pally Tank, we're going to talk about it later, but I want to hear Dratnos' take on this whenever he shows up, but I think that Pally Tank is very, very dangerous for those Reavers. Oh my god.
Jump scare.
He's here.
I've been summoned.
Tell us about the Paladin versus those Reavers with that Mortal Strike. Is Paladin that much worse than Prot Warrior versus them?
So, yeah, the problem it's not the strike itself, it's surviving 5 seconds of auto attacks without any healing. The problem for Paladin versus Warrior is more of Paladin's tankiness comes from, casting Word of Glory on yourself, for instance, when you're low on health, and that doesn't work through the Mortal Strike, whereas the Prot Warrior just blocking the damage and taking nothing from the hits does work when you have a Mortal Strike on you. So, if you're playing that Paladin, you have a big get-out-of-jail-free card with, Bubble Taunt. You can even bop, cancel, bop if you need to against those Reaver Strikes, but that's a limited amount of time that you can use that, and then if they're going to go on you after, you're in big trouble.
All right, we're going to be watching Big Trouble because there is a replay of how it all went wrong for Identity when they wiped in the 21 for the first time. We have a Gargoyle being pulled in here, and we're going to be needing to roll that replay back like 3 seconds if we can, before the Gargoyles are already in the poll there, production.
That's where it starts, apparently. So
oh, no.
This is the earliest we've got on the replay.
Starts.
Yeah.
That's not going to be good enough. Maybe we need to scrub the tape. Aye. Well, so, there's a Gargoyle
it's still
in
a
there.
mystery,
That
basically.
shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, it's tough, because, they were definitely fighting in an area where it's easy to accidentally pull those big Gargoyles. Maybe they were counting on one still being inactive for long enough for them to get past it. Not 100% sure, but yeah, that's a mob you typically don't want those. Sometimes you might, but the way that they were running in made me think they were indeed pulled unintentionally. So we'll have to see how it happens next time. Of course, we've still got many more Halls of Atonement runs in front of us. Right now we've got a 21 going on for Identity up in the top left, and Interrupt in the top right, and 20s for our bottom two teams, Luyan and Phoenix Gang Media. I wonder how long they'll spend in this key, as Phoenix Gang Media actually, it looked like having a death maybe to that Shattered Glass slam on their Shaman.
Yeah.
That's going to be onked.
So that's our third death due to that slam across our teams. Players have not been very careful with where those slams are coming in, which, frankly, as somebody who played this dungeon in its first iteration, I'm a little bit offended by that, because now everything is telegraphed so beautifully. Like, you don't have any excuses to stand in these.
Yeah, the first time this dungeon was in a season, there was a lot more deaths to the rotating laser beams than that slam, but people have figured that one out, and also that's been cleaned up. The telegraph's gotten better. A few strange interactions with it have been fixed as well, so it's now the telegraph mechanics that are taking players out, which is not a great place to be, but at least it's Shaman death. Anytime somebody has to die, you're always happy if it is the Shaman, so easy onk. Easily fixed. But yeah, the thing that has surprised me about the start of our day has been the resets from Identity. They're still solidly in the lead, but this is opening up an opportunity for Interrupt to catch up, right? Interrupt started the day 3 points behind Identity. If they can catch up here, if they can get this key on the board, they'll only be 1 point behind. Of course, Identity will be able to answer back with 2 points in their own key, but it hasn't worked out for them so far. If they have to reset this a couple more times, this could be a huge opportunity for Interrupt.
So I think the big story is they looked pretty good until they didn't. That Gargoyle.
Yeah.
Then they had that reset. And from there on, it looked a little bit similar to what we saw from Mandatory and at Ecodome. Sometimes when there's a disagreement and people are maybe, a little bit mad of no, you pulled the Gargoyle. No, you pulled the Gargoyle. Something like that just can't be solved in the immediate. it can be tough for teams to just shrug it off and press on. And it looked like that might have just been something that affected them there for a second, but hopefully a team of this caliber will not let that get to them any longer now, and they should be on their way. Certainly, they are on their way to Helkias, and we did see that they have a pretty fast route, but I will say, both in the 19 and in the 21s we've been seeing thus far, they have a lot of random deaths. They're not looking as clean in this dungeon as they looked in others.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this dungeon probably doesn't need to be... They probably don't need to take this as high as it possibly goes if they're good in the other dungeons, but it's not good to be weak in any of the dungeons, and they don't know what they're going to play in the global finals, so you have to assume this might be the dungeon in the global finals. It's much more likely than not that any given dungeon will be in the global finals, so you really want to avoid any of them being a weak spot.
That's right. Okay, okay, I need you all to lock in. We have the replay, but the quality might be a little bit fidgety, so we're all going to be needing to put on our binoculars and look real hard. Let's take a look at Identity and how the gargoyles ended up being pulled for them as we run that replay. So this is enhanced version.
Wow,
you
zoomed
can see
in.
Yeah, you can see our tank is in there, and that gargoyle just turns around.
It looked like the pet. It looked like the hunter pet was too close to it.
Of course,
because everybody
it was
else
the hunter.
everybody else was pretty far to the left, but that bat that got summoned was 5 yards over to the right, and I think that ended up being the culprit there. It's hard to say with all the pixels, but I think that was what happened. Thank you very much to production
Thank
for
you to production. Yes,
heroically
that was
scrubbing back
tremendous
through,
work.
finding that.
That's right. Well,
That
at
was
least
gonna
now
bother
we
me.
know. Me too. At least now we know it was the hunter's fault. We got someone to blame. We can move on. But Identity, another death. Once again, this dungeon just not looking as clean for them as they have been looking in day 1 and day 2. Now, I said before, I'll say it again, they can afford it. They have that kind of jump to the other teams where they're allowed to have a couple of oopsies and redo-overs where they're still going to be in the lead. But if this continues throughout the rest of the day, I am going to be worried.
Yeah, they have room to make a few mistakes and still qualify. They could even probably make a few mistakes and still get first, potentially, but they can't. It depends on how well Interrupt play today. But the thing is, they don't just want to be the best team out of this region. They want to be the best team in the world, and when they're playing at their best, they have a chance of being that, but it can't look like this if they want to claim the throne at the Global Finals, which it's in less than 2 days now that Global Finals will start, so going to be a very fun watch, by the way. Make sure you're tuned in this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We have the MDI Global Finals going on exactly the same place you're watching this. You'll be able to watch that, and we will have 2 teams of these 4 joining our 6 Western teams that qualified over the last month. It's going to be a very, very fun competition, but I think for Identity's sake, this is a team that really has the potential. They have the players, they have the strategies.
Identity! Oh, God. That was a scary beam there, but yeah, you're right. It's going to be a great spectacle this weekend, so make sure you're ready. We're going to be starting at a regular time again. I know we had a little bit of an early start today that maybe caught some people off guard, but I'm glad you all made it here. And if you're just now tuning in and wondering why the competition has been running for nearly an hour, well, we started an hour early, but fret not. It's not going to be happening Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll be on a regular schedule again, and we can take a look at Interrupt here as they are finishing out that 21 that has been escaping Identity for the past 20 minutes as they've been trying to also time that dodge. Look at that. Identity's Demon Hunter just fell rushes through that beam.
Yeah, hey, it's
Crazy.
That's a Demon Hunter classic. They love doing that kind of thing.
Well, to be fair, I was not aware you could do that. That might just be because I tried it once and it didn't work and I never tried again, but I only knew that back in the olden days you could double jump Vengeful. I didn't know you can just fell rush through like that.
I saw Blur had been popped, so I wonder if that was the reason for that.
You did it twice though, so
yeah. Yeah, cool that we'll have to check out further, maybe when they come back into this dungeon, because there might be 1 or 2 more runs of Halls of Atonement in our future before we head back to the rest of our dungeon pool. For Identity as well, you can see the Prot Warrior using the strategy. One of the really nice things about the Prot Warrior is you have a fear immunity with that Berserker Rage. So you can use that to leap out of this circle and grab some extra trash, which is exactly what Identity have done. It's going to be a little bit harder for Luyan and Phoenix Gang Media, who've of course banned out that Prot Warrior, to accomplish something similar with the Prot Pally, because you'd have to use basically a full immunity to actually get out of the circle without getting feared and grab more trash on those specs.
Yeah, absolutely. But we've been seeing Luyan and Phoenix Gang Media do it. The way it works is just they kind of paddle over to the Pats and just tag them in like that. Means a lot more walking for everybody involved, but thankfully you are playing mostly classes that don't mind that too much. If you had a mage that was hard casting for some reason, or a warlock, they'd probably be complaining a lot more than your DK and your Demon Hunter together with that Beast Mastery. So I think it's okay. Well, actually, they don't have that Beast Mastery Hunter. I need to correct myself, but still, I think they don't mind too much.
All right, so up in the top right, we did just see Interrupt timing the 21 with 5 minutes to spare, which is a great place for them to be. They're going to be the first team to put that 21 on the board, and with a timer like that, the 22 is looking very feasible for Interrupt in this dungeon. We'll have to see where they decide to go next, because you could just come back to the Halls of Atonement. I think you can make a strong argument for that being one of their best moves. The other options would be the 23 Gambit, I think would be near the top of my list, 23 Dome, 23 Streets, 21 Priory. I would say roughly in that order would be what I'd be looking at doing next for Interrupt, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if they just run back the halls, because they're warmed up on it.
I agree. I'm just looking at timers right now. What did you say their time was?
They were about
21?
5 minutes under the total timer in here, which I'm not sure what the total timer is actually off the top of my head. Let's see, halls.
That's okay. So
timer.
they were actually pretty similar to where Scaffolding was sitting. Miscount, who we are kind of accrediting as the fastest team we've seen in our group weekends, were under by 6 minutes 7, and Scaffolding was under by 4 minutes 39. So I think right between those teams is where we would probably see Interrupt then.
Yeah, it's a good place to be. I mean, obviously, you want to be the fastest team in the world, but being on a comparable pace is good, and the key level can go up by 1 potentially as well for them. So if they have a good run there, if they have a clean run in the 22 at some point, that would be big for Interrupt. But we'll have to see where they decide to go next. It is still a little early in the day for a team to take a break. They can't do it just yet. They need to wait another 10 minutes before they're actually able to start counting a break against our break timer. So I do think we will see them zone into another key, but have to see exactly which one that is. In the meantime, in the top left, Identity now at that spot where the Gargoyle pulled last time. They're playing it a little bit further away. They're giving it a little bit of extra space to the left of that Gargoyle, and it looks like, yeah, it has been dodged. And as soon as it turns into stone, they're going to sneak on past it. This time, skip successful for Identity, and they'll be getting in combat with the boss here in just a moment. Their timer is looking pretty good as well. And at the bottom of our screen, both Luyan and Phoenix Gang Media are nearing the end of their dungeon runs. Here in the plus 20, of course, 1 key level less than Identity and Interrupt. We're able to push that 19 too with the 1 chest instead of the 2 chest for each of our teams, but still doing pretty well, and the timer still looking on pace for both teams, although it's not comfy for either of them.
Yeah, that's right. We saw their timer in the 19s, and they were both like, I would say 4-ish minutes under the timer for something, which tells you they should be able to do the 20, tells you they might be able to do the 21 if they're on a good run, but it also tells you that the 22 is looking mighty hard for both Phoenix Gang Media and Luyan. So that is worrying me a little bit between our two teams. At the same time, though, our point leader Identity has been struggling in the 21, not for reasons of timer, but for reasons of playing it down cleanly. So who knows? Maybe they're not even able to get the 22 on the board.
Yeah, it's by no means a sure thing. I mean, we look at these dungeons and we do this math where we count out based on their 21 whether the 22 is on pace as well, but you have to remember it also just gets way harder, right? The dungeon goes from being super hard to being super duper duper hard as the key level goes up by 1 from here. So you can't just look at the math and be like, yeah, they'll be able to time this. But we are going to look now at Interrupt, starting off this plus 22. So it was indeed the Halls of Atonement that they've zoned back into. Getting this first scary, or I guess second scary pull down here on the left-hand side. And so far, 0 deaths, but that massive damage from the Shard of Halkias is looking pretty scary for them.
Absolutely. We'll need to keep an eye on them. I'm going to be grabbing some split timers to compare with Mist Count because obviously that is our fastest team. And their Halkias was sitting on 11 minutes 17. So if they want to be faster than what we've seen as the fastest hauls, they need to be under 11:17 on Halkias to set themselves up for success, or right on it, but then faster on the upcoming splits. That is what they'll need to keep in mind. But even if they're not just there yet, a good time around that minute should still be very well within that timer for interrupt. And of course, the main thing is not having any deaths. You can see their DK dropping really low here. Our Hunter, Demon Hunter, is also taking some of these hits, but both of them surviving. Blur is running. I assume we also popped something on the side of that DK just to make sure that the damage isn't as crazy.
Yeah, probably. That's a good guess, typically, although DK doesn't always have to pop something to live. Sometimes they can just tank it with that passive damage reduction they have.
Alright, Interrupt making headway as they are posturing up to deal with Halkias. I do believe they still need to go up and play the right-hand side of the dungeon if you enter it. So there is one more shard they will need to actually down before we can go into boss. They're just setting up to do just that as they are on the way. You can see your tank kind of run forward, make sure he grabs everything, and then jump up to the next pack, and the rest will follow as everything is being gathered by the help of that death grip.
Yeah, beautifully gathered here. I like that we're getting to watch some of Interrupt's run here in the 22. It's impressive as well, being the first team to earn the plus 22 level in this dungeon. Looking very good for them, and a strong start to the day. It's really important for Interrupt that they're able to have the day go well at the start and also go poorly for Identity in order for them to catch up, right? This is something where they need to be able to get ahead of Identity, and they're going to need time in the other dungeons to be able to do the keys at the same level as them. So this is something where if they can put this 22 on the board in the first hour and a half today, they can then just go anywhere. They can catch up, they can try and overtake, they can use the mandatory playbook as well that says, hey, we might not have time tiebreakers in some of these dungeons, but what we can do is we can go for a +1 key level tiebreaker.
Yeah, I would really love to see that. You know, that's always my favorite way of how teams outbid each other. At the same time, though, we know amongst all of our team, there's a strong notion of saving tech for finals. Even though sometimes when you talk to the teams, they're all saving the same tech for finals, but they're all convinced the other team doesn't know it. So sometimes you'll see the same technology come out of all of them, and they're all kind of pointing at each other, like in that one meme, saying like, oh, I didn't know you knew this. But I wouldn't be surprised if our CN teams are holding back a little bit as well.
I mean, saving tech is great and all, but I think that if it'll ever help you win the weekend, I don't think that any of these teams are going to hold anything back. That a lot of teams will hold back tech if it becomes clear they don't need it to secure their placement in the weekend. But I think for Interrupt, if there's anything they can possibly do to overtake Identity, they will show it here. And similarly, Identity, unless they are several points ahead of Interrupt with the last couple hours of the day, I think they're going to also feel that, because it's not just about qualifying to the global finals. Being first versus second in the group is a substantial increase in the prize support. So I think both teams will be playing fully to that. Also, again, given how close it is to the global finals, there's less incentive for teams to hold back any of the strats, because a little bit less time for everybody to react to anything that gets shown off here.
Yeah, that's true. It's always, if you play in the first group weekend, you're kind of happy, because you get to take notes from Group B and C, and there's a lot that you can kind of just, like, take note of as our tank goes down for Phoenix Gang Media. A quick little moment of scare as they didn't need to rest him but able to recover. At the same time, though, if you play in Group C, you get to look at Group A and B and take a lot of what you've seen there and utilize that. So there's a trade-off. Some teams prefer to be early, some teams prefer to be late. At the end of the day, it's all decided by where they land in the overall seeding of the time trial, so it is partially in their hands at least, and they can kind of figure out where they're going to be landing. But the global finals, they're all equal.
It is interesting because there are definitely some teams that are really strat pioneers, and that's something that, if you want to be the best team in the world, you need to be great at that. But then there are also some teams that are just great at tuning and executing strats that other teams show, and they're also great at iterating a little bit, right? You see one team show off a cool new pull, and then there are some teams that'll look at that and be like, oh, well, we can combine this with this, and that's going to help us. But we can watch this replay now of this potential tank death here. So what actually causes it? Looks like it's the statue.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the statue's going to go through here. And then it's actually a double hit, it looks like. But the instant B-res is going to save them. So nicely handled for Phoenix Gang Media to actually not have this turn into a wipe. It's very easy for a tank death to turn into a wipe. But quick thinking led to them preventing that. The timer is still looking good for them as well, so they should still be able to win this key, but of course a little bit of a worrying thing to have happen.
There's an asterisk on that, right? The timer is looking good for the 20.
Right.
The timer is not looking great for the 21, because obviously they still need to get through like 38% on this boss here, and generally we say like 3 minutes-ish is what you would want to go 1-up on the key levels. I would say there's a little bit of leeway because they did have 2 deaths, and even though one was like here on the boss and it was quote-unquote just the tank, it still counts against your timer, and so there is a little bit of leeway, but it doesn't spark confidence moving into the higher levels as like the 21 and the 22, of course, that we're expecting from teams and that we're seeing from Interrupt, for example.
Yeah, and you don't want to rely on a perfect 0-death run, right? You don't want the kind of timer that's like, we need everything to be perfect to time this key. At some point, you're going to get to a key level where that's the case, but you'd really rather not have that be the same key level the other teams are timing with, 5 minutes to spare. So hopefully Phoenix Gang Media and Luyun are able to accelerate into that 21, although both teams might decide to go somewhere else before even potentially attempting that. We do have a death coming out for Interrupt this time. It is that rotating beam. We talked about being not too lethal anymore, but still lethal for Interrupt there. It's going to take out their Hunter. The B-res does land, but we're going to have to wait until this is safe to accept this res. Looks like they are going to continue this run at least, though.
Yeah, sometimes when you rest during the beam, a puddle spawns in that rest right after the beam, so then it gets sketched and you need to decline and re-rest, but thankfully it all worked out for Interrupt here. I just want to give a tip to chat, the people who are watching. If you're ever in a situation where you either need to eat the beam or eat the puddle, eat the puddle. Press a defensive and walk into the puddle, hopefully out on the other side of that puddle. Don't stand in it, But the beam in most cases is death. You cannot do the beam. That one's a no-no.
Yeah, it's best case is don't think ahead, right? Plan where you're gonna move. If you need to, if you're a melee, you can walk out of melee. I know melee. It sucks, but sometimes you have to walk out of melee of the boss as well. And it's also a lot on the tank. What the tank can and should do is drag the boss away from all the puddles on the ground, all that shattered glass, as the boss is about to enter the beam phase. You want to look at what Interrupt's doing right now. They're baiting this one over on the one side, and then they're going to drag the boss a little bit towards this safe area after the tank smash, which again, they're going to bait behind. And then, you can see the tank starting to walk the boss away from all that shattered ground. One more is going to get baited on this throw. And then again, they're going to walk the boss a little bit. And now it's going to cast the beams over here. And you can see there's just free space. They've been moving the boss in a good direction here. Very important tank movement here. And the thing you want to avoid doing is moving too much too early, because then the tank smash is going to go on you and you're going to pollute the ground ahead of you instead of behind you.
That's right. And ideally, you don't want to pollute at all. Keep that in mind, children. Identity is on the final stretches of that Halls of Atonement, and we are actually hopping over to a replay here on a shard of Halkias. I believe the Sluryan, as their Demon Hunter did go down immediately. Then their healer actually fell, maybe intentionally, maybe not intentionally. It looked like it might have been an oopsie. And they had to pour it out. But Identity is on track. They're really fast in this 21 despite the 3 deaths. So I'm looking forward to them in the 22.
Yeah, me too. I'm hopeful for their chances there. But first, we've of course got to get through this last boss for Identity. 50%, and their timer's looking great here. Question for me is going to be, are they going to end up being faster than Interrupt? I think it's going to be very close. There are 3 deaths on the board for Identity, so even with the fast timer, it hasn't been a great clean run for them. But it has at least been good that they've been getting through without any wipes, without any mispulled gargoyles this time around. Very important thing for them to avoid going forward. Interrupt actually having another death here on this difficult trash pull after the first boss. Although, usually, again, it is the tank that's in the most danger here. We are going to see a DPS death. It's during Lust as well, so a little bit unfortunate for damage that the death has happened this way for Interrupt. Hopefully their timer isn't so tight that this is going to cost them, but we know that at the 22 Keystone level, this dungeon does have a pretty tight timer.
Yeah, absolutely. I quickly want to mention, now that we are seeing a lot of those logos being flashed up for teams, we have reached the first hour of our competition today. That means teams are eligible to take their first break of the day, which is something you might see happening from here on out, up until that penultimate hour of the day, where they will need to have all of their breaks taken. Just a quick reiteration. I know most of you know that already, but in case, we get some new faces here in our MDI viewing experience. Identity, working away on this 21. I want to check back in with our timers in the 21 that we saw from Scaffolding and Missed Count. And once again, reiterating, Missed Count was 6 minutes and 7 seconds under. So Identity is not going to beat that. They might still beat what Scaffolding put up, which was 4 minutes 39. But of course, with those 3 deaths, we are going to be a little bit gracious when it comes to how their speed in this dungeon looks like.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can look at the timer and be like, oh, they had a couple of deaths, and then you sort of use that to convince yourself they can be faster. On the other hand, you don't want to be a team that has deaths, so you don't want to necessarily be giving people bonus points for the deaths, but yeah, it does look like Identity are going to put this on the board. They're going to be a tiny bit slower than Interrupt were in that dungeon for the deaths, but yeah, it does look like Identity are going to put this on the board. They're going to be a tiny bit slower than Interrupt were in that dungeon at that level, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much how fast you are in the 21. If you end up putting the 22 on the board, that is going to be the most important timer. So hopefully they're going to be able to do a clutch 0 death run, despite having some more challenges in the lower keys in this dungeon, in the builder keys in this dungeon. I do expect that we'll see Identity Zone back in to the Halls of Atonement next, although I wouldn't be surprised if they took 10 minutes of their break first, because we do see teams often opting to basically take the break as soon as they can. They take their first break near the start of the day here, and that has just, as you said, we've passed over the first hour, so teams can start taking their breaks now.
For sure. We are seeing a reset here by Phoenix Gang Media. Bottom right, they did, I believe, have their DK go down there in that first chart. Immediately, everybody does jump down, and they're going to be resetting it. I'm a little worried. So Identity in all of their holes run today had deaths. Obviously, even the ones where stuff has gone tremendously wrong and they had to reset the entire dungeon due to a full team wipe, stuff had often gone wrong prior to that with like a single death here or there. So I am not sure I'm a believer in the 0 death 22, but I would love for them to prove me wrong, as they have now entered that 22 and no breaks seem to have been taken here as we move into the first shard. We'll see a little bit of a comparison between Interrupt and Identity, as Interrupt has already put Halkias on the board. They're working on Echelon right now. We'll get a chance to look at the split timers between them, but here's our replay of Phoenix Gang Media. Just keep an eye on our DK. I believe he's getting meleeed.
Ooh!
Yep. There we go.
Shard of Halkias just not yet pulled by the tank there. DK ends up walking up. Of course, as the DK, you do want to be setting up your damage on that biggest health target, right? You want to be walking up, maybe hitting it with the Festering Strike to start things off as you're getting your rotation ready. You don't want to be generating too much threat. But unfortunately, if the tank isn't yet in combat, doesn't matter how little threat you're generating, even that 1 point of threat is too much. Luckily, it's just the first pull of the dungeon, so really does not cost too much.
For now, but of course you can only do that so many times, and a team like Phoenix Gang Media has their work cut out for them, right? They want to get, ideally, the 22 on the board in this dungeon, which means they need to put the 21 on the board before that. And then they have a whole host of dungeons they will need to revisit from the previous days, like that 23 Gambit, the 21 Floodgate, the 22 Streets. Thankfully, they do have the 21 Priory, but they also would like to do the 22 Ecodome, if not even the 23 Ecodome. Now, if you did a little bit of math while I was saying all of those dungeons, that basically accounts for nearly 5 hours, and that is if all of those dungeons are run cleanly. I suspect we're going to be seeing some issues arise on those very high key levels, so every reset they have, even if it's just a minute or two, puts them behind where they really need to be if they want to knock out Interrupt or Identity from the 2 qualifying spots.
Yeah, remember, they came into the day a couple of points behind and a couple of specs down compared to our top teams. Now, if you told me what's their best chances of qualifying out of this group, if you asked me that, I would say, well, they would want one of these teams to have a bad day today. But they would want it to be Interrupt. They would not want Identity to be the team that's having the rough start. They would want it to be Interrupt because Interrupt were a closer point total. So the fact that Interrupt have been doing well and Identity have stumbled a little bit, it doesn't offer you that much consolation if you are Liu Yun or Phoenix Gang Media, because Identity are probably still too far ahead, and Interrupt are the one that you were really targeting for that second spot out of the group as Phoenix Gang Media. Another 3 minutes are going to go down the drain for them, but again, it's a big uphill battle for them. We can't count them out just yet. They are still in range. You can see only 3 points behind the qualification as it stands right now. Interrupt at 128 are in the second place spot. Liu Yun and Phoenix Gang Media 124, 125 each. It is not out of range just yet, but it does need to. They need to both be gaining points, and ideally they need Interrupt to stop gaining points. The best way that things could go in the next 10 minutes for both Liu Yun and Phoenix Gang Media, of course, is no wipes on their end, but they would really love to see, you know, the Inquisitor Cigar take out all of Interrupt, for instance. That would be great for Phoenix Gang Media and Liu Yun.
Are you hate watching again, Dratnos?
I'm just saying, if you're a Liu Yun or a Phoenix Gang Media fan, in addition to love watching your team, you're going to be hate watching Interrupt for sure.
Well, here's another one of those wipes here. Once again, Phoenix Gang Media, as they were getting ready for that first pull of the dungeon. It all went wrong. Our healer has actually gone down first. And from there on out, it was just a tragedy, catastrophe in the making as everything fell apart. Interrupt, though, they're really fast on this 22. They're looking phenomenal as they are pacing up to go to the penultimate boss. We're once again going to see them do what I always get scared for, the Reaver into these caster mops, into the boss. There's a lot that goes on. You don't have lust for it. You need a ton of coordination. And you can see even here, our healer is actually being channeled for quite some time before he needs to go on over and actually single target stun to help himself not be cast to death, as none of the other classes are reacting to him being free cast on. Great job done here by Interrupt.
Yeah, the appropriately named Interrupt team does manage to handle that eventually, but yeah, they're now at the point in the dungeon where it's basically just boss, mini-boss, boss, and they'll be out of here. Couple of trash mobs still alive in combat with this, but that the big scary gargoyle about to go down, and once that dies, as it just has for Interrupt, this pull becomes a lot less dangerous, the tank in a lot less danger of randomly dying here. There are still a lot of casts for them to interrupt, but again, that's their team name, that's their advantage, that's their specialty, is landing those kicks.
Well, so I don't want to take that argument from you, right? Maybe that is the reason why they named themselves Interrupt, but I will say that 23 Ecodome was no way they could wipe from there, but then they missed Interrupt, so is it their specialty?
Right, maybe they named it to try and be like, yeah, we need to focus more on this.
I think this might have been it, yeah. Sometimes teams do that.
Yeah, sometimes you have a DPS player in your group that's not going to remember to interrupt unless you name your team that, so you do have to make that play sometimes, so it's a good theory. And also, I think it's a point well taken, is that even though they're at the easy point in the dungeon, there are no easy points in the dungeons at this key level. There's no point where you are 100% safe. This last couple of bosses, I would say the last boss in this dungeon is the easiest of the four, but it's still a hard boss, and the mini-boss before it as well. It's not just difficult, it also is just a huge time sink if you don't play it perfectly. Now, interrupts do have a decent amount of time on the clock, but not enough that they could, full heal Cigar if they were trying to commit to it and still have a bunch of extra time at the end.
They can't dilly-dally. They need to lock in. Thankfully, that Lust is going to be available for the Inquisitor. I'm pretty sure that's where we're going to be using that, making sure we don't get too many of those convenient casts. We're going to be checking in with Interrupt once they actually deal with that, as they're still getting through that boss. Identity have made it through that first pull of the dungeon, and are onto the second shard of Halkias here on the right-hand side of our dungeon, which is great news. And Lyrian are actually on Halkias already in their 21. So both the teams in the bottom 2 of our 4 box are working on those 21 halls. Both the teams in the upper boxes are working on the 22. And we assume that this dungeon is being pushed to the 22 and then left just because of what we've been seeing in the other group weekends, where our timers have been sitting and how this dungeon scales. Now, I'm quite curious where Interrupt is going to be going after this, because of course the way our tiebreaker system works, you would be highly incentivized, a death for their demon hunter here, you would be highly incentivized to go into any of the dungeons that would reach 23, which to me is the Gambit, the Streets, and the Ecodome. I would really like to see them go into any of them.
Yeah, I think on paper the easiest of those to put up at plus 23 is the Gambit,
right?
For just for like a generic team. That would be, but they're close enough that if you have one that you're feeling comfortable in, you as a team, your limits better than we as casters do. So if I see them zone into any of them, I'm happy. I'm a little bit more skeptical if they choose the Priory, because the Priory 21 is probably a comparable difficulty, but it is a lot less valuable for tiebreakers. But again, if they feel like that's going to be their easiest point left on the board, if that's the one they're the most comfortable in, I'm fine with that decision as well, because they do need to collect multiple points before they'll be able to bring this thing to tiebreakers at all.
Yeah, that's true. We're going to be seeing where they go. It could be that 23 Ecodome since they got so close yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of feel like, they left something on the table there. There's like unfinished business they need to deal with. I think that would be my inclination where I see them go to, but I do agree that the Gambit is probably the easiest and most reliable to do out of all of them. So we'll see where Interrupt is pathing to go to. Right now, that Bloodlust is certainly helping in dealing with the Inquisitor. We still have a couple of these spirits up, and I assume we're going to be getting one more heal, but hopefully not 2 more heals as they are DPSing that boss down. Since we are seeing a screen on PGM, I assume there was another reset that happened to them in their 21 that we didn't see?
Yeah, I at least didn't see it. I was intently watching the mini boss
me too.
casts here for Interrupt, as another Dark Communion is going to come out here, and they're going to basically be dealing with every single one of these parishioners in this room. All of these soul fragments going to need to be taken care of for Interrupt. So the timer is now definitely close for them. The last boss does not take a huge amount of time compared to some bosses like Solia and Tazavesh. That boss will take 5-6 minutes at this key level. Lord Chamberlain, I think 5:30 should be enough for Interrupt. They are going to start running towards it a little bit early, making sure that they get in combat as soon as possible, even though they still have some of these enemies still coming in.
Manifestations,
It does help out the Havoc Demon Hunter to have some of these extra targets here, although, of course, if anybody's getting meleeed, that is going to be detrimental instead.
Yeah, it's a cost-use calculation that they're doing there, but thankfully they're not going to be living for too long, so not too much math needed here.
Ooh,
as
scary.
They are on way through Chamberlain. All of the mobs have now been killed off, and yeah, like you're saying, I think 5 minutes with 3 deaths in the 22, that definitely sparks confidence in the team Interrupt, that despite those 3 deaths, they should be well on track here. Yeah,
it's just great that they're able to basically one-shot this key, right? Because, yeah, the timer might not be as fast as is possible in this dungeon. Anytime you put up a 3-death run, you're kind of like, I wish we'd had a cleaner run for our tiebreakers, when this goes on the board. But being able to just do it first try is really valuable. That gives you more time to go to the other dungeons and either improve your tiebreakers if you need to, or pick up the points, which Interrupt are still going to have to do. So after putting this on the board, they're going to advance to 129 points. I think the Gambit is where I would go without any knowledge, but given that we've seen them look at the exact same set of keys besides the Halls of Atonement and choose the Ecodome yesterday, I agree with you. I think the Ecodome is the most likely place that they'll zone into after this Halls of Atonement. Of course, we do have to kill this boss first, so 1 minute and 30 seconds have earned us 30% of the boss's HP. So if you extrapolate that forward, they're on pace to time this key, but only by about maybe 30, maybe 20 seconds when you factor in that Lust and cooldowns have already been used, so their damage should decelerate rather than accelerate at the end of this. So I'm a little bit... the timer it's okay, but it's going to be tight for Interrupt. They need to definitely avoid any deaths.
Yeah, usually decelerating is not something you want to ever do with your damage, but unfortunately naturally happens. And I did mention it earlier, this is not the easiest boss to just full blast DPS, especially if you're a melee. Thankfully, these classes or these specs are a little bit more forgiving than some of the other melee specs, but still, with all of the AoE that you need to dodge out of, there's just so much uptime that you are losing, and on a full caster comp, you would just be able to free cast a lot more, so that is generally going to mean that you are a tad bit slower than on some of the other bosses where you just get nearly 100% uptime, whereas on Chamberlain it's just a little bit less. However, I believe, I'm a believer into Interrupt. I'm a love watcher always, as you know, so I think they're well on track here, and surely they won't have any more deaths.
Yeah, again, look, just extrapolating a bit on the numbers, they are still ahead of the overall check here, and this boss is not free, but it is a little bit less randomly lethal than some of the other bosses, unless you get hit by one of those statues. But yeah, you can see actually just the raid damage as well of this ritual does hurt them too. That darkness is getting a huge amount of value though on the healing, and they are going to get through this next channel. And again, as long as the melee don't greed too much here, don't stay inside that circle, we should be okay. And as long as we don't get any statue bounces, that can be another thing that can catch you by surprise. You move out of the line of the statue, but then it bounces off another statue and kills you in a very comic way for the spectators. Like here, you can see this statue is going to go through the other one. Oh. Yeah, sometimes that can cause a bounce that can be pretty lethal if you're not careful.
Well, Interrupt is getting closer and closer, and so is Identity, but not to the end of the dungeon. Instead, to the part where they had all things go wrong for them on the 22, the first go around. This time, though, they're nicely cuddled up into that cubby there, waiting for that gargoyle to be petrified so they can move up to Echelon. It is taking quite a long time, which is usually not preferable, but eventually he does turn into stone and they do get to go up there. Just running into Echelon, you can see Cherry double jump up there, make sure he does get the pull onto Echelon, and the rest of the pack is just going to path up the stairs. We need to make sure that we do get that Interrupt and or grip. This time around, we did get both there from our DK, so well under control on, I believe, the Castigator, right, is the name of that mob?
Yeah.
So everything going up Identity's way here, and Interrupt are finishing out their dungeon run around 40 seconds under, 44 seconds under, but they have timed that 22, and I'm very curious where they're going next.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised as well if now they decide to take their break as well, because they are eligible to do so at this point, but we will have to see where they zone in next. It could be anywhere. I think the Dome is the most likely, but we will just have to wait and find out. Either way, I think they will be the first team to escape the Halls of Atonement, which, again, a great start to the day for Interrupt. Bad news for every other team that, every single other team, I think, was most concerned with how Interrupt did today, because Identity, of course, is trying to keep their first place spot against Interrupt, and Phoenix Gang Media and Luyan are targeting Interrupt for the second place spot, so Interrupt having a strong start to the day, it makes 5 people very happy and 15 people very sad.
Well, it is only the start of the day. We've been going for a little under 1.5 hours here on the MDI final day of the China finals, and there's plenty of time left in the day for things to change, for upsets to happen, for favorites to fall, and the underdogs to succeed, or the opposite of all of that. We're going to be watching as it all unfolds further. Right now, I'm watching Luyan as they are making headway on that 21, checking in with their split timers on Halkias. They are slow on Halkias, but they are not beating the timer slow. So I think we're still on track here for this 21. Still in a sketchy situation for the 22, though.
Yeah, again, I'm a little worried about the 22 as well, although sometimes a team, they can accelerate as that key level does go up. But yeah, I'm worried. I'm definitely worried as well for actually both Luyan and Phoenix Gang Media in that 22. I think it's going to be an uphill battle for both teams. Meanwhile, up in the top left, it is Identity nearly done with Echelon here. despite their issues in the lower keys, they are currently on a 0-death run, and they are through most of the volatile trash pulls that come near the start of this dungeon. As I say that, though, a death does happen for them, so their first death of this run is going to be on Echelon here, on their Hunter. B-Res does come out, but the perfect run is no longer on the table for them.
That's okay though. They don't need a perfect run, right? We're only trying to beat Interrupt, and Interrupt also had deaths, notably 3 of them. So if they have 1 death, I think that's still okay for Identity. What they cannot have happen is that spiraling out of control and turning into more than that, and then losing time somewhere in a tragic way, or not having a battle rest on a boss fight where they would need one to just beat that timer. I think on the overall comparison between those two teams, Identity did have the faster runs on those higher dungeons, and they're still holding some extra points over Interrupt, like that 21 Priory and the 23 Ecodome, or that 23 Gambit, that Interrupt will first need to prove they can also do before I think Identity will really feel threatened.
Yeah, exactly. The time tiebreakers are going to be on paper, they go in Identity's favor. But of course, we did see an MDI Group C weekend that the team with the better time tiebreakers can still lose if the team behind them clutches up in a +1 dungeon in something like a 24 Gambit. So that might be the pathway for Interrupts to make this happen. But another thing that is happening is it's a caster shift. We're going to swap out Makes now for Tettles. Thank you, Makes, for a wonderful shift together.
See you guys later.
And welcome, Tettles, for what will be another wonderful shift, I'm sure.
What's poppin'?
Yo, how have you been feeling watching these runs?
I think Identity. All right, so I'm actually kind of holding Identity to a little bit of a different standard than I actually am the rest of the field. I feel like them having a couple of blunders in some of these Halls of Atonements, you would prefer those to be kind of eliminated. And now, whenever we were talking about them a little bit yesterday, they're kind of slowly falling into more of that holy method and that mandatory kind of state where they do end up making mistakes at the capstone level dungeons, where whenever you saw Liquid and Miscount, they were pretty automatic even on their capstone level dungeons. For Identity here, though, even if they are able to down this Halls of Atonement on a 22 with an hour and a half basically consumed in their day, you, under most circumstances, would call that a success. For Interrupt, though, they were able to deal with pretty much everything first try, and I think that was a huge success for them.
Yeah, I agree. I want to echo what you said about holding them to a higher standard as well, because I feel like sometimes, if we're not careful, we'll sound like we are being more negative about better runs from, say, a team like Identity compared to Interrupt. But again, the thing is, like, looking at time trials, looking at their performance yesterday and the day before, this is the team out of this region that has the most potential for really competing with our Western teams,
Yes.
with the miscounts and the mandatories and the holy methods and the liquids, as they are going to be moving, if they move into the global finals this weekend, which they are on pace to do. So mistakes happening for them, especially in the top -1 level of some of these dungeons, is a worrying sign for that potential, right? It's something where they can still, of course, win the weekend. It's still very possible for them, but it might hurt their chances if those sorts of things are happening, of winning the global finals, which I think is what they are hoping for as a team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the fastest 22 Halls of Atonement. It was obviously put up by Missed Count during Group B weekend. It looks like Identity is going to be around a minute off of that marker. High Adjudicator release for Missed Count ended up going down at the 22-minute mark. I mean, for Identity, though, even being 1 minute behind the world record time for Halls of Atonement,
I don't mind that at all, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's not something that's, like, even problematic. Like, I think that the consistency is kind of the thing that I'm looking at. If they're only a minute behind Miscount in a 22 for the world record tag, I'm like, okay, this Identity team is very good. And that's what I was saying about, like, holding them to a different standard. Whatever I'm looking at times, I'm looking at the world record time and how close is Identity to that.
Yeah, and it's good to be a team like Miscount, for instance, that just times every dungeon first try and gets a world record tag on it. Like, yeah, if possible, you should do that, but that's, of
They're
course...
my favorites. They're my favorites to win the MDI. Like, that team is insane.
Yeah, and assuming you can't do that, because most people can't do that, you'd rather be the team that, one-shots the key rather than the team that 5-shots the key but gets a minute faster when they do, right? Like, usually that extra time in the day is going to be more valuable to let you do other runs. And if you need to, you can use that time to improve your time tiebreakers, but just putting the key on the board first or second try is a really, really important thing to be able to do.
Something that I actually really like from Identity here, and it's a strategy that it was discovered kind of recently. Look at how they're dealing with these canisters. So if you actually leave the last canister available, so the boss actually starts spawned with 4 canisters. If you leave that 4th one available, and instead you only take the parishioners over the most recently spawned canister, leaving that 4th one available, it actually makes the canister respawn a little bit faster, which means that the damage that you end up taking from the parishioners is a little bit lower, and it also allows you to have just an easier time if a mistake ends up happening. Like you see on screen right there, Identity, they ended up having that parishioner go the wrong direction for a couple seconds, then move towards that most recently spawned canister. In a normal run, that would actually offset your canister spawn by like that 4 or 5 seconds for the remainder of the fight. However, with what strategy they're dealing with right here, they always have an additional canister respawning early. And I really like that from Identity. It's an incredibly clean strategy that was recently showcased. And so the fact that they're able to pick up new strats like this, or maybe they even knew about the strat prior to other teams, great work by them.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you sort of wouldn't understand why that's important if you haven't been in a 4-minute boss fight against this boss.
Oh, yeah.
But it is really valuable because once you do get to that 5th and beyond spawn of the spirits, you end up dealing with way more group damage if you have to react to where the one spawns and kite for a little bit before you actually get to bring it in.
Yeah, the circles are a little bit jank too, and like if it boxes you off the canister, then you end up losing a little bit of time. But I mean, that's kind of more to the point is like Identity is doing like these world-class strategies. I think this route is fairly formulaic, let's say. All the teams kind of play the same route in here, but even still, there is ways that you can optimize and just be faster with more aggressive chains, with damage optimization. And for Identity here, again, we need to see how quickly they can kill off the Inquisitor Cigar. And a death to that dot is actually brutal for Identity. You lose the Bloodlust, you lose the DK's offensive cooldowns. While it's not going to affect their ability to be able to time the dungeon, that is another 15 seconds, probably even like 30 to 45 seconds even, with the damage that was lost, especially if the boss gets a Dark Communion cast off.
Yeah, this definitely could be a big time loss for them. I agree that it's unlikely to affect beating the cast regardless, so not that big of a time loss then, just kind of 15, 20 seconds maybe, all told, off of that death, but it could have been worse. Could have been 45, like you said. I think for Identity that this is a decent timer that they're on, but it could still come down to time tiebreakers, and they definitely would have preferred to have had a perfectly clean run. I think given how the 21s and even the 19 was looking for them, I think they're going to be pretty happy, though, to just be out of here today.
I'm a little bit less worried about time tiebreakers for them, and I'm more looking at, like, okay, how does this translate to a global finals performance? And while they're not completely locked up for a global finals performance, they have been just dominant this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, aside from... I think Interrupt had a better first 2 hours of today, but aside from that, I think Identity looked better at pretty much every other hour of the tournament so far.
Okay, so fastest 22 Halls of Atonement. I just want to say this again: 28:04 from missed count here.
Wow. Yeah. So Identity are certainly going to be a little bit slower than that.
Missed count are very
good. that timer for missed count is a kind of timer that makes you think this dungeon can go up to 23 maybe at the global finals, but. That'll be.
They were under by 340. I mean, I think that there's a chance that the keystone cap on this place is a 23. I wouldn't be shocked.
That's going to be one of the things I'm really excited for this weekend at the global finals is which of these keys go even one higher than we've seen in the group weekends. Pushing this
to 23 is kind of an interesting prospect because you start to worry less about the timer, especially since again miscount was 3 minutes 40 seconds under. The timer is there. What happens with the Houndmaster and the Eviscerator? Hurl Glaive, shoot combos, what happens with the Thrash combos, how long does it end up taking you to kill off some of these trash packs with the Obliterators, with the Groundskeepers? What does the damage intake start to look like? Because there are kind of these two factors at play for a reason a dungeon wouldn't be timeable. First and foremost, it's damage intake, and secondly, of course, it is an overall DPS check on the timer. Now, we know the overall DPS check is there. Is the damage intake there? That's also something that could really be a question. Also, tank survivability. not really something that we talk about too much this season. Tank survivability does tend to be a limiting factor as things like White Swings just annihilate tanks.
Yeah, especially if you're healing immune, which you are sometimes in this dungeon. Even the Prot Warrior holding up their shield can be in danger when you are healing immune for... and that pull will last longer as well as the key level goes up. So there are a lot of problems to solve for doing this dungeon on 23, but I do expect that it's one of the things teams will be looking at as they search for those extra +1s in the global finals. Halls of Atonement, if it's in the dungeon pool, of course, by no means a sure thing. Yeah. One of the dungeons presumably will not be, but Halls of Atonement, I expect, if it's in there, will be one that teams will be looking at for a +1 potentially.
Yeah. Just as likely as any other dungeon. So, we saw, actually in the top right, we had a glimpse of Interrupt. They had zoned into 21 Priority Sacred Flame, immediately wiped to the first pull. I think this makes sense in terms of what dungeon you go to next. I do think they need to be able to put up 23 Gambit, 23 Streets, and 23 Eco-Dome Aldani at some point, but you also are going to need to be able to convert points from that Priory of the Sacred Flame.
Yeah, so I was looking at their keys earlier. Makes and I actually were both looking at this, and yesterday they decided to go to the 23 Dome when they had this set of options. The Priory is also +1 point. If it ever does come down to tiebreakers, it is less valuable to have the Priory than the 23s, because this is only a 21. But it probably won't get to tiebreakers if you don't put the 21 Prior on the board anyway, so yeah, I don't mind this at all.
I mean, Identity are going to have... the only thing that Identity doesn't have that I just listed off for Interrupt that they're going to need is that 23 Streets. And I mean, so your win con if you're Interrupt here is to kind of hope that after Identity time this 22 Halls of Atonement, they don't put any more points on the board for a long time, right? And they struggle in that Streets, or, maybe they try for 23 Halls or something like that and struggle in that as well. Like, you're kind of just hoping that Identity doesn't put up another point on the board if you're Interrupt here.
Yeah, I mean, even catching up to 132 with the tiebreakers that Identity has is going to be tough for anybody to do, just because all the keys involved in doing that are so hard. But like you said, if Identity can push that up to 133, 134 points, that is going to be extremely difficult. And step one of that process is timing this 22 Halls of Atonement, which they have done. They have done with more than 2 minutes to spare as well. A little bit slower than Miscount were in this dungeon, but not by much. Identity going to advance to a 132 point total. We'll have to see where they decide to go next. I do think that Streets is the most likely candidate for them, because the Dome at 23, that's already really good. The Gambit at 23, I mean, in theory, that goes to 24. We've seen Mandatory show it, but I think the 23 Streets makes sense first. And then you'd otherwise be looking at, like you said, the 23 Halls, or doing a 22 in Floodgate or Priory, which both of those are on the list of what might happen at Global Finals. But I think there are items higher on the checklist for this weekend.
Those are on our list of, speculatively timeable based on timer, right? Where we don't know what it looks like once you actually zone into that dungeon. I think that Eco-Dome Aldani 24 could, speculatively be doable because of timer, and maybe Gambit 25. I think that maybe there's a timer that's available there. Would either of those really be timeable, though? Probably not, right? You just start getting one shot by the Coastwalker Giant, and then you get kind of dominated by the Far Stalkers and Eco-Dome, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe it's not doable.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta be careful about extrapolating too much just based off the timer, because also a lot of the pulls that you set up in these dungeons are basically designed to be just barely not lethal, right? You're pulling as much as possible and dropping to almost dead. And if you go up a key level, it's not like you can go slower. It's not like you can do smaller pulls, but you still need to be able to find a way to survive those pulls that you were only barely surviving one key level down. You're just not surviving them on that next key level sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, there's also a critical mass of damage, right? With how CD focused specs are in the current game. I mean, okay, so look at this for Interrupt here in the top right. I think this is a good example of this. So Interrupt did their first pull of the dungeon. They pressed Bloodlust. They pressed all their offensive CDs. Ascendance is probably the most potent cooldown here. The next pull here, they're going to have all their offensive CDs available. They're going to have the Ascendance. They're going to have the Call of the Wild. They're going to have the Breath of Cinder Ghost with Pillar of Frost. You want to be pulling as big as possible. And whenever you go too many key levels too high, the triple cooldown stack, while it might in a 21, 100 to 0 the trash pack inside of your offensive CDs, on a 22 or a 23, it's less likely to do that just because the mobs end up with the exponential health scaling, just having more HP. So then you're fighting the pack or an extended period of time outside of your CDs, which ends up taking up a larger portion of your timer than it would on necessarily a key level lower.
Exactly, yeah. So, and it's not even just the timer implications as well. You might have a pack where it's like, yeah, technically we still survive the same amount of time on the 23 as we did on the 22 with the same cooldowns, but because that pack lives longer and that Coastwalker Goliath gets an extra stomp, right? Something like that happens.
That guy's a beast.
Now you don't have the cooldowns, right? Because all of you've used all your defensives at the pace that you were setting in the key level down. So yeah, there's multiple different vectors for the +1 key level moving from possible to impossible. But the way that the MDI goes with teams being this good is that to win, you often do need to do keys that everybody thought was impossible going into the weekend.
All right, I was fielding some questions during my break. One of the questions that we got was from Hey Space Camp. He asks, could you elaborate on why the meta comp is meta? Is it that it synergizes well between them or just their output? And I'm going to add an additional piece to this. What do you think is the difference between the third DPS slot whenever we see things like Arcane Mage versus Elemental Shaman versus Havoc, Retness?
Yeah, so I guess let's start with part one, which is like, why is this the meta comp?
Yeah.
There are some compositions where it's based off of synergy or synergy with the most broken spec, right? Like you play the best spec and then you are playing the specs that complement it most, right? Sometimes there's been seasons where it's like, yeah, we have this mage and therefore we're going to give it power infusion and blessing of autumn or whatever and make it super duper OP. This isn't really one of those seasons. I would say in a vacuum, you're playing the prot warrior off of its own strengths as just an extremely durable tank. You're playing the Resto Druid off of its own strengths as a great healer. And then the DPS spots are a little bit more flexible, but the BM Hunter, especially after the buff that it got a couple weeks into the season, is just really solid throughput, really great at doing a lot of jobs in the dungeons as well, right? Like you need somebody popping the Collapsing Star on Solia and Gambit. So
fading links in Priory or something, yeah.
Yeah, it slots in really nicely. And then the Frost DK as well it's not just really high damage, but it's really high durability. But it's not like there's an especially powerful synergy between those specs, besides that they're all great and that, there's a little bit of inherent synergy, I guess, in, the BM Hunter's great at doing a mechanic like Collapsing Star, and the DK is great at having somebody else do that mechanic and getting to stay in melee range. So there's a little bit of synergy there if you want to look at it that way. But for the most part, I think this isn't one of the seasons where there's a huge synergy that's causing the specs to be good. For the most part, these are just four great specs that taste great together. The fifth spec is that more open slot. So the Elemental Shaman, the Arcane Mage, the Havoc Demon Hunter we see in the different dungeons. There are some different strengths between those specs. I would say in a vacuum, it's probably the Ellie Shaman that I would want to bring just to a default dungeon. The Havoc DH has some really nice funnel damage, which means they do a lot of damage to a important single target that is surrounded by unimportant target dummies.
Yeah.
So if there's a dungeon like Arakara, for instance, where you often value that damage profile, the Havoc Demon Hunter really spikes in value. And then playing something like the Arcane Mage also has some of that strength. It's also just really good in streets in particular because you can blink out of the containment cell, you can ice block out of the containment cell, and that first boss tends to be the pivot point in Streets of Wonder. So for that reason, we've seen teams using the Arcane Mage usually in the last spot in Streets if they don't get it restricted by the spec variety rule, which some of our teams have. So I think we will see some of that potentially if Identity go back into the Streets next. That wouldn't surprise me if the Arcane Mage is there, but that's the reason why the comp is what it is this season.
Yeah.
But this isn't one of the seasons where this comp is 40% better than the next best thing. Swapping in the Prot Pally, swapping in a Resto Shaman, changing your DPS around as well, does not make the comp much worse this season. The balance is actually quite close.
It's funny, we were kind of having a conversation about Spec Variety Rule before we came on air, just talking about what does a good season look like in terms of Spec Variety Rule and what does a bad season look like in terms of Spec Variety Rule. And as funny as it sounds, it almost looks the exact same, where this season is one of the most well-balanced seasons. I think the War Within has actually had pretty decent balancing. Season 1 of the War Within, Enhancement Shaman, that spec was a little bit broken, but I think that this entire expansion has had okay balance, just compared to some of the other seasons that we've seen in the history of Mythic Plus, where we had God comp all of Dragon Fight. So, but I mean, even still, whenever you're looking at a tournament where the teams are trying to push the absolute keystone cap, yeah, things that are 0.1% better, even if it's just like, oh yeah, this feels better to play. That actually matters a whole lot in most of these situations here, where you are really trying to just optimize the absolute hell out of just what is the 0.1% keystone and what is the limit of this dungeon.
Yeah, it's something, comparing this to other esports, in most esports, and you could just imagine, like, if there was rock, paper, scissors, right? If you had a rock, paper, scissors tournament...
AWC, right?
Yeah, so let's say you had a rock, paper, scissors tournament, and rock was 5% stronger and just randomly won 5% of the time that you played against paper, even though paper was supposed to win. More people would play rock, but there's a self-balancing mechanism there where if that causes 50% of players to play rock, paper's going to spike up in popularity to counter that, right? And the meta does sort of self-correct, and it'll land on something like 38% rock, 29% of the other two, right? Like that would be what would happen if we had rock be slightly OP in rock, paper, scissors land. In MDI, that doesn't happen because the teams aren't playing directly against each other. They're playing against a dungeon. So if you had rock, paper, scissors, and rock randomly won 5% of the time, and you were doing dungeons with it instead of playing against another team, everybody would play rock, right? You'd have, if you had MDI format, 100% of good teams would be playing rock. Even if rock was 0.01% better, once that was discovered and confirmed, it would be 100% of the metagame or close to it if you are in a PvE dungeon situation. So that's why we can have a situation where the balance is as close as it is right now, and you will still see a huge amount of convergence towards this meta.
Yeah. And I mean, that's just like the nature of a PvE game as opposed to a PvP game, right?
Yeah, exactly. And with people being as good at multi-classing as they are, the benefits of comfort are they're real, like you said. But if these players, the world-class players, are typically good enough at these multiple different specs that, especially if they know in advance what they want to be preparing, they're able to do it and be as good as possible on it.
I mean, not to just talk about the Race to World First, but I remember for the longest time in the Race to World First, players would multi-class and you'd be like, oh my god. Isn't that crazy? Gingy can play 3 specializations at the same level. Yeah, that was a frontal incident. I think that Stoneborn Slasher was not supposed to get pulled for Leon, but it was like, oh my god, Gingy can play 3 different specs. Isn't that crazy? And it's just like now all of these players can just play, basically the entire cast of specs. And I mean, I was talking to some of the Liquid guys a little bit before coming into the season, talking about their spec coverage, because as it turns out, Boomy Wolf, Disco, and Ashawn all kind of favor melee and historically have favored melee, but at the same time, they needed to try to figure out who was going to be getting what in terms of spec coverage, and they were like, unless AUG was meta, we might have had a little bit of a trouble trying to figure out who was going to be playing what if AUG was meta. At the same time, we had coverage for pretty much everything else, and stuff like that makes sense. You just need to make sure that you have really good coverage and players who are super flexible at being able to play kind of everything.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that so many of these players are from these top guilds, and it's not even just like the Race to World First guilds, but I think it was Group B or Group C where randomly like 11 of the players were from the same World Top 10 guild. Right? Yeah, and it's one of those things where like if you want this level of multi-classing, being in a guild where you are just going to have an expert on that spec that you can ask about things and you can use to sort of Matrix style import all the expertise of the spec directly into your brainstem, that is super valuable, and it's one of the reasons why the top guilds are so well represented in the MDI. The other, of course, being that those tend to be the best and most committed players as well, just also already.
Yeah. Okay, Identity zoning into Ecodome Maldani coming out of the break here. We see that they are going for that 23rd point. I said Ecodome Maldani. Streets of Wonder. They're going for that 23rd point from that Streets of Wonder here, swapping into this Arcane Mage. They actually had a pretty fast 22 from memory. I'm really interested in seeing like how they are going to be able to perform. It looks like the fastest Streets right now is a 33.58. It looks like both Liquid and Miscount had a 33.58 in here.
Yeah, wow, that's impressively close timers, but as expected as well, we do see the Arcane Mage being deployed by Identity in this dungeon. Strong damage profile and very strong against the first boss being the huge reasons to be playing this class in here. Let's see how Identity decide to budget their Bloodlusts as well. First one's going to get used here 1 minute into the Keystone on this scary mini-boss pull. You can see the Arcane Mage actually getting zoned off of the cast a couple times here, but still being able to put out some pretty solid damage here, and again, a lot of priority damage. Interrupt dropping super low as they are in this trash section before Sir Braunpike. Oh my goodness, everybody's almost dead.
Is our tank dead?
Tank!
Somebody heal our tank. I think that he was single-digit HP for like 5 hits there.
Oh, and look at the debuff bar for Interrupt's tank there. That third icon, pretty hard to see at this distance, but I'm pretty sure that is the Dimensius Cheat Death Trinket being used by Interrupt's tank. So it's not a Cheat Death Trinket that everybody uses, because it is pretty high opportunity cost this season to play against the really strong throughput trinkets that are available for tanks, but it saved his life there.
What are most tanks playing? Ire and Antenna?
Yeah, so the Brand of Ceaseless Ire is extremely valuable for raw throughput this season. It's being used in north of 95% of Prot Warrior keys. The Astral Antenna, the Improvised Seaphorium Pacemaker, and even the Tome of Light's Devotion are often options as well. There are a couple of other things you can play as well. You can, if you want a defensive trinket, there's also the Ringing Ritual Mud, which is that tank trinket from, I believe, Floodgate.
It is from Floodgate,
gives you, yeah, it gives you a big absorb, or a big... Yeah, it absorbs a big amount of damage, also does some damage, and taking dot damage gives you cooldown reduction on it too, so in some dungeons you can press it pretty often.
It was good on Big Mama last season for Venge. I remember all the tanks ended up running in it last season on that boss, because their ability to be able to tank that jump start, or not jump start, the electrocharge tank hit was insane.
So I'm looking at some data from Archon of the top runs from... So in like 19s to 22s on live, there's a couple thousand runs in this data set, and it looks like a little bit over 1% are tanks using the all-devouring nucleus. 2% roughly of high keys from Prot Warriors are playing it. So it is a very niche pick there. Identity actually going to have a healer go down on this first boss. Are they going to be able to land the res? Yes, they are. So they're going to continue this, but their tank is also in danger, and actually it's going to be multiple deaths. It's going to be a reset for Identity. It's okay. It's near the start of the dungeon. But yeah, interesting choice there for Interrupt's tank to be playing that. I think this is the same tank that was playing it on Vengeance DH in the Gambit as well. At least there was one of our teams that was playing it on Vengeance DH in Gambit. It's a very defensive choice to be playing the all-devouring nucleus here, but I actually really like it. I think if you're looking at your timer and you don't think it's going to be within 5 seconds at the end of the dungeon, your tank giving up 2% DPS for a cheat death is a good trade.
It's not as good as a conventional
most
cheat
tanks
death,
are very
right?
reluctant to make, but I think it's going to increase your win rate.
I remember some of the commentary. I don't remember exactly what it does, but I remember some of the commentary coming in the season was that it wasn't as good as conventional cheat death, right?
Yeah, so it has this strange effect to it where when it procs, you do need to get healed back up afterwards, or else you'll still die. So basically, it procs, it saves you from death, and then it says, hey, make sure you go above like 70% health in the next 6 seconds, or else the death's going to come due. It also has this effect on it where it has a damage proc, but while the cheat death is on cooldown, the damage proc goes away. But on the other hand, most old cheat death trinkets just wouldn't have that damage proc ever, so it kind of gives you a little bit of a buyout that's like, hey, if you don't need the cheat death, I am going to do a little bit of bonus damage for you that a cheat death trinket wouldn't normally do. So I look at that as an upside, but some people do look at it as a downside on the trinket.
I remember as well, like, people were looking at the Reshi Wrap cloak, and they're like, I wish this was just a conventional cheat death, because I remember that was also some of the commentary based around that. So
the tank cheat death, the tank cloak has sort of a, whenever it procs, it gives you an absorb that, but it's a weird absorb. It's like a 20% ignore pain. So if you take 5 damage and you have that proc going, 1 of it's taken by your cloak and 4 of it's still going to go through to your health bar.
It is a massive absorb.
It's a yeah. So in addition to getting that random proc, it's when you drop low, you get a big version of that shield, and it actually does have a higher effectiveness as well. But it's still not a cheat death, right? It's people look at it, and it's weird because on your raid frame, it looks like a massive absorb, but you still can die through it. It's still possible for that to happen, and it does happen, so you can't... You, as a healer, you kind of need to unlearn the muscle memory of, like, yeah, my tank is at 20% with a 100% HP absorb shield on them. They're fine. It's like, no. They can still die if they take another 40% of their health and damage.
Something I just noticed for Identity is they've actually unlocked a new race class combo. Their Resto Druid, he's playing an Orc. Tianzu's on a Orc Resto Druid.
Wow, Loktar.
Loktar Ogar. I mean, not even a possible combination.
What?
But Tianzu Orc. See it?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I got baited by a second because my brain was catching up. I was like, hang on, orcs can't be druids. But yeah, okay, you're looking at the name.
He named himself that. I saw wherever he named himself that. I saw whenever he died earlier. I was like, why is he named that?
Very interesting name. I do like the names that are just straight up lies. That's always one of my favorite genres of MDI character name.
I remember for MDI for a while, the meta was just like name yourself like the wrong race. Just it was be like
yeah. My favorite as well was when
like
every mage was Doctor, because like in honor of Dr. J, it was like Dr. Wolf Disco.
Dude, Dr. Wolf Disco is the biggest bait ever. And then everybody goes, "Is that Dr. J?"
Yeah, that I'm not going to name names, but it's definitely caught me by surprise a couple times. I've had a couple of wrong sentences on cast as a result, which you gotta respect it. I respect the hustle. I respect the troll.
Dr. J goes down. Wait a minute, that's Wolf Disco. What is he doing?
Yeah, it's nice though. Sometimes it's show of respect as well from these players for the legends of their classes and their specs. So always,
do you think
it's fun.
a
It's a nice
sign
little
of
bit of
respect?
self-expression.
Or do you think it's trolling? I think
It can be both. It can be a little bit of both.
Okay.
In my culture, trolling is the highest form of respect.
Yes, of course.
All right, the boss pulled now by identity. Hopefully this time they're going to be able to avoid those deaths that end up resetting them here. Although, if you go into Streets of Wonder and you wipe for 30 minutes on the first boss, and then you kill the boss, that's probably still a good trade, right? You're probably at the 23 level. That's probably still fine.
So the crux of this dungeon, the hard part of this dungeon, is by far the first boss. The first 6-7 minutes ish is by far the most difficult. Stop. By
6,
far the
7.
most difficult.
Well, you can't even see me. My camera's not even on.
You literally laughed. You actually laughed. I heard you laugh, and you stunned me.
It's a funny combo of numbers. What can I say?
No, it is not. I don't.
It's inherently funny.
I'm literally a boomer. So if the 6 to 6.5 minute marker here, if you can make it through the 6.5 minute marker, as long as you convert that first run on the 23 to a timed key, you could take 30 minutes in this first area, and it's pretty reasonable. As long as your back, 75% of this dungeon is automatic, and it should be. It should be way, way, way easier than the first, 6 or so minutes.
Yeah, it highlights this interesting phenomenon in MDI where if you could be 10% consistent at the first boss and 100% in the rest of the dungeon, you're actually expected to time this key much more quickly than a team that was, say, 30% consistent at this boss, but then only 50% consistent at the rest of the dungeon, because it's just going to lose you way more time if you end up wiping on Soasmi than wiping an extra even 10 times on this first boss here. Maybe not 10 times, but it's on that order of magnitude between those two.
Okay, looks like a 6-10 marker is what Missed Count ended up having on the Zofex split in their run. So I said earlier that I thought that Liquid and Missed Count had the exact same time. As it turns out, Missed Count were 2 seconds faster than Liquid in the Streets of Wonder.
Okay. A huge lead, a 2-second lead. I actually, given how strong our teams have looked, I wouldn't be surprised if Global Finals is decided by 2 seconds or less, actually. I think these teams are all shaping up to be so close that could be a possibility, but probably more than 2 seconds, but maybe not much more. Liquid
and Missed Count both had a 6:08 first boss split.
Wow, okay. So Identity are on pace to be a little bit slower than that.
It's a 3:26 kill time.
How did that... I guess we're going to get a second set of cooldowns here in a second. We're going to get a Surge and then a Soul and Execute with the funnel here. So the Mage is just going to ascend here in a moment, even though they're not playing Shaman.
I think that we've had some situations where if your DK gets targeted too many times, they can actually get containment celled, especially starting at this Keystone level, because now they actually have to press their AMS versus the impound contraband ability, right? Which takes away your weapon and it can one-shot you. So I think as long as you avoid your DK getting selected 3 times in a row, you should be fine. Ooh, Interrupt having some deaths to some Divine Tolls in top right.
Yeah, not great for Interrupt. Are they still okay on the timer here, even now having had 3 deaths in this run? I think yes, but the room for error has shrunk to almost 0. In the meantime, up in the top left, it is that Soul in Execute in funnel situation for the Mage. The Mage just ascending on the damage meters up into first place now on those DPS meters, and you can see this boss is just absolutely melting. That soul is now over, but the boss is low enough that they should be able to finish this before too much more happens. And yeah, Identity, they're going to be a little bit slower than Miscount in this dungeon, but not by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting up a very similar time to where Mandatory were on this first boss split. Mandatory put up a 6:26. For Identity here, this is an acceptable time to be looking to time the key. Maybe they won't take the world record tag here, but I mean, they're looking good, and they're through the hard part of the dungeon, and that's what we were kind of talking about earlier, was being able to convert your runs that are out of this first 6 minutes into a timed keystone.
Exactly, yeah. That's going to be the vital part. Actually, and both Identity and Interrupt are in that position now where they're through the hard parts of their respective dungeons mostly, although Interrupt, I would say the trash section here of Priory is also the hard part. The first part of trash and then the very last part of trash are, I think, the hardest parts here. You can actually see
right
a Purification Beam is going to delete their healer from the game there, from 100 to 0 in 2 ticks.
You needed to, instantly meld that. I didn't see if his meld was available on the moment that the mob targeted him, but it was definitely available as he died. This pull is incredibly dangerous because you do end up having 2 of those purifiers up. The Elemental Shaman and that Restoration Druid are very susceptible to dying just to this purifier's beams. On top of that as well, you have 3 caster mobs, which you have to do you have to apply the Shaman, the DK, and then the Warrior plus Hunter combo to specific ones, and the healer actually can't kick in this pull because of what's going on with the damage intake from the Purifier. Oh, the Purifier actually ends up getting healed by that previous mob as it went down. That's why you want to focus down those mages, because if you end up accidentally killing off one of those mobs at a differing time, then you end up with a situation where one of them just ends up getting healed up. It is going to be blowing up here momentarily as it reaches 30% HP. Oh, they're actually wiping. They depleted the timer.
Okay, they looked at the timer, I think, and were like, yeah, we're toast.
This is over.
Yeah, I saw just a cat running at Sir Braunpike. I was like, that's a brave cat right there. But it was indeed a wipe called for Interrupt. So dungeon timer just got a little prohibitive for them, and maybe that last surge of light healing from one of the light spawns was the nail in the coffin for Interrupt. But they are going to have to reset and go again in this dungeon. And this is tough because they are 3 points behind Identity. They need to be putting these points on the board, especially if you look at Identity now having gotten past that first boss in the streets, potentially being on track to get the 133rd point here.
Yeah. We are getting a full screen here of Identity, as I think most of our other teams are on a break currently, or maybe Interrupt's going to be zoning back into a dungeon here momentarily. This is looking good. I mean, Identity, you saw their Hunter there. He pre-dropped a freezing trap, allowing himself to not get bled by those cats as they leap off of this cart. Identity going for a very aggressive chain, even pulling these core hounds into the dire horn and these frenzied cats. And so, it's going to be 15 seconds saved here just by making sure that you're not playing these mobs solo.
Yeah, fighting on top of this cart here as well does help make that dire horn do basically nothing. The cats are a little bit less consistently controlled up there, though. You can see they were still jumping out, hitting people in the group. Yeah, actually, Tianzu nearly going down as that nasty bleed is still going to tick there. Another one of those bleeds does go out onto the mage, but the ice cold is going to counter those first ticks and mute its lethality a little bit.
This is why everybody's a dwarf, right?
Yeah.
This is...
This and the fact that Shadow Meld Potion exists now, most of the time, so in previous MDIs, we would see a lot of dungeons where everybody sort of felt forced to play Night Elf. Even if there's just one good meld, it was better than everything else you could do, right? Now, if there's one good meld, you just hit it with the meld pot, you give up one combat pot, and then you get to play Dwarf for every other bleed in the whole dungeon.
I have an idea of how we can eliminate Elemental Shaman from the meta. If you bring back Prideful, and Shadow Meld is required, Elemental Shaman falls out of favor.
Yeah, it's the Ele Shaman. At least you've always got Ankh as a defensive if you need it. It's always there.
Yeah, I also think that Dwarf is really valuable in the first area. I think it's the Spark casters maybe that put that dot onto players, and you pull packs with 2 or 3 of those Spark caster mobs. That dot is just absolutely brutal on the 23 Keystone level. I'm not shocked that we're playing triple Dwarf on our DPS, and the Resto Druid just is responsible for dispelling himself.
Yeah, that's very, very scary. Very scary.
Dude.
The entire dungeon really as well is just... It's so tough as well because at this key level, your defensives are often pre-planned, which means you don't get to use them reactively when you're randomly targeted by stuff.
I will say one of the things about casting the the Chinese region is the fact that I can't tell exactly what the mobs are all the time. I'm just kind of going off instinct. Those mobs are not spark casters, as it turns out. They are specialists. They put the glyph of restraint on you, which is the slow, but the dot that's attached to that glyph of restraint is brutal.
Yeah, I remember that one. Is that one of the ones you can like freedom off if you need to? But of course, I guess they don't really have a good access to that.
Freedom pet, I guess, but
yeah, realistically though, that's not how you want to handle that.
Yeah, that's a dwarf insta first tick.
Yeah,
get the thing off of me immediately. And yeah. All right, so identity. Let's pull up some timers for second boss. Grand Menagerie was killed off at 13:28 for missed count, and for Liquid it was killed off at 13:49.
Okay, how's the pace looking here?
So it was a 4-minute 5-second. It was a 4-minute 5-second to a 4-minute 30-second boss kill here. So 2.5 minutes, extrapolating that forward. You know, they're looking to be about 30 seconds behind. So similar pace to where they were behind on the first boss split. So you know, they're maintaining that 30-second, not lead. You know, being behind that 30-second marker.
Ping's coming out in melee here, really trying to, I think, indicate... Oh, it was... I see, okay. It looked like there may have been a good like pet misdirect combo to help get the newest boss in without having to move the the big robot there that's stuck in its death animation for a little... Look at that. Look at
He actually... What's going on? He actually is stuck in his death animation. So... This is good by identity here. Look, so with the geometry of the room, those balls actually get stuck in the corner, which allows... You see the DK right there. He's got the buff. He walks into that corner, able to immediately grant himself a 20 stack of that damage amp. And that's why killing that boss in the corner there is so very valuable. It also allows you to not have to dodge out of the way of as many orbs, which is obviously good for things like the Arcane Mage Beastmaster. I don't really care too much. But... it allows you just getting the 20 stacks of that buff immediately, and as long as you pass the buff to not your tank or your healer here, very smart strategy by identity. That's why the entire team wasn't hitting that what's her name? Ginza Gold Fuse, I believe.
I want to say Vesna, but I don't know for sure. Hang on, Menagerie.
Vinza Gold Fuse. Here we
Venza.
go.
Okay. Close.
Yes, Vinza Gold Fuse. That's the reason that none of the teammates were hitting Vinza Gold Fuse early, because that misdirection and getting that robot killed off in the corner is so valuable.
Yeah, you can see just the much cleaner room than you'll often see in here, but it is going to be a 14-12 on the boss going down for identity. How does that compare? That's good. That's a good pace, right?
It's 30 seconds slow. I mean, so they were 30 seconds slow in the first boss split. So, oh, look at this different route. So they're playing a different route than what most of the other Western teams played. They're actually continuing on with this portal setup that they had in the 22s.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that the route has stayed the same as the key level goes up. It does mean that the skip here is very safe by comparison as well. They're going to get right into this mailroom pull.
Kind of a question I have is doing it like this faster? Because a lot of teams actually, it's because it's bloodlust consideration, where a lot of teams I think were pressing their bloodlust on the mini boss, where now
yeah, but look at the timer here. It's 15 minutes into the dungeon, which means no matter what, you're only getting 2 more lusts anyways. You can't get a third lust here. Like, you would need to be pulling the mini boss at like 13 minutes on the clock, and then you'd be able to barely squeeze out an extra lust.
Where's the lust?
Yeah, looking at this timer, I mean, you don't have much pressure to press this lust now. You can do it anytime in the next 5 minutes and still get it at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah. I mean, I think the real thing that you're going to want it for is Soasmi on pull. That's like the only thing that's super valuable from here on out. You know, I think we've seen every different Bloodlust under the sun, where some teams were playing like an Enforcer with Zofar and pressing Bloodlust on that. Some players were just playing Peacekeepers with Zofar and pressing Bloodlust on that. Identity electing to save it, not even pressing it on this Overseer plus double mail trash pull. Now the question kind of shows up, where are they going to press it? Because I think that the next most valuable pull is Postmaster. I don't really think you press it on Mize's Oasis. That doesn't really make sense, but I don't know where they're going to press it.
Yeah, this is not it's not clear to me either. I mean, I wonder if you could ever just go and fight the Postmaster with Lust right now, and then do Mize's Oasis as sort of a Lust recovery section.
This chain feels a little bit weird. I'm gonna be honest. Like, you're bringing these male elementals with you the entire time. Is this fast? There's kind of this thing where if you chain like this, you just like lose so much damage in the process of chaining because you're like losing pet damage and whatnot.
The junk mail as well is free casting from that male elemental. Look at the mage health drops super low. They are able to finish off that male elemental, but yeah, I wonder if this is actually going to be faster, especially when you factor in how lethal that was there for a second there, how much danger there was of somebody going down.
This is crazy. They're doing triple Oasis RP trash together with Bloodlust. I don't think we've ever seen a team do this. They were literally just letting Cherry solo do the event, not hitting the trash mobs, just continuing to whittle down those male elementals as they chained them out, and going for the Bloodlust here.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. They are going to get the Lust on pull on Soasmi with this timing, which is valuable. It's better to get it on pull than at the end of that boss, especially with the way the divides work.
I think this is fast. Like, I'm pretty sure what they've just done with this Bloodlust, not necessarily just the Bloodlust itself. If the Bloodlust enables this, all right, fine. But the way that they set up that RP where they did all three of those packs at the exact same time, that felt very quick. And we did end up seeing Cherry on that Protection Warrior running off to the side. I bet he's going to snap some mobs into the Mises Oasis room. We've actually seen that time and time again where it's like muscles and strong arms, like mobs that don't really do too much, getting snapped into this boss room. Occasionally we see Peacekeepers and Sparkcasters. Well, those mobs are less great to snap into this boss room for obvious reasons where they like shield mobs and whatnot. So this boss actually getting pulled is limited by Cherry's ability to be able to get back in this room as quickly as possible and picking up his instrument.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting for that for a second here. Meanwhile, Phoenix Gang Media in the bottom right are experiencing a wipe and reset as they've decided to go to the 22 in the Streets of Wonder as their next dungeon after putting the 21 halls on the board. And Lu Yun in the bottom left looks like resetting a halls once more. But we are also going to be resetting here on the caster desk. Which of us are casting? It's not going to be me anymore. It's going to be Makes.
Yep, that's right. Thank you so much, Dratnos. And honestly, what a cool thing to come back to. We've seen this dungeon in the rotation so many times at this point, and Tazavesh still lends itself to new surprises. Very cool tech coming out from Identity here.
I mean, this poll, so the trash mobs that they did end up gathering, it is a Muscle, a Smuggler, and a Wise Guy. That is the 3-pack that they ended up gathering. It looks like the Wise Guy, which is the mob that ends up casting the Hyperlight Bolt in the retreat, it appears to be marked with that skull in the top right-hand corner of the screen and caught in that sheet.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. I'm very excited to see where that kind of puts them on the end of dungeon timer, because my initial feelicraft is that looked really fast. However, sometimes that can be wrong, right? So I'm a little bit scared to lock that in, but it did feel like it was very fast. We're going to be seeing where they actually end up. For now, it will be the Oasis being dealt with here for them. We have started that boss fight and will be chewing through it for quite some time now. We did see some teams maybe take 1 or 2 puddles that they shouldn't have, and there is an issue actually for Identity as their healer and their DK go down. That is a problem because those are your CR classes. Hopefully somebody else has a jumper cable to bring them back to life. Yes, they do. We saw the mage cast it. Healer is back up, but dies again immediately. Their DK did get rest. Now, hopefully that DK can pull up the runic power. Yep, rest is out. Now, final release. That was all of their battle rests. 3 deaths on the overall counter. Tragedy just barely avoided for Identity.
He loses his damage amp here, too. I mean, the frowny face debuff that you end up getting here, whenever you jump through those targets on the ground, the DK losing those, that is a massive damage loss for him. It's going to make actually pushing this shield for Identity much more challenging, and it feels like things are starting to fall apart a little bit. Losing an additional 30 seconds off their timer, we knew that they were going to have only around a minute to spare in totality. Now losing 45 seconds to that, they are going to be very close up against the end of this timer.
Yeah, now that skews our comparison of how fast this route is, which makes me quite upset, to be honest. I really wanted to know that. But the bigger picture for them is, can they keep this run alive? So we'll need to keep an eye on that as they are getting through it. Still a couple of bosses they will need to down. Thankfully, most of the trash due to that pull has been done. In the meantime, we're seeing something. I don't know if you and Draddy were talking about that already, but Phoenix Gang Media have also ported into that streets, and I was begging for that streets yesterday. I was saying it's so cool if you play the streets and you can play Arcane, and it's very fun because that class is just, or that spec is just so good in that dungeon. However, Phoenix Gang Media are not playing an Arcane Mage. They are playing a Frost Mage. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Frost Mage... Is it worse than the Arcane Mage? Yes. At the same time, I think that breaking out of containment cells in the first boss yields itself a much better timer gain, survivability gain, to the point where you would probably play any mage specialization in the streets, assuming that, they could deal appropriate amounts of damage, just because the value that they gain on the first boss is way higher than any other replacement level DPS.
Yeah, it could be a comfort pick to an extent as well, right? We don't know for sure, but maybe they were just like feeling more comfortable on that Frosty K. Phoenix Gang Media as one of our two teams that are playing some optimal specs anyhow. So I'm not surprised to see yet another surprise come out from them here as they are dealing with these streets. Now they're in fight with that first boss as well, so we'll take a look how that goes. In the meantime, Interrupter back in their 21, which we did see them here move through this dungeon quite far earlier today. They were in that last boss room, and then it all went wrong. They're back. Hopefully this time they can get through it cleanly.
Identity are on world record pace in here.
Are they?
Yeah.
With those 3 deaths.
Yes, even with the 3 deaths. I'm not subtracting the 45 seconds out of it. I think it's that Bloodlust pull. That's crazy. That Mize's Oasis triple RP pack together with the Bloodlust, that just yielded them such an insane time gain. Apparently, they were around 35 seconds or so slow coming out of Menagerie, but now they are 10 seconds ahead of world record pace, even with 45 seconds worth of death differential.
All right, they'll get one more Bloodlust in this dungeon. Right now, they are dealing with the Postmaster. They can basically go boss to boss here from the Oasis to the Postmaster. They will need to do one more trash pack. I believe it's so far. As their Hunter goes down, they don't have a battle rest. They don't have a chance to pick that Hunter back up. That's their run. If they play this with 2 DPS, it's chalked. There's no way they're going to be finding enough damage for this.
Yeah, I mean, this is completely over. They're going to have to reset, but...
we get to see that pull again.
While I think that resetting very unfortunate for them, at the same time, I think that the Identity has a real chance at a world record run in the Streets of Wonder. This strategy that they are deploying in this place is absolutely insane. So, I'm a fan. I'm a huge fan in here.
Oh, I'm very eager to see that again. So we'll need to keep a special eye on them. It's right after the Menagerie that they do that, right?
Yeah, it's no, it's right before the Menagerie.
Okay.
Yeah, they set up the portal network, then they do a skip towards the mailroom, and then they do the mailroom pull, chain that into triple Oasis RP pack, and that is where they actually gain a ton of time.
I can feel the stare from our Western competitors loading into the stream right now as people have pinged them saying, I think Identity is cooking in the streets.
They're not.
I am so sure that people are taking note of this very soon.
It's like, I don't think they're actually doing anything especially insane. I think that their route's going to yield them like a 32-30-ish, maybe like a 33-minute run, which will end up being like 30 seconds faster than the current world record run for streets.
I think that is relevant. I think on the highest key level, like a 30 seconds are actually a pretty big deal in a world where time tiebreaker exists, and we've seen teams be between each other within a 5-second differential. 30 seconds can be a lot.
Yeah, I don't think that they're doing anything that's like crazy. Like the portal network is kind of whatever. It's like its allocation of the Bloodlust and doing all 3 of those RP packs at the exact same time is not something that anybody was really going for in the West, and so I think that is where most of their time is gained.
All right, Well, we'll keep an eye on it. They are back in that 23. Of course, they need to get through that first area first. And we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, 2 restarts. We saw Liu Yun actually kept wiping in this Halls of Atonement. It just hasn't gone their way, and we have moved on quite far into our tournament day. I need to be a little bit careful because we started an hour early, so everything is a little bit different now, but we're like halfway through, right? Like 2 and nearly a half hours of our tournament day has concluded, and they're still in the dungeon that we gave them today, and they are not working on the final level yet that we've seen other teams put up, which would be that 22. It's starting to look real dire for Liu Yun.
I mean, I feel like for Liu Yun and for Phoenix Game Media, they're starting to slip further and further behind. Every single time that Interrupt has an attempt at this 21 priority Sacred Flame that goes deeper and deeper, you have to start feeling bad for them, where, you know, it starts to progressively end up in a situation where Liu Yun and Phoenix Game Media are only battling versus one another and instead not battling to make it into global finals.
Well, the good news is those 2 teams were hoping on the downfall of Interrupt, and it happened once before. It could happen again in this 21 priority, so we'll need to keep an eye on them, how they're dealing with this dungeon. Currently, they are on track, I believe, as they are dealing with Brawl
Liu Yun with the death. Liu Yun with another wipe.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's gonna be another reset.
From bad to worse for them. I mean, they're at 124 points. I don't think they're solidified for 4th place, obviously, because we still have a decent amount more competition day left. But you have to worry that this is waning on their mental a lot, right? They already had an uphill battle compared to Phoenix Game Media coming into today, and they're still just like making large mistakes at the beginning of a 21 Halls of Atonement.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they're unable to put up that 22, just in general, that's already bad news. But then the fact that they are spending so much time trying to put up the 21, and they're not getting into other dungeons where they might be able to get an easier plus point, it's just really hurting their position in the tournament right now. And of course, they are still all playing for prize money. There is difference between 3rd and 4th place that is not irrelevant for our teams here that they will need to look into. And while Phoenix Gang Media, of course, has their target right in front of them and Interrupt, Liu Yun has their target in Phoenix Gang Media with how points are setting up right now.
It's crazy that you call it an easy point, meanwhile they have Resilient 20 unlocked. Like, just for context, like that is already...
Well, in the world of MDI, yes.
Yes, of course. I think that's kind of it's something that we as casters kind of gloss over sometimes, just how much different it is, right? There's levels to this where it's just like, man, they are in a 21. Like, they were trying to prog a 21. What in the world's going on?
Yeah. I mean, that's 100% sure. It's not us that they're compared to, though, right? It's the other teams. And the other teams are looking mighty fine out of the CN region, which, honestly, I know we've been talking about it a lot this weekend, but I'm quite excited about that. Last season, there was a little bit of a lackluster performance, a little bit of a suboptimal tournament day out of PGM, who qualified to the last global finals. And this time around, I mean, these teams are looking crazy. Identity and Interrupt both have played really, really well this tournament day.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that last season, Stamp and Green Player felt like they were kind of on the cusp of coming in like that 5-6 range. They ended up coming in 7th, 8th, but the competition was very fierce last time. And I feel like for Identity and Interrupt here, like both of these 2 teams, while we don't know the 2 qualifiers yet, they have looked really, really strong so far. I think that Interrupt, obviously they look worse than Identity, but Identity looked kind of on pace with teams like Mandatory and Holy Method even.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'm curious, if we can theory craft a little bit. Of course, it's been a while since we saw Holy Method. It's been a while since we saw Miscount and Scaffolding. So I'm kind of curious how much these teams picked up in the group weekends that were happening, like Group B and C, and of course the week now where the AWC finals happened. There's always a big jump between what teams are capable of in the group weekends to our eyes and what they're capable of once we actually go into the global finals. And I suspect there's going to be a lot of action there that nobody here wants to miss, as we do have a death on Identity's DK. Nothing too bad here, but yeah, if you don't want to miss the global finals in MDI, they're happening this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, at your regular MDI starting time, which is 7 p.m. CET, and whatever we say in PST. I don't know the PST times.
Starts at 10 a.m. PST.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tattles.
Right, noon yeehaw time.
Is that what it's called?
Yep, yeehaw time. Everybody knows what I mean. All right, it's gonna be a wipe here for Identity. They ended up having a DK go down. Now they're with a couple more deaths. So Mage actually struggling to be able to die to these spinning blades, which is crazy that he took so long to die to the spinning blades. Because if I ever get ticked by them, I just immediately get 100 zeroed. Really makes you think. This is acceptable though. Like I think that Dragon and I were covering about this earlier. Like resets within the first 6 minutes of this dungeon are something that are planned. The goal though is to be automatic on the remainder of the key though. Once you make it through the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to do on a key as high as basically all of the keys that we are seeing. I kind of want to lock in a little bit on Interrupt. So I was obviously on break. I didn't see everything, but how did their previous 21 fall apart as their tank is struggling to live here? Was it that, or was it just the classic Brompike and Friends explosions just wiping a team? What went wrong the last time, Tuttles?
So it was a combo of bad timer, and then things started to go maybe a little bit awry here. In the last couple areas, it wasn't anything that was like big. Their Brawn Pike timer, just in general, is pretty slow. At a 20-30, you were hoping to have like a 19-something. So they're already going to be up against the timer. And then they had the those mobs right there. They ended up healing one another. The double light spawns ended up healing one another.
Yeah.
In this next pull that they're going to be doing. So setting this up, Interrupt has probably the most difficult trash pull, or this maybe one of the most difficult trash pulls remaining here. It's that double light spawn, and it's going to be triple mage. So you're going to want to focus down one of the mages. You're going to have to make sure that you rotate CC and get kicks. But the light spawn purification beam, that is going to be something that is going to be very, very deadly for Interrupt here. And they need that pat in a good position to be able to kind of deal with it. On top of that, one of the reasons that this is the most difficult pull, you don't press your Bloodlust on it, and you don't press your offensive CDs on it. So you were just basically doing this entire pull natty. So it's very, very dangerous for Interrupt here. They need to make sure that they get their round of kicks. So it's going to be Shaman, DK, Warrior kicking first. Then they're going to throw 3 rounds of CCs. Then it's going to be Hunter, Shaman, DK kicking the next round of kicks. At some point as well, we also do have the Warrior interrupting Shout to be able to be thrown in there as well. That can actually alleviate some of those CCs because that interrupt does put the mobs on the spell lockout.
So good news, one of the first beams actually did go on to our DK, which is our preferred target for those purification beams, because you can just press AMS and chill. Second one, though, on our Hunter, again, he already had one of the first 2 ones, as well as on our Healer, so not the most ideal target.
Now.
Yeah, we are getting through this pull, but I believe the first mage hasn't died yet, so you're still trying to get that one down to make sure the interrupts will be manageable.
So Shaman and Resto Druid are by far the most in danger specs here. We had another Purification Beam go on the Hunter. He slams down that Feign Death. You can pre-AMS and Feign Death those Purification Beams every single time. It looks like our Death Knight is also playing Night Elf, so he can actually meld those Purification Beams off on him as well.
I think he did on the first one, yeah.
We had like 0 damage taken by those light spawns, but you do see they did not kill those light spawns at the exact same time. So one of them was channeling the Purification Beam, ends up not proccing that death animation, and for Interrupt, now they end up having to hit through 50, probably like 20% of that light spawn's HP just by itself. And this is what ended up costing them another 30 seconds in that previous attempt, which put them over the line for not being able to time this key.
Yeah, and it's looking like it might be shaped in a similar way for them here in this 21 priority. We're going to be seeing once they actually do get this light spawn low enough, to actually finish itself off. They are on the way. 6 minutes, 30 seconds left on the overall dungeon timer. They need to get through this trash that you're seeing right now. Bloodlust is going to be helping with that, but still a lot of lethality lies in this pack with every single death on these soldiers, I think they're called. And then they also need to pull the entire boss, which takes some time. It is a 21 priority. That dungeon scales a little bit crazy, and they will need some time to push the boss into phase, then deal with that shield, and then deal with the second phase. Interrupt have their work cut out for them. I believe if they can get to the boss with like maybe 4 minutes on the clock still, I think I would still feel okay.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty dangerous here. You're going to have those light expulsions coming off of this footman that you were kind of calling out earlier. And as long as those are able to get CC'd right on time... Oh, we actually saved the AMZ. I actually like to save on the AMZ here. Because Sir Brawn Pike, he does also explode whenever he ends up dying. But the Resto Druid from Interrupt able to keep all players very, very healthy. These light expulsions should not even cause a singular problem here. And it's just going to be that Footman plus Priest pack going into Murprey at 5 minutes and 14 seconds. They should be around a minute under on their timer, if not maybe even a little bit more. So,
yeah, it depends on how much damage we can channel. I am happy about this timer for now, but of course that means any death could change this scenario drastically. They need to be careful, and there is a lot of danger still in these casts. We've seen some Smite cast kill players previously in this tournament, in this group weekend. So that is something they will need to look out for, as well as, of course, all the general mechanics of the boss. You need to deal with the laser, you need to deal with the look away mechanics, whereas the DK, of course, can just slam AMS and chill. And they also need to deal with the additional trash there that Priest is still casting. They need to get those interrupts on, and I believe there's also still a mage in there that they will also need to interrupt. So a lot to manage for the team, but they have it in the name. Interrupt is what they want to do here in this tournament. Jeez. Hopefully they can live up to it.
Interrupt is what they want to do. Good comms.
Yeah. They literally named themselves that.
I don't know what's worse between interrupt and mandatory in terms of caster vocabulary, where we just end up being like, oh, yep, this is it.
I want a team to be called the Backle or Spectacle. I think both of these words are really great, and I would like it if a team was called that.
Frontal or Backle, I think both would be pretty good, yes.
No, not that. We do have a death there for PGM. They did lose their Demon Hunter is back with the group now as they're working on this 22. And Identity in the top left corner are getting closer and closer to finishing out that first boss. So that is where we'll need to start looking towards them once they're actually on their way towards the menagerie. But Interrupt on the shield phase. 3 minutes, 22 seconds left to go. 1 minute 48 are they in fight for now. I think we're going to be on the good end of the timer, but I think any death that it could get pretty sketchy.
They do 3 battle rests. I think they're okay. This end phase should only be about 2 minutes from what I've seen from some of our other top teams. But yeah, like you said, any interrupt, especially with how powerful offensive CDs are this season, if you end up dying on your cooldowns, you just lose everything. Like, you lose all of your damage for the next few minutes. Identity in the top left, they are actually able to down the raid boss. Raid boss down 631. First boss split, very similar to what we saw during their first attempt on this dungeon that got pretty deep. I'm a little bit surprised that they're pacing at a 631, considering our top teams were around 6 minutes. I wonder what the 30 seconds of differential is in this first split. But as we saw from Identity, the middle section, that's really where they kind of pick up the pace. At the same time, if they can actually shave 30 seconds off this first boss split in the future going to global finals, that would be a huge deal for them.
So what it could have been, and I was mostly looking at Interrupt, so I didn't pay too much attention to it, but what it could have been is unfavorable targets on the containment selves, right? So ideally, if you are blessed by the Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, you know, then you can just get favorable spawns on these containment cells and get it on classes that can get rid of it in a pattern where it also makes sense for them to utilize their spells that they can get rid of it with. Now, if that didn't happen, if it chose a class that either had used the ability to get out of it twice in a row or something like that, then it can mean that you spent a lot of time just DPSing down that containment cell to make sure nobody dies to it. And that can easily be 30 seconds on this boss fight just because of how much of a raid boss it is and how much damage you're losing there. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe something didn't go favorably there for Identity.
Yeah. I mean, some teams are also willing to do insanely aggressive chains. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you saying?
No, you're good. Interrupt did time their key. So the 21 Priory has been achieved. I was surprised they went there in the first place. I was talking to Dratnos a little bit about it, saying like, we probably really want to prioritize the 23 dungeon since highest key is a tiebreaker. But they said, nope, we're actually going to be, we're going to be doing the Priory first. And so now we'll hopefully see them get into one of the 23s. Otherwise, I'd be very surprised by what they're doing actually. Which of these would you choose, Tettles?
I think that they're going to, if they want to win the weekend, they need a ton of points, right? Like, so for me, between 23 Gambit, 23 Ecodome, that doesn't really worry me too much. They're going to actually have to go and do this 23 Streets. It seems fairly likely. So assuming that Interrupt picks any of the three of those, I would really be on board with it. They need the points, though. And then for them as well, they're kind of just hoping that Identity just gets locked in the Streets of Wonder, and they're unable to time it. They just have really late depletes over and over again, praying for like Soasmi wipes or Mize's Oasis wipes. That's kind of the hate watching special that's available here for Interrupt. But they're gonna need to be able to time the Ecodome, the Gambit, and the Streets to be able to win the weekend, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so as well. I if I was them, I'd go into the Ecodome because they already showed that they can do it. They just had something unfortunate happen to them at the penultimate pack. So I would prefer if they went in there just to show that they can do it. But here's Identity setting up prior to the Menagerie. That's not the poll you were talking about.
No. It's the poll that's prior to Oasis. That's the one that we're looking at. So this is fairly standard, grabbing the Sparkcaster and the Peacekeeper. Sparkcaster mobs, they kind of do nothing. The Peacekeepers are like almost like a do not pull mob. They're kind of as annoying as the Footmen are in Priory of the Sacred Flame, where they just like nullify your damage whenever they put up that shield. On top of the fact that you really want to be in melee of them so they don't charge you over and over again. But also, being in melee of them restricts what you're able to do. But we do have a glimpse in the top right-hand corner of the screen of where Interrupt is going, kind of like you were shouting out. They went into Ecodome Aldani yesterday at the end of the day, trying to get that timed on the 23 with some of the overtime window period. Unfortunately, we're unable to be able to get that down. Now they are back in that Ecodome. Do you think this was kind of what you expected?
Yeah, so for anybody that maybe missed it at the end of yesterday, they looked really good on the timer in this dungeon. They also didn't have too many retries. A lot of teams, they go into the Ecodome and they wipe in the first area, they wipe in the second area, they wipe in the second boss area, and it's just like they kind of fight their way through it, and it doesn't look all too consistent. For Interrupt, the story was a bit different. Like, they had one or two do-overs, but then they looked really solid, and they got really far into the dungeon. Their timer was good, their pacing was good, they only needed basically the 2 trash packs that are right before Soulscribe. And then, unfortunately, some casts went through, and that killed the entire team. They didn't have enough time to release and redo, because obviously at 23, you're not going to have that time. And so they had to pour it out, but they definitely showed that they have the potential to do it. So I really like this out of them. For reiteration, out of our 6 teams from the Western region that have played and qualified to the global finals, only 3 of them put a 23 Ecodome on the board. That's a massively impressive dungeon that not many of our teams were willing to go into. So the fact that we've seen it from Identity already, and we've seen Interrupt nearly do it, gets me very giddy.
All right. Looking around the horn here. We got Phoenix Game Media. Oh my god, with a tank death to the Garrote looking debuff from the, I think it's like Chain... Oh. Letter Opener by the Post Workers. That is the tank. It's like a stacking tank buster dot, taking down that prop paladin. It's kind of interesting because we don't really see protection warriors dying off to that debuff, but that's kind of that differential that you're seeing whenever you end up getting the prop warrior ban. And you have to go onto these different specs. They struggle at kind of different things, and so that Post Worker being able to take out the tank there, fortunately enough, did not cause them a wipe. More often than not, I feel like whenever you have a tank death, normally you have a full wipe and a threat situation happening for our very unfortunate Frost DK. I'm sure you can relate to this, Makes, where you just have Breathless Impetuosa rolling, or Remorseless Winter rolling, and then my tank doesn't taunt. Now my tank gets melee to death and die, and Phoenix Game Media are going to be going again in the 22 Streets of Wonder.
Oh, 22 minutes lost. That is not what you wanted, but here is that replay. Let's watch our tank left-hand side gets letter opened, and it looks like they read him like an open letter. Those mobs, they took him down real good.
Hit him with the can opener. Peeled back the aluminum foil that was protecting our protection paladin and dumped him out.
If you think about it, plate armor is really just a different type of can material. So it's basically the same thing.
I think you're cooking. I think you're onto something there, Makes.
Well, Identity is also on to something. So you can see right now that they're holding their lust here as they are dealing with the menagerie. And once that is done, we'll need to look in and see exactly what they do in case you missed it earlier. Like me, I was on break.
Yeah.
And I am very eager to see this triple pack Bloodlust Polar H just takes an orb to the face. Hello? That was not allowed.
A little bit slow in the blink. The more annoying part isn't the orb to the face that the healer has to heal. That was his job. The more annoying part is the fact that now our mage has a damage down. And that is even worse. Worse than the orb to the face.
Oh, well.
So, what's next for Identity here? They are going to be going and setting up the portal network, which is pretty atypical. I don't really think it's a huge time save or time loss. Most teams were playing like Zophar at this point, or maybe pulling Zophar into something in Bloodlusting. There was kind of there was nothing that was uniformly decided on by all of our group teams.
Mm-hmm.
Where you pressed this Bloodlust, what you pressed on, what you did right after Menagerie wasn't always the exact same. Identity does go and set up this portal network, which is fairly unique. We didn't see any other team except for Polish Mountain doing this all the way back in Group A. But now Identity are going to be pulling...
But they also didn't do it with like their entire team. They just sent one player to set it up, right?
Correct. So, our Rest of Druid set up the portal network. Now Identity are going to be grabbing the mailroom trash and the Overseer that is in the Mises Oasis area, plus walking into the Mises Oasis area starts the RP where they can actually spawn the trash whenever they are ready. Now Identity here. This is a very challenging pull. Probably the last super difficult pull of the dungeon. It is an Overseer, and it is a bunch of mail elementals. The junk mail cast that gets thrown onto these players needs to be LOS. You see MJT on that mage. He is looking to LOS every single one of those. Our DK does end up going down to that Overseer circle that was placed onto him. I don't really know how, but a very unfortunate series of events. Maybe should have dropped the AMZ on his head if he was in danger there. At the same time, we're in a 23. So everything just does a jillion damage to the group. Making sure that you LOS the junk mail, making sure that you LOS those circles that are onto your players, all huge ways of mitigating some of the damage that is at this point. But notice we don't have the Bloodlust pressed yet. That is going to be showing up on the next pull here.
All right, so I was kind of worried because if I saw correctly, he did use breath and then died. But then I looked towards that lust and I was like, oh, I guess not. But still, they need to get through this. We get one more set of circles. You can see our mage is kind of line of sighting that. This time around, our DK does drop the AMZ. Says, nope, I died to this once. You will not fool me twice. As our tank is slowly but surely setting up to get the rest of the trash involved.
Yeah, so this was the part that things became a little bit weird. First and foremost, this is an unbelievably aggressive chain. Kiting packs, spreading packs this season with the compositions that are meta is a just colossal damage loss. We're not going to have Barrage Cleave. We're not going to have Pet Cleave. DK is not able to get 100% uptime on the mobs. So then you're like, okay, you better be doing this for a very specific reason. And the reason is because now look at what Identity are doing. They haven't actually killed off those Male Elementals, but the tank has threat on the Male Elementals. So instead, the Male Elementals aren't going to be casting that junk mail onto players because the tank is outranging them. They're only going to cast. And the tank, meanwhile, he's not on screen. What is he doing? He is setting up the next pull. He is going and grabbing all 3 packs of the RP trash in the Mises Oasis. And that is what the Bloodlust is being reserved for. It's being reserved for that Overseer. It's being reserved for all those strong arms. It's being reserved for all those smallies. And that's going to be where we press our Bloodlust, pop all of our offensive CDs, and we try to burn this pack as fast as possible. This is where Identity gained a bunch of time compared to some of the rest of the world. Unfortunately enough, the Male Elementals didn't end up going down, but they're just going to get pulled into the meat grinder, double grip, and everything is just going to get cleaved to death, and it dies or I die.
So the thing that I'm really upset right now is that we didn't have Pillar for this, so we're sitting on Breath right now while Lust is running. I'm a little bit unhappy on my DK heart, but finally it does get sent here, so some value is being used from that Lust. But Cherry fighting for his life here as he takes so many of these smellies. to the face. They try to make sure he can outrange, try to make sure he can kite it a little bit away. But every single time, what you mentioned there, you are kiting mobs like this, you are losing a lot of damage. So it's a great deal that not many are willing to do. However, it still looks incredibly fast to deal with all of this trash in this matter.
I mean, it's interesting that he has to kite these strong arms. I mean, these strong arms do kind of just annihilate your tank. It's not actually going to be the overseer melees or anything like that, but those strong arms, whenever they're able to connect onto the tank, they deal an insane amount of damage due to their high value target, or I actually believe it's the static cling dot. It's like a magic damage dot that they end up putting on the target. Obviously, warrior very susceptible of dying to magic damage. Now, you might see that Cherry, he's not on the screen in the top left-hand corner of the screen. What is he doing? He is going to grab a 3-pack of trash and he's snapping it into Mize's Oasis. He is going to be grabbing a muscle, a smuggler, and a wise guy. The wise guy is a caster. He casts the hyperlight bolt. What we saw last time was that MJT on the mage, he ends up polymorphing that mob as it comes in, but the muscle and the smuggler, those mobs just, those are going to be fought with the trash that starts the RP on the Oasis. We are basically just waiting for Cherry to get into this room as fast as possible. He is going to be the limiting factor on being able to rally the band, get the mobs to start spawning, and get the RP available on this next pull.
That's right. It all went wrong for them here, though, so they will need to be careful. I believe it was a shout that did go through and kill 2 of their players in the end, racking up to 3 deaths in a chain reaction as a rest was accepted, and then immediately their healer died again. That led to them not having a battle rest as they moved on to the postmaster, and then their hunter died there. So trying to set themselves up for success this time around by hopefully not needing to use all of those battle rests. Point in case, some have already been used, so we're already sitting on 2 deaths. We cannot even afford 3 deaths on this boss fight here, otherwise we'll be in trouble right now already. In the meantime, Tettles, I did take the freedom to look up our splits on the Ecodome. So something that I actually hadn't realized before, and I think it's really interesting, is that our fastest team in the Ecodome, which was Mist Count, actually had the slowest first boss split. Now granted, they're all really close. So we did see Holy Method lock in 6 minutes. We did see Liquid lock in 6:10. And then Mist Count, who ended up having the fastest run, they had 6:13. Interrupt is sitting right between that, so 6 minutes 12 on their end. And like I said, we saw them yesterday in this dungeon, they looked pretty fast. One of the scariest moments in the Ecodome 23 is coming up, and you can see the skull marker, and that's not the scariest moment. The scariest moment is waiting on the left side of it. It is that sentinel in the Ecodome, incredibly illegal mob, incredibly dangerous, that they will need to look out for. And the last time we saw them, I believe they didn't even use cooldowns, but I definitely just saw breath being used. So hopefully that all goes well. Here's a replay for Identity, or actually it's not a replay, it's the live full screen to check how they're doing.
Well, they're fighting Mize's Oasis.
Sure are.
Yeah, I mean, we were at the hardest part of the pull for Interrupt there, or hardest part of the dungeon for Interrupt there. Meanwhile, Identity here fighting a boss that is largely seen as one of the easiest on this entire season. You can only really do so much here. Now, what is a good Mize's Oasis split? You're talking about some of the really good splits in Ecodome Alani. A good Mize's Oasis split is around the 24-minute marker. And I think that for Identity, they're going to be a little bit below that even. Again, to the point where I kind of sat up in my chair whenever I realized last time we were in the streets that Identity could actually be pacing for a world record tag in this Streets of Wonder, depending on how fast they are in the next couple of segments here.
Yeah, I'm still kind of sus of it, because once again, they have deaths, right? That's like 30 seconds against your clock. The last time it was 45 seconds against your clock that they had, and they still looked as crazy fast as they were, so we'll need to keep an eye on it. But at the same time, they need to get through it. So hopefully they can defeat the Oasis. In the meantime, we're checking back in with our other teams, and we see that Interrupt actually has defeated the Sentinel, which is essentially the raid boss of this dungeon. Everything else is less scary than the Sentinel to me, still plenty scary. And Interrupt are posing up to pull the boss momentarily. They have 0 deaths, and hopefully they can keep it that way.
I will say I was looking at the Menagerie split as well for Identity, not for Interrupt, but for Identity I was looking at the Menagerie split, and they were pretty slow in there. Probably like a minute slower than you would ideally want them to be. So yeah, I mean, there is definitely some skepticism there. It kind of comes down to the question of how good is that strategy that we were seeing earlier with the RP mobs. And look at that, they're at a 23:41, 20 seconds faster than some of our fastest teams in the Oasis split. How is that going to convert here? They haven't actually pulled Commander so far. Is that going to be problematic for Identity? We're yet to see. They have to deal with the Postmaster, Soasmi, and Commander Zofar. But we see in the top right-hand corner of the screen, we have a Farstalker leap on the Elemental Shaman, taking him out. Our tank is also dropping incredibly low as he presses that shield wall and is immediately able to be topped. This is the last really challenging, I would say, trash pull of this second section. Then we get the luxury of fighting the second boss with the Farstalker on top of it, which is always fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. We love to see that. And we also love to see when our teams are getting through things unscathed. So I'm locking into Identity. Last time around, our Hunter did go down. That cost us the run here because we had hiccups before. This time around, they do have one battle rush should something go wrong, but hopefully it does not. And then, of course, like you're mentioning, I think we still need to do so far, even with the trash that they're pulling into this. So we're going to be seeing how and where and what exactly they're doing after the Postmaster. But Interrupt have engaged the second boss of the Ecodome Aldani 23. Give you an idea of what we're looking for. All of our other three teams that have done this boss ended this boss around 1810. So we have 1806, 1812, 1815 for the three teams that have managed to do this key out of our western regions. Hopefully, Interrupt are going to be able to do the same.
Yeah. 133 points for Identity here. If they're able to put up the streets, that's actually really, really good. That's what we were seeing from some of our top teams that were qualifying for global finals. I've been incredibly impressed with their performance this weekend.
Yeah, me too. I think generally Identity will be a team to look out for the Western teams, which isn't always the case, right? But it does. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but it does remind me a little bit of Aster in terms of like coming out of the CN region. People kind of underestimated them for a while, and then they showed up and looked real good. So we'll see.
That Aster team was goated. That team was so good.
They were crazy.
And Nuo and Yulo, I mean, both of those guys are just legends of the game. If they ever came back, it would be a treat, and everybody would be on notice, I think, if those two players.
I'm secretly hoping that they will come back because we're doing the BlizzCon finals next year, and of course that will be a great incentive for many great players to maybe come back and say, okay, why not try it one more time? I'm really hoping that maybe somebody can call Anu up and be like, hey, have you heard? Ring, ring.
I mean, the lore on that team was that Yulo, he's probably the most popular streamer in China, and he was getting made fun of, I would say, by his community a little bit about having never competed on broadcast, and he, set up a goal that they were going to win the MDI or TGP, and of course, is this okay? It's not a reset for Interrupt yet, but 3 deaths here.
Not yet.
And they're still not out.
We're getting
of the thick
closer.
Of it. Is Interrupt here going to be toast? Or DK's dead? Or DK's dead? Or healer's
jinxed
dead?
it.
We're out of here.
Okay. Well, it looked good until it didn't. But yeah, continue with the story. So he basically made a promise to win the MDI out of spite. Spite
and then they did.
Motivator.
And then their team dissolved after they won. But yeah,
well, we proved we did it.
Yulo and Anuo and Annie and ZyBB were all pushing on live like throughout most of the War Within together. I don't know if they were this season, but they would consistently play with each other on live. And I think there was rumors that they might be getting the band back together for another run at it.
Oh yeah.
But I think things just didn't end up working out. I didn't really hear what the end result was. But yeah, I mean those players are just absolutely legends of the game, especially in the Chinese region. Yeah, Yulo and Anuo are just god tier players.
Honestly, I could see BlizzCon be a reason for people to do that. And if you don't want to miss the action, you can buy BlizzCon tickets now. They're on sale after our early bird sale kind of went fast real good. And so they're back now with the regular pricing, and you can get a ticket and watch the MDI finals to your life, which is going to be really exciting.
Yeah. All right, Identity here. They've downed the Postmaster. You see that they are missing 10% enemy forces. So Zofar by himself, it's only 8.3%, so they're going to need a couple more trash mobs as well. What are they going to grab? So,
I'm
setting up
not
this pull, pulling
sure.
it back. We have a trapped Peacekeeper. I don't know if the trapped Peacekeeper is really enough, but we do proc a replay as I was trying to figure out what they were gathering. I believe
Well?
that this is...
Make it up.
That is a good point. I will make it up. I don't know what they're pulling. But this is Liu Yun still in that Halls of Atonement. Unfortunately, proccing another wipe in that 21. Brutal situation for them. Is this
I don't
count?
Yeah, we have the same reaction. So far, it gives a lot of counts.
It is.
That always kind of tricks me, and so I could see it be enough.
This is
counts,
exact
but it
count.
feels like a really weird pull.
Yeah. So the Peacekeeper is 1.11%. So this pull is in total 9.44% enemy forces, or 34 enemy forces, which is exactly enough to get identity all the way up to that 360 marker that they need.
Yeah, so I don't love this. I'll be very honest. I did love that triple Bloodlust pull, but this just feels so counterintuitive.
I think for identity here, they're still fine to time this dungeon. The last boss is somewhere between 350 and 430, depending on your RNG that you're getting. So for identity here, things are actually looking pretty good for them to be able to time this dungeon.
That's great. We love to hear that. So far is going down, and so will our last mop that we needed. And yep, this is indeed count, as they are on the way to Soasmi.
Give me a tight
4
timer.
minutes 46. Yeah, they kind of are hoping for favorable ports here.
Yeah.
Well, you always are, but
They pre-started the RP, so they don't have to wait for an additional 20 seconds for that. I think even with the worst RNG, we're talking like a 430 boss skill. So what they have to avoid here is any death. Like the deaths to the ring, any deaths to the bleeds that go out onto players. Those are kind of the most important variables. Those are the most important things that we have to be watching out for.
exactly. Bloodlust is being used here immediately, as everybody kind of had cooldowns looking across the board, so some of that initial burst will help in getting the boss low. At the same time, though, that means they won't be accelerating towards the end of this boss fight. Generally, you prefer to last this boss early on because he does port then later on, and that's just not a good time. You're going to be line of sight, you're going to be porting around trying to catch up, so this is the preferred way to deal with it. Also does mean that we'll need to kind of figure out how their pacing is once we're a little bit out of that lust, but I do agree with you. I think we're going to be on pace, but not by much. I don't think we can afford deaths.
So we got the porting around. We got some favorable RNG in the top left-hand corner of the screen for identity, and the broadcast, it's also getting pretty favorable RNG, as I'm going to be bowing out, and Dratnos is going to be joining you guys for the finishing up of this dungeon by identity in the top left.
Hello, thank you. Yes, we are moving into the final 2 hours of the day here because we did start an hour early. If you're joining late, our end time today is going to be an hour earlier than yesterday, and then it will be at the global finals. So only 2 hours left in the day, which means the possibility space is now starting to shrink for some of our teams. We are going to watch here. I believe this is Liu Yun having another wipe on this first Shard of Halkias pull. And this was a tank death. The Quake ended up being the killing blow, but that was just high tank damage overall that led to the death there. But if you look at the scores of our different teams, 124 for Liu Yun, 126 for Phoenix Gang Media. The gap between them and Interrupt now at 130 is getting almost insurmountable. This is going to be such a difficult mountain for either team to climb, where at this point we might be looking at, rather than that fight between third and second, we might instead just be looking at first and second, and then third and fourth between Identity Interrupt and then Liu Yun and Phoenix Gang Media, respectively. We will close in, though, on Identity nearing the end of the Soasmi encounter. Not the worst ports in the world, but also not the best here for them, as they do have to take a couple to dodge this Shuri circle.
Yep, that's right. And in the meantime, I looked up some timers. They are out of contention for the world record tag here. The fastest we saw was from Mistcount, 33:56. They are getting closer and closer to that, but just by sheer amount of boss timer, it is going to take, I believe, that one to be over. where they are pacing to be right now. 24% yet to go. That lust has ran out. We're not going to have our cooldowns for a little while, and so I do think we're going to be under that. I think the timer is looking very doable here for Identity, and that should be, hopefully, that 23 on the board for them, which is exciting, because where do they go from here? And at the same time, though, I kind of wanted them to have that world record key. You know, that would have been really, really cool to see with the change of how they path through this dungeon. I will say, if they didn't have 2 deaths, it could have been a world record key, potentially.
Yeah, and 23 in Streets is a very high-level key for this dungeon, so extremely impressive for Identity to be able to put this on the board after a relatively short amount of attempts as well. It'll just be a question of, like you said, where they go next, but 34-11 is where Identity will stop the clock. That's going to put them up to 133 points as well. So the gap between them and Interrupt is also quite wide now. It's going to be quite hard for Interrupt to close that gap and overtake. The other thing that worries me a little bit as we get a little bit of a look at our Chinese casters there is the gap in the time tie breaks is also pretty favorable for Identity here. So I'm a little worried about Interrupt. I think Interrupt, if they want to get that first place spot, they might have to go crazy for something like a 24 Gambit.
Yeah, I can pretend I know what's going on, guys. So we just had the streets timed out of Identity, right? That happened. And we did see a reset on the 21 Halls of Atonement in the bottom left for Liu Yun. PGM working on their streets respectively. I'm not sure where exactly they are. And then we're waiting for Interrupt to return to our screens. I believe all of our teams are currently on break, perchance. That could be why we proc this caster screen, but I'm sure we'll be back with our games just momentarily.
Yeah, it does happen. Sometimes we only have 4 teams, and with the way that our break rule works out, they can all be taking the break at the same time, so that might be what's going on here, but we've got our production looking into it, so we'll check around and see if we can get back to some gameplay here in just a moment, but yeah. It was a good run. It was a clean run out of Identity, and we are now moving to already with a little bit less than 2 hours in the day. It's going to be very hard for some of these gaps to get closed, and we're moving to a point where even one more deplete from some of these teams might close the door on their chances of being able to overtake a little bit. We will swap over to Interrupt that have decided to go into the 23 Dome as their next key here. This would be point 131 for them, which 133 is the number they'd need to tie for first here.
So we saw them in the 23 just now. Unfortunately, it all went awry on the second boss. We also saw them yesterday. However, their timing is looking good. They just need to play it clean, and then I believe they will have this key in their bag. Let's see if they can do it here, and let's see where they're actually landing this boss. The last time it was like 6-12. I believe is what they locked in on their previous attempt, which puts them right between our other teams that were able to time the 23.
Yeah, the first boss split is an interesting one because you can definitely get an idea of how a team is performing, but also the first pulls are often the least volatile and random part of this dungeon up to the first boss split. So, plus or minus 10 seconds here or there, way less important than whether or not they're able to quickly and safely handle the 3 pulls after this, but before the second boss.
That's right. I'm curious on how they're going to be faring here, and I think that also proves that our other teams were on break, since we are getting the benefit of the full screen of this 23 Ecodome. But I generally really love this dungeon. Oh no, as they do have a full team wipe, unfortunately. I believe we'll be going back for chance.
All right, that's going to be a reset out of Interrupt as well. Although the tank having trouble dying, we do see Liu Yun in the bottom left also in a key. It's just another restart of this Halls of Atonement. They must have reset this thing 10 times now, as this first pull even has proven to be one of the hardest parts of the dungeon, let alone the next few pulls.
Yep. We are taking a look at Liu Yun in that 21 halls, full screen. Here we go. They've been working on that all day, quite literally, as this was the first dungeon they zoned into. They were able to get that 19 plus 1, they were able to get that 20 plus 1, and they've been standing in this 21 for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, something around that.
Yeah, this 21 has proven to be their bane, and at 124 points, they need to get out of this key soon. At this point, top 2 and at qualifying to global finals is out of reach for Luyan. But third place isn't. They can still secure that third place spot over Phoenix Gang Media, but in order to do that, they are going to need to get done with this dungeon very soon. They need to get into the other dungeons, and they need things to start going wrong for Phoenix Gang Media as well. The good news is, both of these teams are in a similar position today, where both teams got their Prot Warrior banned out, both teams are playing less comfortable comps, which means that Luyan has the opportunity to catch back up because Phoenix Gang Media are also in unfamiliar waters here.
That's right, but maybe, Dratnos, all that's needed was everybody else to go on break and for us to fully focus on Luyan. Maybe they can get the 21 done in this attempt. I sure would love to see them finally defeat this dungeon after what felt like an eternity. But just a quick reiteration for anybody who was maybe not here at the beginning of the day. Oh, we're going to get a replay of how it all went wrong for a Team Interrupt. I believe, yep. Some people got eaten. That's exactly what we're seeing here on our screen.
I saw that on the death log, and I was thinking, man, they must have just had something else go wrong. But
that's what I thought, but nope.
Yeah, it just looked like they got eaten.
Yep. Flew a little bit too close to the sun. That can happen. Sometimes the sun is a boss that eats you.
Sometimes it is, yeah. Not often, but sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. Luyan actually had a lot of their favorable classes and specs banned out, so they don't have that Beast Mastery Hunter, they don't have that Frosticate, they don't have that Prot Warrior, so instead we're seeing a different arrangement of specs here, and that is what they've been fighting with this entire day. This is our second shard of Halkias that I believe they're doing right now, and then they're going to be pathing up to that third one. Teams have a little bit of different approaches and how they're pulling that part of the dungeon. But in the end, what matters is where you down Halkias, and it didn't look too fast in the attempts that we saw from Luyan previously, but hopefully this time around, they can get it in at a comfortable time.
Yeah, again, this dungeon has mostly been wiping them before Halkias, so even just getting a good attempt into Halkias is an improvement for them, but of course, they're not going to be happy unless they time this key. The thing that makes me sad watching Luyan is that they seem pretty solid on these off-meta specs, which makes you think, man, if they just played these a little bit in the lower keys yesterday and the day before, then they could have their best specs for these high keys, and I think they could be in with a real shot for qualification in this group, but they just felt so much pressure, especially yesterday, that they ended up using those meta specs all the way through and ended up getting them restricted to today, and they're not the first team to do this. It's happened in a lot of our group weekends, but they are one of our best teams that has ended up doing this, as they have a little bit of a hill problem here for our shaman. Only about 20 feet behind the rest of the group, though.
So they're not the tallest folks. That's okay. You got there eventually. But you're right. I do think, and I said this yesterday as well, I think they look really good on their off-meta specs. They're probably one of the teams that have fared the best with that Unholy DK, despite not wanting to play it in the first place, right? So I am also quite confused on how we ended up in this version of the spec ban rule, instead of the one where they played those quote-unquote suboptimal comps earlier on, to then allow themselves to have the better comps, as my cat chimes in and is also feeling the same type of way. I don't know if you hear
advocating for some feral druid there, but...
oh, she is, always.
So, here's something that I'm confused about. 5 minutes ago, did we not watch Identity time a 23 Streets of Wonder? We did, right?
We did, and that was not a world record. And if they hadn't had 2 deaths, it would have been a world record.
So here's a question for me. In the top left screen right now, it does look alarmingly like Identity are in another 23 streets, and also their scorecard looks like it still has a 22 streets for them, so... I have many questions, I guess, is what I'm saying. What is happening here for Identity?
Oh, well...
Are they just running it back? Is our scorecard not updated? That could be it. It could be they could just be going for a timer improvement.
The scorecard is not updated, and this is a time tiebreaker run. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case, because a lot of these scores are updated in real time, and Sometimes that means they're not immediately entered. Now, if the 23 does not appear in the immediate future, but it has now, so it is here. The 23 has been acknowledged. They have timed it. Everything was good with the run. This is a time run, so they know 2 deaths. They know they can do it quicker, and maybe Dratnos, after all, will get to see a world record run.
Yeah, so this is interesting because it basically means they think that their point total is enough, which there is still a little bit less than 2 hours left in the day, so in theory, Interrupt could get to 133 as well, but even if they do that, it will probably be best case for Interrupt probably involves time tiebreakers anyways. So it seems like Identity are looking at this and are saying, yeah, we should be okay to get out of the group, but also our best way to ensure first place even, is time tiebreakers at this point. And also, like you said, putting a world record tag on, I don't know, I can't speak to the mindset of Identity, of course, haven't spoken to any players on the team, but I do know that there are several players in Western teams that would really jump at the opportunity to join Mistcount, Mandatory, Liquid, Holy Method, as being the teams that were able to put up world record tag runs during their group weekends, right? That's something that you would want to be one of that club, right? That club probably includes the MDI winner. That's something that you would want to be one of that club, right? That club probably includes the MDI winner this weekend at the Global Finals. So if you are Identity, that might be some of the motivation for doing this rerun as well, because looking at their dungeons, this is definitely the one that they were closest to that world record tag in. On the other hand, they are leaving, 24 Gambit on the table, which is a key that Mandatory timed. So you could also make the argument that says, hey, all the keys at the same level as every other team, that dungeon would make sense, but is very hard at level 24, of course.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of both, and technically they have time for both, right?
They do.
There's still enough time in the day for them to say, you know what, we ran the streets like 3 times now, we timed it, but we can do better because we had 2 deaths and that wasn't their cleanest version. They also, and I want to look at this now as we are dealing with that first boss, they had a rather slow split. I believe you can see it on the overlay already. They had 631. A lot of our Western teams had like 6. And I thought it was probably due to unfavorable containment cells that they got. So I'm going to be watching on how this boss split is going to be setting up for Identity as they are dealing with Sophex.
Yeah, exactly. If they can get out of this ahead of that world record pace, I think they gained time in the rest of the dungeon. So as long as they are ahead or even on this first boss split, I do like their chances. And there's also some merit of just practice run, right? Like, it just tends to be true that if you time a key and then you come back immediately afterwards, you're going to be a little bit faster, right? Like, usually on average, you're going to have gained some time. You're going to be warmed up in the dungeon. Every pull is going to be fresh in your mind. There is some inherent value to that.
That's right. It's that momentum that gets going for you, the motivation of knowing that the pressure is technically off. You already timed this. And so you just kind of get to play a little bit more greedy sometimes. You don't get to play as scared as sometimes you do. Every single time a player feels like they need to be on their utmost defenses, that means they'll do less damage. That's actually a fact. You can look it up. And so that is something that I really like seeing from them here, to just say, okay, you know what? Well, I think we can do faster than what we did before. And just running it back with all the time that they have left in the day. There's still time to do a surprise run of a 24 or maybe even a 22 we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, exactly. I think if they do improve their time substantially here, they will choose to go somewhere else. They can also keep tabs on how Interrupt are doing, because with 2 hours left in the day and 3 points separating them, it is still possible for Interrupt to catch up. If we get to a point where Interrupt end up depleting this dome a couple more times, then Identity will know that they are locked in for first place, and at that point they might shift their strategy fully to let's not show any more of what we've got in any of these dungeons, and let's just prepare for Global Finals, which, for anybody watching here, Global Finals is in less than 2 days. Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific is when we're going to start that, or 7 p.m. Europe time. Middle of the night China time, so that is a disadvantage for these teams, as they do have a little bit of a rough start time for that, although depending on the type of gamer that you are, that could be a little bit more optimal of a time than a 10 a.m. start time.
That's me going to the race world first.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to name any names, but I would definitely do better with that start time than a 10 a.m. start time.
That's right. Update on the timer as we're speaking of times. Identity is faster on this split. Now, not by as much as I was kind of chalking up for containment cells issues, but still, 6 seconds are 6 seconds. You're going to be faster here. The most important thing for them is to keep it clean from here on out. They did have deaths earlier on in that pack right before I believe the Menagerie and before the Oasis. So that is the things we want to keep looking at as they traverse through this dungeon, and we'll keep check with their timers and see if they can continue to accelerate the run.
Exactly. They do still want to be faster than they were in their previous run, but even if they just stay on pace with the previous run, they will be gaining a little bit of time on this. That world record tag is going to require a cleaner execution of this menagerie area of the end of the dungeon, so we will certainly keep tabs on that. We will also keep tabs on Interrupt in the top right as they are making their way through the most dangerous trash section of the dungeon. That nasty sentinel pull in their future here. That robot going to do incredible amounts of damage to the group. And actually, Battlescarred Veteran has just procced for their Prot Warrior. Now, Interrupt were playing a cheat death trinket on their tank in some previous dungeons. I wouldn't be surprised if they are continuing here. So the Prot Warrior may still be one cheat death proc away from actual death the next time things get scary here. And I suspect if that trinket is getting used, we're going to see very soon, because this is going to be an extremely scary pull that they'll be setting up here. Also, Lu Yun in the bottom left. They made it past Alkias. This is actually attempts in this Halls of Atonement. If they can clutch this out now, their chances of moving into third are going to be way more alive than if they end up depleting here.
Well, good news for Interrupt in the top right as well, as they have locked in a really fast first boss split on this 23 Ecodome. Not the fastest we've ever seen, but faster than their previous attempts in this dungeon by a couple of seconds. So that is always something positive to also look at. But I'm with you. I think we should take a look at Lu Yun as they're finally posturing up to maybe reach Ekron in this 21. We haven't seen them reach too far into the dungeon yet, and of course the danger never ends, as Phoenix Gang Media are also porting back into that 21 in the Halls of Atonement, surprisingly.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision here from Phoenix Gang Media, because they already have this dungeon on 21, right? So this is, I guess, a time improvement run / this is a new comp for them as well, right? Didn't they play it in the...
It's a new comp, yeah. So they've been playing Prot Paladin, and they've been playing Shaman. Now, what they did is take their comp that they essentially ran in the streets and mush it up with the rest. And now we're playing Vengeance Demon Hunter together with the Frost Mage in this Halls of Atonement, which certainly is something I don't think we've seen yet in this MDI season in this combination.
Yeah, I'm looking for our graphic from the western region of the specs played, and I can confirm that across our 3 Western Group weekends, the only flavor of mage we saw was the Arcane Mage. But yeah, Phoenix Gang Media busting out the Frost Mage, giving us a +1 for our spec list, so I'm eternally grateful to them for doing that. And this actually is a great Frost Mage dungeon. Right, okay,
so they started playing the Frost Mage in the streets. They already gave us that spec, but they're giving us that spec in more dungeons now, which is interesting, right? So I was already not convinced of the Frost Mage in the streets, but you seem to have a theory on how it could be good?
Historically, this was a very good Frost Mage dungeon back in Shadowlands. There's a lot of good utility you can get out of that spec in this dungeon. So Frost Mage's damage profile, it does have a decent amount of that priority funnel damage. Not as much as there have been some previous iterations of Frost Mage that have been priority damage monsters. And this time they are eclipsed a little bit by the Havoc Demon Hunter. But Phoenix Gang Media are also playing a Havoc Demon Hunter. So this composition is going to be extremely good at melting Shards of Halkias. And the pull like this, that Shard of Halkias is going to die before the other mobs if they're able to be just dumping those Glacial Spikes into that one, hitting it with all that Wounded Quarry Cleave as well. Unfortunately, with everybody dying, the Shard of Halkias isn't going to be dying this attempt for them. But yeah, the Frost Mage has worked pretty well in that. Not to mention, sometimes your tank is in some danger here, and the slows that the Frost Mage provide just passively all the time on all those enemies can let your tank backpedal a little bit and avoid a bunch of damage from auto attacks without having to spread the mobs out and cause all these problems for the AoE damage of the rest of your group.
All right. Well, I love to see it. Although I don't love to see that they just wiped. So unfortunately, that
Hate to see
run
that.
gets chalked up to nothing. We're going to be seeing how they fare once they come back, if they continue to do that, or if that was maybe a one-off flavor run for the fans. You know, you never know. Sometimes teams do things like that. Identity working away on the menagerie. After this is where we'll need to pay attention to what exactly they're doing and how fast they can be. Liu Yun are getting through Echelon, so their Halkia split is actually faster than I thought it would be. I expected them to land around the 12-minute marker, which is kind of in line on what we've been seeing from other teams. They're sitting on 11:43, which gives me hope for this dungeon to be on the good end of the timer and feel good for higher potential, maybe even. But they're first needing to get through Echelon, which they are doing right now, and Interrupt are back at the scene of the crime of earlier stages. They did wipe to this boss, so need to keep an eye on them as well as Bloodlust is running.
Yeah, this composition we are getting... So, right there we had a DK and a Hunter targeted by the spears, which anytime that happens, that means that the other combination of spears either already has or will next target your Shaman and Druid, and that's typically the most dangerous combination of people that can be targeted by those javelins, is if you ever get your Hunter, or sorry, your Shaman and your Druid at the same time targeted. But luckily for Interrupt, it was the very first one of the fight that ended up targeting those two players, so they were able to handle it pretty safely. If it keeps happening, though, they would really prefer to instead have one person from that group targeted and then one of the DK and the Hunter, because the DK and the Hunter can immune the javelins. They can AMS or they can turtle, but the Druid and the Shaman can't. So if both are targeted at the same time, it is a lot more lethal, and you're going to have to really focus damage into those javelins.
That's right. That's exactly how you want this to go. Hopefully they can keep that going, but certainly they'll need to go for a little bit longer. The boss split we're expecting on this boss is around 18:10, which alludes to around 3 more minutes in boss fight combat for Team Interrupt here, that we can check back with them in a second. In the meantime, though, top left corner, Identity on their way. They're going to be unlocking the portal system, and then we'll see them do where they utilize their Bloodlust to triple pack into the Oasis trash, which is going to be really exciting to watch for that team. And Liu Yun finishing out Echelon. Not immediately, but hopefully within the next couple of seconds, so I'll still look smart starting that sentence.
Yeah, we've all been there. You know, start a sentence and realize, oh, a little early, but
Maybe
it
they're
looks
a bit
like
still
no
slow,
caster
yeah.
curse is going to manifest this time. No way Leon could wipe here, as the boss is about to go down, and down indeed it goes eventually. Yes, there it goes. Okay, boss killed for Luyan, and the boss split on Echelon here, 1901. So the timer is definitely in range for them, a 0-death run, but they are certainly not ahead by a lot here. They do need to stay fast in the remainder of this dungeon, especially as they're probably not going to go for the full aggression of the biggest possible pull we've seen onto the next boss, which is basically all the trash in the next room. We'll see how they decide to do it, particularly those side gargoyles I bet they'll avoid.
Yeah, so they're going to start to kite this in a couple of seconds, which will look very sketchy, and you'll think, what the hell are they doing? But I promise you it's intended. It's going to look a little bit disjuntled for a while. The rest of the team will just hit those main elementals, but then it will make sense. So just have a little bit of patience. It's a let them cook kind of moment that will come up just momentarily. And speaking of cooking, Interrupt on their way. They did get through another burn phase here. They need to watch out with these javelins now. As you mentioned, we are getting a Hunter immuning this one, making sure it's only the one from the Druid that they need to care for, especially like walking out of that melee range saying, don't target this one. This is not what you're looking to go for. Get the other one. So really, really nice coordination from them. But here we go. Identity is on the way. Interrupts will need to come out, and they do. And they stay deathless this time around for this part. They did lose their DK prior in their run that they did time this dungeon. So good news. So far, so good for Identity.
Yeah, this is the huge time save if done right, but fighting these two male elementals for as long as they do is very scary, because each of those junk mail uninterruptible casts is going to basically one-shot somebody. Not quite, but it's going to take them from 100 to 5% health, something like that, if they don't have a good defensive rolling. But it looks like both of those male elementals have been handled ahead of schedule compared to the last time they were in here, and they are going to be quickly setting up to spawn as much of this trash as possible all at once here. You can see the warrior leaping around, setting up to do just that. The lust getting popped here, and they've set this up so that they get to be funneling damage into this last high health mob while all the rest of the trash is running in. And this comp is quite good at it with the arcade mage as well.
Yeah, so last time, tragically, our DK didn't have their cooldowns ready because of that death. It was all kind of disjuntled in terms of how the cooldowns came back up. This time around, though, everything is ready. Pillar of Frost Breath flying into this boss together with that breath, and that means this pack is going to disintegrate in front of our eyes. Of course, well, some damage is also being done by the other two classes, but DK just really shining here in this pack. You can see it on the damage meters as well, and the team is on their way into the Oasis already. Cherry's going to grab a little bit more extra trash to take into here, and they are a lot faster already on their previous splits. You can see the 6-second save over on Sofex, the 49-second save on the Menagerie, and I think we're gonna actually be reaching a 1-minute save here on the Oasis split once it comes out. So I'm really excited. Hopefully they can keep this run on 0 deaths.
How far behind the world record tag were they on that previous run? Like, how many minutes were they short of the fastest run in this dungeon?
45, and they had
45
30
seconds,
seconds of death.
Yeah, so at this point,
they are well
they're on
within
pace.
the world record pace, yes.
And I think they deserve it with the, I mean, this run seems faster than anything the Western region did with the way that they handle that RP section and with how they're getting a good lust, where a lot of teams ended up using that lust on the mini boss, which is not a bad lust, but I much prefer this one.
Yeah, me too. The only thing I dislike about this routing is tragedy strikes for Liu Yun. They need to rest on the team, but nobody is there that can rest. Well, actually, hold on. Maybe we do have 3 reses.
We have 3 battle reses. Yeah, but did we have the time? Did we have the 45 seconds even to pay here?
Maybe we didn't.
I don't think we did,
how
yeah.
Sad. Ooh. That's hurtful. But what I was trying to say, so from here on out, Identity is going to go to the Postmaster. Immediately, there's no trash left. They just go boss into boss, which is nice. But then after that, they need to play so far with 1 extra mob to make count. And that pull feels really bad. Like, they're just there dealing with that mini boss and 1 additional mob, and it takes as long as a mini boss takes, and it just feels really counterintuitive.
Yeah.
However, it still led to them being as fast as they were, so who am I to criticize them? That's the only thing I dislike about their route, though. I feel like maybe there was a different way to handle this.
It actually wouldn't surprise me if other teams have seen this, strategy like this, and then the thought process has been like, oh, but we have to do so far like this to make it work. This can't be good,
like,
let's not do it.
Can't be good.
Yeah. But I kind of think
I would be surprised if that's it.
I think that it might still be worth, though. I mean, the amount of time you gain by doing the rest of the dungeon this way, I feel like the Identity might be onto something here. This seems really good. Even though that pull feels bad, so far it's always going to feel bad. Making it feel a little bit worse, but then getting a great feeling lust in that RP section, I think is worth it. But we are going to shift into a replay. Let's see what went wrong for Liu Yun. Oh, gosh, what even was that?
That was one of the dodge circles, I believe, that they should have dodged, and
they were just both standing in it.
Apparently.
Okay, yeah, maybe it was like invisible.
I haven't seen something like this. But
maybe somebody could be jumping, and if you're jumping, sometimes it can be hard to see where that texture was. So that might have been what was going on there. I'm not 100% sure. It's all good though. Interrupt. It's not all good for them. A death does come out on their death knight, as this is a section of the dungeon where we've actually seen a lot of difficulties. This trash pull into this packed speaker, extremely volatile part of the dungeon. The packed speaker itself, almost lethal with just the unavoidable damage. If you get hit by any of those other abilities, it can be just the end. So Interrupt going to use one of their 3 battle reses to resolve that, but any further deaths here, they might start to... And their timer, I guess, is looking pretty good, so they could probably afford a death, but they'd really rather not use any more of those B reses.
Well, I have good news and bad news. Which ones would you like first?
I'll take the good news.
Okay, good news is Interrupt are on pace to time this dungeon. Bad news is their second boss split is slower than anything we've seen from the other teams that have timed this dungeon, and that makes me a little bit worried. for how the rest of this is going to look like. Now, of course, they also have 2 deaths. They don't have too much wiggle room anymore. I think like 2 more deaths and it's chalked.
Right. Yeah, so they're on pace, but they're on pace to time by like 30 seconds here. Maybe a little bit more. I mean, we're basically ready. This is a kind of wild pull they're setting up here. There's a lot of low health mobs here. Typically, you don't start this chain until everything is dead in the previous pull, but Interrupt are just going for it with a bunch of this trash still alive. A lot of this trash as well is the trash that a lot of other teams take into the last boss, but Interrupt are just getting in combat with it before even pulling that second Pact Speaker, which they are going to get in combat with right now, leaping into the second Pact Speaker, but this is going to be so scary for everybody, but especially their tank.
Absolutely. Their DK actually is going to be dropping really low here for just a split second, able to stay alive for a while, but we'll need to see if they can get through this pull as they are underway. You know who else is underway? Identity. I told you they would be a minute faster. More than that, they're a minute 28 faster. That's insane. They're so fast.
Yeah, as long as they can just hold on to the same pace here, they're going to have a world record by a lot here. So they're now on this Postmaster. It does seem like we may have sourced another replay of the replay, though, where we can watch what happened for Liu Yun one more time on that boss here. So here it is, the turbo zoomed in edition. Swirly's on the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And then... Yes, it was
Boom.
The jump culprit. Okay, so that's what happened. If you jump, then what will happen is the texture will be in the air and it won't always be visible on the ground. You have to get pretty unlucky because you basically have to get chosen as a target while you're in the apex of your jump. But if that does happen, you can have that targeting happen.
It was the DK, though.
Yeah.
He did jump to dodge a puddle, which you don't necessarily need to do, but it gives you flavor. And unfortunately, that's exactly where that orb did land for that telegraph, and that way it didn't show up. Quite unfortunate thing to happen for Liu Yun, but back to our maybe world record runs here on our screen. Identity at lightning speed, really. It's incredibly how fast they are. Now, take it with a grain of salt. There is that so far pull still waiting to happen for them as they need to lock in this boss and then so far +1. And then they can go to So As Me, but they are posturing up for a phenomenal route. Interrupt got a quite unfortunate shield on our Pact Speaker here, so that is not what you want to happen. And they have another death. It is our Shaman, even using a Batterus here, now up to 3. 1 Batterus left as they are posing to go into Soul Scribe. They have 4 minutes 30 left, and honestly, I'm not feeling very good about that. They need around 4:37 based on what we saw from other teams. Holy Method even took as long as 4:42. That is time Interrupt do not have.
Yeah, they need to basically be perfect on this boss. Now, the good news for them, they did have Lust on pull. They had all of their major offensive CDs ready on pull here. So the chances of being able to do this in just 4:30 are still alive for them. The other thing we're going to be looking at is no damage loss to these ads. Let's not waste any time focusing on them. We're just going to have to focus the boss, and those ads will die when they die, but we can't switch targets at all. Our tank, of course, needs to stay safe, needs to not get killed by those chomps. The other thing we need to do is really min-max the buff during the intermission here. So the Eternal Weave cast that the boss is actually about to do here for Interrupt, you get 3 of these echoes shattered from you. You need to refresh the buff right as your old one is about to expire by going for the ones that are just in the next telegraphed ground section from the boss here. So very important that we see this go up for a 2-stack to a 3-stack for everybody. And actually, it looks like the healer may have gotten a tick of the dot here, and down goes the healer. And I don't think they had 15 seconds to give here, even best case.
I don't think so. No, I said it earlier, 2 more deaths, and I think it's chalked, and this might just be it. They did have the chance to rest him back up, and it's not a lot of damage that was lost, but the 15 seconds, like you're saying, really the factor that might just be the final drop in the bucket for Interrupt. We're going to keep watching to see if maybe they can conjure damage out of thin air, possibly, but we need to also pay attention to identity. I need to correct myself. I said they were 45 seconds over. They were actually just 15 seconds over, despite those 2 deaths. So way closer to the world record than I initially told you. I'm sorry for that, but that also means they're way closer to making it. An interrupt. I tried to not jinx them, but it was not enough. Another death hits, and with that, this run is 100% not doable. They will need to finish, zone out, redo. So close, yet so far.
Yes, tragic indeed for them. But that means we do get to focus on identity in the end of this Streets of Wonder, as they are going to be playing for their team and their region's first world record tag of the MDI group stage. This will be a huge accomplishment for them, really showcasing that they are on the same level as the other best teams in the world if they can make this happen. And also, the fact that this is just a back-to-back run for them, right? They timed to 23, and then they zoned out, came right back in, and they're going to time it again. Just being able to time this key twice in a row is a really good sign for their consistency when we get to Global Finals as well, because Global Finals, it's about your ceiling, about how high of a key you can do, whether you can do a key that everybody else thought was impossible, but it's also about your consistency, about whether you're going to be able to do this in 1 attempt versus 5 versus 10. That's going to be what buys you the time to actually attempt the world record never seen before keystones. So identity on this pull, this is the worst feeling pull in the dungeon, right? This is one Peacekeeper, one mini-boss, no bloodlust.
Everybody hated this.
No enjoyment here for identity. This is the sad part of the route. But once they're through with this, they are going to get onto that last boss with Lust, and they are a minute 28 ahead of their split from the run that ended up being 15 seconds slower than the world record. So it doesn't take a math genius to figure out the pace they're on here.
So that's actually the Oasis split. They're 116 on the Postmaster, but that's still plenty.
Okay, yeah.
They needed 15 seconds. They have a minute and 15 seconds. They're really going incredibly fast here. And we are going to be seeing them finish up so far very, very soon and then pour it up. And then it's all about, can they keep it clean? Can they keep on the 0 deaths? If they somehow have a death at this final boss, it's going to feel so bad, but they still might do it with how much of an advantage, how much of a gap they have built out for themselves here. So far it does go down. We still need to deal with this Peacekeeper for a little bit longer, as he's just charging around, having a grand old time. We'll take him with us to the Porter. Thankfully, they did start that RP already, so that's not something they'll need to deal with. Up we go and on to that portal to try and beat the world record timer.
That is one of the other things I do like about this strategy, right? It kind of feels bad to be fighting Zophar in the way that you are, but doing it with this timing, you do get to start the RP during that, which a lot of the other routes don't get to start that RP, and there you see the other teams waiting in front of Soasmi for the RP to finish. The fact that we don't have to do this with this route, I think, does represent another part of how they are so fast in this dungeon.
So just to quickly reiterate, the fastest Tazavesh 23 we saw was at 33:56. It was locked in by missed count in Group B weekend. Identity are looking to challenge this timer after just having timed this. You're now underweight. Lust has been used. We can see them posture up to go through these portals. Oh, scare moment for our mage. Hello. Uh-oh. Oh, no. What are we doing?
It's all good. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. And actually, the boss teleported over there, so perfectly calculated by the mage here for identity. Yeah, it's already, looking at the flow of time and identifying where they're going to need to be there. The reverse alter time forwards. Yep. Yeah.
I was really scared there for a second.
You're not alone.
Thankfully, it all worked out. We still need to stay alive, though, so a couple more of those Shuris are going to come for us, a couple more ports that they will need to deal with us, and hopefully this time we'll all find our shapes, it goes in the square hole, everybody is going to follow the Soasmi here over into the portals, and look at how fast they are dealing with this boss.
This is so impressive out of this team here as the boss is just melting for identity. 30:50, the current timer here. They've been in combat for 1 minute and 45 seconds and already done half the boss's health. So if we extrapolate this forward, as long as they don't lose too much time to chasing this boss, although, little bit of a scary combination of portals that they had to get through there. They had to last second that triangle because it was basically equidistant from the center point of that circle from the other triangle teleporter. So they really had only a second of wiggle room to go inside that portal and avoid that dot, but they were able to do that. The boss does now divide the room once more into these 4 quadrants, and it is about to teleport for another combination of circle, of Shuri, and then boss teleporter relocation. This one should be a little bit easier to handle, as we can just take circle in a second, and that looks like exactly what Identity will be doing.
All right, on our way here, 25% still to go for this team to beat that world record timer. Of course, one more board will come their way for sure, maybe even 2, depending on how cooldowns are going to be ready. We see Pillar, but no breath available as they are getting through these ports here. Turtles being used, making sure that, no additional damage is being taken, but I believe our healer has taken a hit, and that is not good. Does go down here, 15 seconds against the clock. They do have a battle rest. Can they pick him back up? Do they need to pick him back up? Are we just saying this runic power is for damage only? No, finally, somebody is gracious enough to port back and pick him up.
That was the problem. Yeah, the healer died in a different quadrant, and of course you don't have line of sight, but we are going to be getting another teleport here, I believe, in just a moment from this boss. So we're going to have to make this tough. Yeah, so a lot of teams would be tempted to commit here as this Shuri circle is approaching them, but it looks like Identity have identified that, yeah, they do need to take another port, and I think the boss is about to teleport for another double technique, and indeed, it's...
they're so fast.
Yeah, maybe they're going to be able to kill it before this double technique. This would be huge here. 33-09, 33-10...
Wow.
The boss goes down. 33-11 for Identity is where they're going to stop the clock here. That is a world record tag earned for the Chinese region by the #1 seed in this tournament. Well played by them.
Absolutely incredible. It's so good to see them do that. Come back in here and say, no, actually, we got it like that. Very, very cool.
Yeah, very, very nice moves out of Identity. And the question now is where they're going to go next. But the question isn't who will be casting when they decide where to go next, because the answer to that is going to be Tettles now. Welcome.
Yep.
And goodbye, Mix.
Hello.
See you later.
Dude,
Bye.
I think they could do a 32-30.
Yeah, I mean, if that run had been flawless, there was certainly another 30 seconds, and you could just look at the death timer and the damage loss from the res.
They
just
low-rolled
how far ahead they were on their best split, right?
Yeah, they low rolled their Soasmi RNG pretty hard too. Like with some of the fastest Soasmi kills we've seen were like 345 even on the 23 Keystone level. So I think if they have like a really good set of Soasmi RNG, they don't have that death. I mean, yeah, Identity are good in that streets. That could be something that all the global finals teams take a note of, is that route that they played in streets.
Yeah, extremely impressive out of Identity. I would not be surprised to see some of that imported for our Western teams, but only 2 days before global finals, so the question also is whether they will have the time to make that adaptation.
It's interesting because I feel like the biggest amount of time save was actually the Mises Oasis like triple RP pack with.
I think that pulls really good, and I think a big hidden time save is starting the RP on Soasmi, right? That's like 20 seconds right there of being able to start the RP on Soasmi with your healer instead of just having everybody wait in front.
So there's a question as to whether or not Zofar is doable with, like, where is Zofar doable with, and like, can you say some time there playing him with maybe something else? Because if you could ever merge him with like a trash pack or something like that, that would be a humongous time save. And I mean, I think that we saw. I believe it's either Scaffolding or 07 during group play. Actually plays Zofar with Mises Oasis. So
yeah.
Maybe there's something there. I mean, it would be.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of the strats from like that would combine well with Identities and maybe make the best possible route in there. But yeah, a huge question mark is just what is possible to fight with each of those enemies, as we are going to see Identity up in the top left start and then immediately leave an Ecodome 23. Interesting. I mean, they do already have the 23 on the board, but they might be targeting that as their next best time improvement keystone.
It's probably not a 24, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think the 24 Gambit would come before the 24 Dome, but it's not impossible. Identity have just shown us that there's one dungeon of at these 6 at least that they're the best in the world at.
So
will they try and do it in a second? I suspect the answer is yes.
what's the Dome? I'm pulling up the Dome timer. Okay, so fastest Eco Dome is a 29:05 by missed count here. Okay, so I have that pulled up, and we can see if Identity are able to take down another world record tag here. Because they looked good in the streets. Maybe if they have more to offer in the Ecodome Aldani, could be really good.
Yeah, the Dome is definitely... I'm a little bit more worried about the timer in there compared to the streets for them.
Yeah, they're just showboating, I would say. I think, they're just playing to kind of prove the point that they are a world-class level team.
Yeah, this is extremely impressive as well. I mean, this team has done so well already at 133 points. So we have a little bit over an hour left in our day. So ultra best case for Interrupt, they could put 3 more points on the board, but that would require them one-shotting this Dome at this point, which they've wiped to now for the better part of the day here, or a large part of the day, and then go in one-shot 2 keys that they've decided are harder than this key that they've already been struggling in. So Identity are probably locked in for first place at this point. It's not a hard lock just yet, but one more deplete from Interrupt, and it probably will be. So Identity are playing for a combination of glory and still improving the time tie breaks, and also for showing that they can compete not just against Interrupt, but against the teams that they'll be fighting in the global finals as well.
I think I'm buying on the Identity hype train right now. Like, whenever we came into the China finals, we were talking about the big 4. Holy Method, Mandatory, Missed Count, and Liquid. Those were the teams that performed very well. They had 45 points during time trials. Those were kind of the teams that we classified as potential to win this season's MDI. I feel like Identity are kind of, slotting into that big 4. Maybe now it's the big 5 even. And, I think it's going to create for insanely tense gameplay. And the eliminations in the global finals, we are going to have a team that goes out on day 1 or day 2 that we had as, some people would have as predictions to actually win the global finals even.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really curious how they shape up in competition against the Western teams, because there are some teams that underperform global finals, and then there are some teams where global finals is where they actually reveal their true power. And of our big 5 teams, I suspect there will be some teams in both of those categories, but I don't know which are in which yet.
Yeah, and I think that for me, Identity, if they get top 4, I would classify that as a roaring success. I know for them, they're probably very, justly so, wanting to win the entire MDI. I think if they get top 4, that's not something you should be ashamed of.
Yeah, from the way that they've been playing, I suspect they are a team that will only be happy with first place, but I think that's true of all the best teams, right? Like, if you are a competitive team and you're ever happy with anything except for a first, you're probably not as likely to win as the teams that, the first is all your motivation.
They look better than Scaffolding and Anti-Clockwise, I would say. Identity does. This is all to say, this could all get thrown out the window. If you just have a bad day during global finals, you immediately get eliminated on day 1. That's not really much saving you there.
It can happen to anybody, especially with with how tight the competition is, and with how much value goes into just a few runs on day 1. You could be a team that's better in the high keys, but you mess up one, 2-chested plus 18 Arakara or something like that, and all of a sudden it's you're behind on timer, and you can never claw it back if the other teams don't give you the opportunity. So yeah, it's certainly not a sure thing, but I do think I agree. I think Identity are they're on the same caliber as teams as some of the other teams in that big 4 that you talked about. Although I do think that if everybody plays like they did in the group weekends, it might, missed count might just be on another level entirely above those.
Mandatory get eliminated on day 1 if we extrapolate that further. But yeah.
That's the question, is how much do you put in past results in past seasons versus just the group weekends versus the time trials, right? How much do you want to budget your predictions for each of those different factors? Because I think if you average it all out, it's definitely 5 teams in the same tier, and then it'll be Anti-Clockwise, Scaffolding, and Interrupt that I think make up the teams that are more of the dark horses, right?
Yeah, the tier 2 teams. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable assertion here with what we've been seeing over the course of this weekend. But I'm right there with you. I think that missed count. They're my favorites. I think that you would not be foolish to also, other people would also not be foolish to claim them as their favorites. At the same time, voting against Holy Method,
yeah, that's the thing. When we talked about like which teams do better at global finals and which teams do worse, I'm not super confident about any of them, but the thing that I would be the most confident in is that when the stakes are the highest, that is when Holy Method will, they'll turn on the gas. They'll especially because they were a Group A team. They've had so much time, and they were far enough ahead in their weekend that they were not under that much pressure.
Holy Method timed a Cinderbrew Meadery 22 and a Motherlode 23 last season, both of which they stated on the record after the fact that they never timed during practice. So,
yeah.
That's the kind of team we're talking about here. A team that will show up and randomly time something in global finals, that they have an idea of a concept of a route that might be better, that allows them to time it on a key level higher. Then they just
I think that's a perfect way of looking at it, though, because there are a lot of teams that time a key in practice and then can't do it in the actual competition, right? And Holy Method are basically the exact opposite, where it's like, we weren't able to do this in practice, but when it mattered the most, we were able to do it, and that is such a valuable trait.
It was the weirdest thing ever, too, because I remember end of day 1 during global finals last season, Holy Method, aka Wunderbar, they zoned into 22 meadery, and they're just practicing legitimately practicing the dungeon on a 22, and you're just kind of like, what's going on? And then you see their timers, and you're like, trying to do the math on it, and you're like, well, this actually looks doable. And we didn't know until after the fact that they never timed it during practice, and you're just like, what even gave them the idea that was doable? That was crazy.
Yeah, I'd love to hear the comments on some of those decisions, because it is amazing to see how these teams operate, and the decision making that they do around what is possible, because we can make all these assumptions, but we truly don't always know what the teams have been able to do during practice, and how consistent they are in these dungeons, and that is such a big informing factor behind the decisions about where to go.
So for teams, that we're looking at who have qualified for the global finals, their big key takeaway here, especially for all of the teams that are qualified for global finals, where can you find a +1 that other teams can't?
Right.
Where can you find a +1 that wasn't timed during group play? And being able to nail those down, that's going to be a huge deal. And obviously we speculate on where those +1s might be available. I remember last season we were talking about the theater, we were talking about the Motherlode. Those were all in theory, right? And once a team is able to actually kind of nail that down, and they show it for the first time as, oh, this is possible, then the other teams also have to notice that those +1s are possible, and then be able to match that, which is an even scarier proposition.
Exactly. Now, the thing that makes me a little bit worried as well is that sometimes you have a cool new strategy, and that strategy turns a 23 that's timed by 1 minute to a 23 that's timed by 2 minutes, right? I think you could maybe put the Identity Streets of Wonder in that category, and that's valuable for sure, but it does not win you the tournament in the same way that a strategy that turns a 23 into a 24 does, right? If you can do that, then you have a huge advantage. Just having a route that's a minute faster in a dungeon only helps you in the case where you go to time tiebreakers, which is likely to happen in the global finals, but I wonder if Identity's key goes up a level in Streets, for instance, with their route. I wonder if that's possible.
24?
It almost... they were almost at the timer where they would have been able to do a 24. They weren't quite, but...
Streets has a lot of fixed time that's actually baked into the timer
which
due
won't
to just
scale
traveling.
A key level going up, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. I hadn't really considered the 24 being possible in Street. Maybe you're right, though. Oh my god.
It's already valuable that they are consistent and fast in Streets 23. That is good, don't get me wrong. But like you said, a lot of the global finals is about finding a key to do a +1 in, and if their Streets also has that potential, that is going to be a huge boon for them.
That's an assumption that the Streets also in the global finals, which
right, that's true. We don't know the dungeons of the global finals. I know
imagine your trump card isn't in the global finals.
It's possible. It'll likely happen for one of the teams. Right, we got 8 teams coming in. Presumably, we're going to have the six of dungeons again. So there are going to be teams likely that prep and min-max a dungeon and then end up not getting to go there, and that's how it goes. That's RNG.
All right, write this down for the global finals. This is something we're going to be watching out for. I think that there's a chance that a team so hypothetically, if you go into a 21, some teams are going to be able to two-chest that dungeon, while some teams maybe not. There's a world where a team tries to two-chest that dungeon, goes into the 23, wipes in the 23 a couple times, where the teams that actually only one-chested the 21 zone into the 22, time the 22 first try, and a team that may have two-chested the 21 could potentially run into problems where they get eliminated in like a 23.
Yeah, it has happened.
Yes.
And then especially if you end up making the call to go into the 21 after trying the 22, it feels so bad. It can be the right call, but it feels so bad.
So Miss Counter, a good example of this. They two-chested a 22 Gambit. No other team has two-chested a 22 Gambit. That is just like asinine to even be able to like start to discuss. But say Miscount then skips that 23 and goes into 24 Gambit while all the other teams time that dungeon on a 23. You know, and if Miscount end up wiping a bunch in the 24 and they're not able to convert it quickly, they lose those points, right? And that's a way that one team that in theory should be better than the rest of the field could get eliminated early. And we saw it with Vortex Pinnacle from Mandatory in Dragonflight Season 2. It absolutely can happen, and I think that that's something that is, I don't want to say likely to happen this season, but more likely than on an average season because of how easy the two chests can be a couple of key levels down compared to how hard the capstone keys are.
Exactly, yeah. I think that's been something that has really become apparent to me with Mythic Plus Dungeons, this expansion, last expansion, is it is very often the case that if you practice a dungeon a lot, the level that you can two-chest it is 2 key levels below the level that you are inconsistent at even timing. So it creates this very interesting paradigm where if you can land that 2-chest, you have a very hard decision about whether you want to just go for the +1 first or go for the +2 first, because the upside is high, but the downside is also very high.
Yep, and I mean that's going to separate the winners from the losers this upcoming weekend. Is like, what is your consistency in the capstone level keys looks like, and on top of that as well, is there a capstone level dungeon that you can do that the other teams overlooked in some capacity? Kind of like you were talking about, Streets 24. You say that, my first reaction, I'm just like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it
sounds ridiculous.
I think it sounds more ridiculous to me than something like a 22 Floodgate, for instance, maybe would.
But maybe both are doable, right? Like that's,
yeah, or
that's
23 Halls of Atonement, right? Like there's a lot of things that 24 Ecodome Aldani. All of these are very, very hard keys, but is one of them going to be timed by the team that wins the global finals? Probably, I think.
Yeah.
Which one? I have no idea.
It's very rare that we go to time tiebreakers. I think last season, whenever we went to time tiebreakers, that was the first time that the TGP format has actually gone to time tiebreaker criteria.
That was so close.
Which it was like, it only went to time tiebreakers because Mandatory and Wunderbar both timed, or timed all three of Motherlode, Theater of Pain, and Cinderbrew Meadery on that capstone level, which it was assumed that Mandatory thought that they had their trump card in the Theater of Pain, and Wunderbar thought that they had their trump card in the Cinderbrew Meadery, and as it turned out, both of them needed to do the other one's trump card, and it was like kind of crazy.
Yeah, they both were able to do it, which is incredible.
That was even more surprising. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that we get to okay. My favorite way for this to go is which one?
Hopeful.
Oh, hopeful. Yeah, I see. My favorite way for this to go is if we get to a situation where multiple teams have +1s in different dungeons from each other like that again, and then they are forced to try and accomplish the +1 that the other team has just proved as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so stoked for this weekend. I mean, I know that we're not necessarily talking about what's on the screen here. We're just kind of hyping up the viewers for the preview of the global finals. I am really, really excited to see how these teams end up performing.
Yeah, me too. In the meantime, talking a little bit about what is happening on the screen with the reset that's just come through for Interrupt. So we have an hour left in our day before we enter overtime, which means Interrupt technically still can get 133. If they never wipe ever again, they could technically do it. But as soon as they wipe, they kind of have, I guess in theory, they do have like 20 total minutes to give before they are, mathematically eliminated from 133 points.
Yeah.
But yeah, at this point, basically 1 and 2 they're not locked, but they are overwhelmingly likely going to be going to Identity and Interrupt respectively. 3 and 4 is not over at all, though, because Lu Yun are now once again, in a zero-death run past the first boss of Halls of Atonement. They've wiped here for hours, but if they can put this on the board, they'll be at 125, which will be only 1 point below Phoenix Gang Media for third. So there is still a lot to play for our bottom two teams, and also for our top two teams. Just proving that they are competitive with the Global Finals teams is what these runs represent.
Identity are psychotic. They're actually doing the Sentinel without Ascendance available. I don't know if we've seen a team actually just, like...
I think
Natty
we've seen it
pulled the
pulled before,
Sentinel.
but I don't think we've seen it killed before without Ascendance. But maybe there's been one team that's
Their
done
Ascendance
it, yeah.
is like 120 away. Like it wasn't even close. Like they killed the Sentinel off. Oh my god, they actually were able to kill it off without that Shaman's Ascendance. Now the question shows up, where are we pressing the Ascendance? And they're kind of posturing to like grab some of this hill trash. And the moment that the Ascendance is available, I wouldn't be shocked if they just go straight into the boss. That should be like a minute saved.
Yeah, if you're not going to the boss, what was the point of this, right? You may as well have just waited for Ascendance on the Sentinel.
Well, so that's like a minute saved compared to the quote-unquote safer route that most of our Western teams were actually doing into this boss. Now, in reality, nothing is actually safe in this boss. This is like still a huge wipe point, and something that we talked about prior to even this weekend coming out with our producer. We were talking about like if we created a heat map of wipe points in dungeons, this part of Icodome Aldani would be the most frequently wiped 2 point, as our healer has just died to a Farstalker leap.
Yep, it does happen. That's is it going to be recoverable, I guess, is the question from here. It looks like the answer is yes. Healer deaths are either the best or the worst person in your group to die most of the time, right? There's a lot of spots in the dungeon where if your healer dies, everybody's going to die before you can recover.
Yep.
But if it's a pull like this, if your tank isn't going to die immediately, it's often just the 15 seconds you lose from the healer going down.
Okay, so second boss splits. Fastest Icodome Aldani 23-second boss split that runs the route that Identity is running is the 1812 Tabat Nawaj split by missed count.
Okay, so how are we looking on that pace here for Identity?
So the Tabat Nawaj was a 430 encounter for them, or missed count.
So if Identity can get that pulled before the 14-minute mark, then they're on pace to be... they're on miscount pace, basically.
I think that pulling it right now should allow them to have a 430 boss split and have basically the same pace as miscount on this encounter. And, again, this is where that Ascendance kind of comes into play. That Ascendance just showed back up for the Identity Shaman. Going to be casting that Stormkeeper, going to be casting...
Oh, yeah, so they'll get it on pull and at the end of the boss fight, whereas most of the other teams only get one Ascendance on this fight, right?
I think most teams end up, like, sandbagging their next... like their couple of trash packs on after the Sentinel, and so I think they just
wait for Ascendance.
Yeah, they just wait for Ascendance for Identity. I think it's like sandbagging a lot less on these trash pulls. And then you got Mandatory, who I actually think plays the fastest route in this dungeon in theory. Notably, never converted that to a 23. So while it is good in theory, maybe it's not something that's good in practice. It's hard to really know like what teams are going to end up doing for global finals of this place.
Yeah, I'm very curious as well, because this was one of our time trial dungeons, which makes me think teams probably won't want to spend too much of their global finals time further cooking in the Ecodome, because they're probably already hitting diminishing returns for, strat development in this dungeon when there's a lot of other work in the other dungeons they do need to do. But
yeah,
on the other hand, it is one of the dungeons that goes up to the highest level, which does make it inherently more valuable with the way that our tiebreakers work.
So, unless you think you can do it on a 24. Which,
right,
that's a
which maybe
big
you can.
if.
If you look at the time save, Interrupt actually wiping in here once more on this scary pull after the first boss. Another 8 minutes down the drain for them.
So they're solidified in a second, right?
It's still technically possible because of the overtime, but they're, for all intents and purposes, they're locked into second, unless the stars perfectly align for them from here, which they could. They don't play any Moonkins, though, so it's less likely.
Yeah, I mean, like you were kind of expanding on, I think in theory, whenever you look at the timer, maybe 24 is doable. I would find it hard to believe that a 24 in this place is doable off the back of just how hard these mobs just attack your team, right? You're under constant duress from things like javelins. Even that one Sentinel you pull could completely wipe your group. Farstalker leaps. You name it, it could probably kill you in the Icodome Aldani on 24. And while the timer should be fine, assuming that you're safe, like you are, consistently progressing through the dungeon, the consistently progressing through the dungeon part is actually the hardest part by far.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of these pulls, like we look at something like pulling into the robot without Ascendance, and you're like, oh yeah, this is a time save. But can you live that on a 24? I don't know. Maybe.
Most teams couldn't live it on a 23.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I can't do it on 12. That's a scary mob. That's a powerful opponent.
Only 3 of our teams who qualified for global finals actually timed this dungeon on 23. So
yeah,
just throwing that out there. Well, I guess 4 now, since Identity has also done this on 23.
Yeah, potentially 5 if Interrupt can succeed here, but they're going to have to clutch it out in the final hour of the day here because this dungeon has been getting the better of them. They had a great start to their day. They were the fastest team to be out of that Halls of Atonement. They had the fewest mistakes in there. But man, this Ecodome really has got their number. All right, in the meantime, we have Lu Yun in the bottom left working on that second boss in the Halls of Atonement. 1 death for them on the board right now, and the problem for them is their timer is pretty tight in here, so they can't afford much more than that 1 death before they're going to start risking just a depletion, even without any major wipes here.
Yeah, I mean, Liu Yun and Phoenix Game Media have had a really tough day, from getting their preferred specs banned out to things just not going, favorably in terms of RNG. Liu Yun almost timed this dungeon hours and hours ago for reference, and they just barely fell apart at the end. And it's locked them at 124 points now for almost 3 hours of the day.
Yeah, they need this point to be able to fight for 3rd place. At this point, getting to global finals is off the table for them. But getting a 3rd place certainly isn't. They could still make that happen, but they're going to need to do it very soon here because not only do they need that 125th point, they also need an 126th point somewhere, and then they need either tiebreakers or to have a higher key done than Phoenix Gang Media, which seems unlikely. And they need Phoenix Gang Media to not add to their scorecard as well. So the path to 3rd place is also narrowing for Lu Yun, but it is certainly still very possible. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, I mean, we are locked in, though, to Interrupt and Identity making it to global finals here already.
Yes,
so
those teams have locked at this point 1st and 2nd, and realistically it is going to be 1st and 2nd in that order as well, although that is not technically locked yet, although with another wipe for Interrupt, it is moving. I think it is now locked. I think with that wipe, even if they never made a mistake again today, they could complete at most 2 more dungeons with only 50 minutes, even with overtime, because 1 key is going to take them 30 minutes at the fastest at this key level, right? And then the second key will take another 30 minutes, and then they'll be over that overtime threshold. They won't be able to start a 3rd key. So, Identity 1st place, Interrupt 2nd place. Lu Yun and Phoenix Gang Media, though, question mark. 3rd or 4th? Which of those teams will be in which place? And also, Identity have 1 world record tag right now. Will they be able to earn a 2nd here in this Ecodome? They need to get to that 29-minute mark, right, to be on pace with the world record from missed count from our world record teams over in the West.
Okay, I pulled up some times on this Ecodome Aldani from all 3 of the teams that have actually timed this on 23 during group play, and Liquid had the fastest 2nd boss split at 18 minutes 6 seconds. Missed count had the 2nd fastest 2nd boss split at 18:12. And Holy Method had an 18:15. So Identity are a little bit slower than that. Still 26 seconds faster than their previous 2nd boss split, though. So not really something that you should necessarily be worried about in terms of them timing the key. But they would like to be, on that 18:15 marker that all the other top Western teams have been playing.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on it. It's definitely still possible for them. And even if they don't get a world record here, they could do a time improvement over their previous run. But of course, the world record is what they would most prefer if they could get one here. I mean, having 2 world record tags would go crazy for them. That would be a great result for the competition here going into global finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think for them they're just kind of continuing to practice as if it was like a broadcast day, like a game day for the global finals, trying to make sure that they are in good position to continue to further their score, continuing to further their time tiebreakers against some of the other teams, and just trying to make sure they're going to be as consistent as possible in the capstone level keys or the capstone -1 level keys. How would you actually say that they fared in this Ecodome Aldani 23, like with the limited number of resets that they had? Would you say that was an acceptable result from them, or do you think that they need to be looking to one-shot this dungeon on 23?
I think it's okay to reset some of the 23s a little bit. I think, obviously, the best thing you could do is what Miscount did, which is never deplete a key, one shot every dungeon and then go home early.
Yeah, I think Miscount only reset Gambit 23 on the second pull 4 times, and they were out of there.
Yeah. So, that being said, I'm not worried. If a team takes a couple of tries at the very highest key level in these dungeons, and then one-shots one level below that, I'm very happy with that. I would have no complaints.
Yeah. It's, I think that, for me as well, like, the points of which they wiped in the Ecodome Aldani, those are, the hardest parts of dungeon. Like, it's I don't want to say expected, but it shouldn't be just assumed that you can get 100% success rate either. And obviously, if you were able to, I think that I would love to see 50% success rate in most of these Keystone Cap keys that we saw during group play, maybe even higher than that, where 1 in every 2 runs you're able to time those. And I think that for me, for the global finals teams, that would be a success.
Yeah, I will say something that it's not that we need this to happen for the teams to be good, but something that really worries me is if a team is wiping a lot on the last boss or the last pull of Ecodome. I know that's a hard part of the dungeon. I do think it's easier than the middle bit of the dungeon, and it's way more punishing to wipe at the end of the dungeon as well than it is at the start or the middle. So I will say, for all of the teams that have had any sort of inconsistency on the last pull or the last boss of Ecodome, I do think that's where they should focus their practice time. But it is hard enough that I don't think you're ever going to have it be 100% consistent.
Would you ever play the mandatory route in this dungeon that is faster but scarier, even though it may only be like upwards of a minute faster? It's not that much faster, right?
It's tough to say. Like, I think one thing that mandatory will probably try and do with it is get it fast and consistent. And if you can do that, that is great, right? And there's a huge amount of merit to, if there's a route you know is possible, you keep doing it, and eventually you'll be good at it, right? Whereas if you just decide that you're not going to do it, you don't have that opportunity to actually become good enough to do it. So I do like it from that perspective. I think it's a winner's mindset is to never back away from a scary route, just because it's scary, at least. That being said, if it doesn't get you +1 key level, and you can't get it to be consistent, it's probably not worth it. But if you can get it to be consistent, it definitely is, because this might come to time tiebreakers again. It did last time, so it's an interesting decision, though, because it really does come down to whether you can get it consistent, and it's very hard to make that determination in the moment as a player, how consistent a route not just is, but can be. What do you think? Are you a fan of the mandatory route, or are you a hater?
I don't love it, mostly due to the fact that I think it's just way too hard. Right?
I don't want to overread into the fact that mandatory, like,
they didn't time the
wiped
key.
in it 5 times in the group weekend, because that could just be bad RNG. Yeah, it could be good RNG for the teams that were able to time it, right? 2 teams could have a route that's a 30% success rate route, and one of them one-shots it, and the other doesn't time it in 5 attempts, right? Like, that can still both be true. It's just obviously a little bit less likely.
Yeah, right now, actually for Identity here, if they get this boss pulled quickly enough, they might be able to slam down a world record tag on this Ecodome Aldani. I think it's going to be unlikely at this point, because Soulscribe does end up being around a 440-ish boss encounter. Again, we're looking for like a 2905, but this is it's a good time for Identity, right? They're about to be able to put up a world-class level time, which is not something you can be upset about. Obviously, you would like that world record tag, but if they're within 30 seconds of world record on this Ecodome Aldani, that's something that's just like, okay, we are comparable to the Miscounts, the Liquids, the Holy Methods, and that is what, like, for me, we didn't really know what to kind of expect from the Chinese region coming into this week. I was going to say weekend, but coming into this week, we didn't know what to expect out of the Chinese region. And it's like, oh, they have come to play for sure.
Yeah, there's a couple of benefits here as well, because it also highlights that they are a consistent team, because this is going to now be the second dungeon that they've not only timed at the highest level, but they've timed twice in relatively few attempts. And that is a really good sign, because when you think about, like, 23 Dome, if they're able to survive here, their tank is in a lot of danger on the boss here. That Battlescarred Veteran proc is falling off here, so this is going to be scary, but it looks like we're going to be able to stabilize. Really? But yeah, if they can time this, timing twice what mandatory weren't able to time at all is a really good place to be.
Yeah, and notably, they only had 15 hours to play from 17, 18, 19 Keystone stair-stepping.
Right.
Historically, the MDI started a little bit. The global finals started a little bit higher. We don't know what level it's going to start at. We don't know what.
Yeah, we don't know the level or the dungeons yet, nor do the teams. So it is. It has often been a safe assumption that it'll start some amount of levels higher in the global finals.
If the teams have more time to push those cap keystone level keys as well, that's like a big deal, right, for Identity, especially a team that's consistently able to do the keystone cap. Like, okay, I see you working there.
Yeah, and their boss 2 split was about 30 seconds faster than it was in their previous run of this dungeon, so yeah. I think they're on pace to hold those 30 seconds. I don't think they're going to get much more here.
So the Keystone Cap -1 is also something that, like, if teams can get those to, like, 70, 80% success, like, that is a really big deal, especially in that global finals format, where you need to be able to do the Keystone Cap, right? Where if you're so consistent on the lower level dungeons, it just affords you more opportunity in this limited time format where you only have the 15 hours across the weekend. Also, some teams get the tournament buff. You talked about it earlier. Some teams get tournament buff, and that's not something to really scoff at.
Yeah, some teams get tournament buff. Some teams get tournament debuff. Historically, that was missed count at the global finals, right? So really hoping that does not happen to them this time. I'm such a believer in miscount. I really hope that this time around the global finals is going to be where they improve, not deteriorate.
AJ and Kira have talked about it on stream a bunch, where it's just like their nerves just get to them, right? They're just like,
which is understandable. It is a nerve-wracking place to be, the MDI global finals.
They're hour 12 of the tournament. They're in first place, and then they're just like, oh no, what's next? And then one thing leads to another. You don't pull a mob and Nelthorus, and you lose. You're just like, oh my.
Yeah, we've all been there. Oh man, Nelthorus, that's a blast from the past. I wonder when we'll get that one back in the rotation, because we do know Dragonflight Dungeons next season. We're going to get to see the return of Algathar Academy in next season's dungeon rotation. That's one of my favorite dungeons. I'm happy to see it returning already.
The missed count spectacle.
Yeah, that was not good.
That was not good. Okay, 29:05 world record time. That is the world record time that we were seeing here. Identity, I think, are going to be on the wrong side of that timer. But they're not going to be on that bad.
Yeah, they're going to be close here.
Okay,
they've been doing really good damage. Okay, with a death, they are going to be a little bit less close.
They were going to be probably within 15 or 20 seconds, but the shaman dying there, quite bad. I think he was also in his ascendance.
Okay, yeah, it's difficult to construct a worse thing that could happen, but I guess they could fully wipe. But even that one death is going to probably erase most of the advantage they have over their previous best time in this dungeon, even.
Yeah, I would extrapolate and say that was probably like a 25-second time loss death, 15 seconds to the death, 10 seconds to the timer. But even still, mitigating deaths, actually putting up a time on this dungeon, being able to complete the key, those are huge deals. They're going to be probably 45 seconds under on their previous best. And I see the script for them to be able to have a competitive time, right? It's not about being able to just take the world record, although they would love to do that. But it is about being able to have a competitive time with a 29x. Acceptable. I'll take that every single day of the week.
Yeah, 1% on the boss. Down it goes here, 29.46. So it's going to be a time improvement for them, but not a world record.
They were 40 seconds off. If they have 0 deaths, and if they have 0 deaths, they don't end up losing the damage from that shaman's ascendance right there, they might have been able to take the world record tag away from
big news as well.
Discount.
Bottom left, Liu Yun able to put this Halls of Atonement on the board. I was so busy watching that Ego Dome that I didn't notice their run was going smoothly, and it has indeed ended smoothly. So, Liu Yun, 125 points. Third place is still in striking distance for them. 126 is where Phoenix Gang Media are at. Now, I haven't seen Phoenix Gang Media in a key in a while, so I wonder if they're just done for the day or what. But we'll have to see what Liu Yun are able to do in the last 40 minutes of the day. We will swap in to Interrupt's POV, though, as they set up once again for the Sentinel pull in this area. Tank already in a lot of danger. Battlescarred Veteran having already procced here. Into the Sentinel we go, though, wasting no time.
This is we typically tend to cite this as the hardest pull in this dungeon, just at an individual level. You have
no
ascendance that leap on people, and then
but you have a deeply rooted elements proc, so we're chilling.
That's good. It's like an ascendance, except slightly worse, and a third as long.
Yeah, these leaps, as you were saying, super deadly on everybody, especially once this shield, you can see on that unit frame there, or that nameplate, that shield, once that goes away, there's going to be huge raid-wide damage that they're going to have to deal with until they can actually kill off that robot. There it goes, that shield is broken, and now it is the danger zone of this pull. You can see a couple of cooldowns being sent into this, sub 50% here, but yeah, look at these puddles being placed as well. It's so nasty, because when you get ticked, you also drop behind that puddle. Still a lot of health left on this mob.
Oh my god, their Resto Druid got targeted by everything. The debuff that he needed to spell from himself, the Farstalker Leap, and the Sentinel all hit him at the exact same time. Perfect bear weaving by their Resto Druid, being able to swap into that bear form to give himself a bit more stamina, and just barely able to live. Great work by the healer from Interrupt, keeping everybody alive on the most difficult part of this dungeon without that Ascendance even. That is just spectacular. I'm shocked that they were able to live through that. That Sentinel was alive with the shield broken for probably twice as long as that from Identity that we saw earlier. I was skeptical of Identity, and for Interrupt, they looked even more sketchy.
Yeah, I mean, it looks sketchy, but it is a big time save if you don't have to overcommit to breaking that shield and holding all your cooldowns before you can pull that mob. So I do like that they've been able to make it look clean. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of wipes in the Ecodome. Not very many, actually, to that Sentinel out of this region, though. Usually it's actually just been the second boss. The third boss has been where those wipes have been. The Pact Speaker pull, even, before the last boss. But unlike the West, it seems like the Sentinel is kind of locked down in this region.
Yeah, I feel like it's the Sentinel, but then it's the ramifications of the Sentinel in this pull right here, where you just pressed every single button on the Sentinel, you have no defenses, you have no offenses, and you're just kind of white swinging on this trash pack waiting for your cooldowns to come up. It's just so weird that the cooldown reprieve pull, we typically call them as like cooldown pulls as casters, because it's supposed to be the easy pull that you wait while your cooldowns are coming back up. This is not an easy pull. This is probably one of the hardest pulls in this dungeon. You're supposed to just use no CDs on it.
Yeah, it's one of the challenges of playing with a shaman as well, right? Ascendance is such a warping cooldown, but it's on a long cooldown as well, so really hard to plan out what you want to do while it's down, because there's no easy pulls in these dungeons at this level, so you got to do something without it. But we are going to see it is... So Phoenix Gang Media are still playing at 126 points. They are in a 22 streak, so this would be their 127th point if they can put this on the board. It's also where Lu Yun have decided to go, but for Lu Yun, this would only be their 126th point because they don't have the 21 Priory that Phoenix Gang Media do have. Other than that, these two teams have the same configuration of keys, but the implications here for tiebreakers are actually pretty interesting. Because if Phoenix Gang Media don't time this key, and Lu Yun do, even though both teams will be at 126, Lu Yun will have the tiebreaker, because they'll have 2 plus 22s, and Phoenix Gang Media will only have 1. So Lu Yun are actually playing for third place with just this run, if Phoenix Gang Media
and hate
deplete.
Watching. Yes.
Yeah,
it's
so the combination of love watching themselves and hate watching Phoenix Gang Media.
Exactly, yeah. All right, so Interrupt in the top right. Obviously, they're just playing for glory here. Being able to down this dungeon on a 23 is a massive accomplishment, to the point where not all the teams that qualify for global finals were even able to do it. And for Interrupt here, they are through probably the hardest parts of this dungeon. They do still have to deal with this boss. Very dangerous, especially whenever you are pulling Farstalkers with it. And then the Pact Speakers at the end of the dungeon, we always see those cause a bunch of problems. So they're not out of the hardest, they're not really out of the thick of it. At the same time, they are through the first 15 minutes, which we normally cite as the hardest part.
Exactly, yeah. It's the dungeon is never safe, but there are especially deadly parts, and sometimes it's just natural that it's the start of the dungeon and it's unavoidable, but even if not, the teams will often pull in such a way that the start of the dungeon is the hardest, because you need to make up time somewhere, and making a absurdly deadly pull at the start of the dungeon is much better logistically with the way the effectively resilient keys work in this competition than having the hard part be at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, and I mean this is a dungeon where honestly there is no easy part, and that's why kind of whenever we talk about the possibility of a 24, I feel like the possibility of a 24 Streets might be more doable than the possibility of like a 24 Ecodome Aldani, because while 24 Ecodome Aldani might be more favorable in terms of the timer, it was so hard to get through the middle part of the dungeon on a 23. Like, how are you supposed to get through the middle part of the dungeon on a 24?
Exactly, yeah. It's you have the twin challenges of the timer and your group not dying, and in most of these dungeons, both of those seem impossible at +1 key level, but
yeah,
for the teams that figure out how to do it, they're going to have to solve both of those problems. And if you're moving into the global finals, you can't be confident that your competition aren't going to solve those problems, right? You're playing against teams like Holy Method, like Mandatory, like Mist Count and Liquid. They are huge threats to come up with a way to make those dungeons happen,
Right.
so you have to figure it out as well.
You would explain to me why the Demon Hunter for Phoenix Gang Media is playing Mortal Dance?
No.
Okay. I
Can
cannot
you?
either. No, not.
So,
me neither.
what you're talking, it's the Mortal Strike effect on Blade Dance, right?
Yes, the 50% MS effect, which is, I mean, it's good in some situations, right? Like, it could be good in the Halls of Atonement.
But
if
it's
you
a
don't have an
choice
MS.
node, right?
Yes, it's a choice node with Deflective Dance, which is a shield on you every single time you press Blade Dance.
Right, which is a very strong piece of just passive, consistent defenses. Yeah, I don't know of anything that heals in this dungeon that the Mortal Strike would be good against.
I wonder if he still has it on from the Halls of Atonement.
Yeah, you would use it there, or... what happens if you don't kill a Core Hound within the timer? Does the other one... It full heals, right?
Yes.
Okay, so hear me out. It'll only heal to half if you have a Mortal Strike on it, huh?
All right, well.
I'm a tech merchant here.
Interrupt
Feel free
you
to
having a
buy
couple
any of
deaths
my
to the
strats.
Javelin. I'm going to avoid the tech merchant. I decline the offer.
All right, fair enough.
Ooh, looks like their timer is going to be a bit suspicious here with the 3 deaths on the side of Interrupt here.
Oof.
We need like 1930. I think is like the latest that we need to be coming out of this place to also be looking to time this dungeon. And on top of the 1930, we can no longer have any more mistakes, including any individual spot deaths.
Yeah, we are nearing the end of our day as well. Just a bit over 30 minutes left in the day for teams to start new keys, which means we are basically at the point now where if a team wipes, if they reset, it's going to be their last run of the day. The 2 runs right now at the bottom of our screen for both Luyan and Phoenix Gang Media, technically they could finish these and start another key, but even if they're just slow in these runs, that might not be possible. And if they have to reset, that possibility will be out of the space here for them. So Interrupt, on the other hand, up in the top right, definitely have time for finishing this key and starting another. The question is, do they have time to still time this dungeon? As Tabat Noaj going down here, it's going to be at around that 20-minute mark that these go down, so quite a bit slower than the other teams that have timed this dungeon. Still on pace, though. Oh, Tank Death! Not on pace! Not on pace!
Rift Bite, or it's the Bleed, right? That gets put on the tank. What are the other?
Yeah, the Jaws. Oh no, and the melee going to come out, and the Town Portal is going to come out as well. Interrupt going to be resetting, which means now their next run will probably be their last run as well. Only one more dungeon possible for them, probably.
So while some teams could afford 3 or 4 deaths in this dungeon to be able to time the dungeon, I actually don't think that Interrupt have that time that's afforded. I think that their timer is going to be way closer than some of the other global finals contenders are in this place, like including Identity even.
Ooh, a death coming in for Liu Yun as well here on the first boss, the hardest part of this Streets, and this comp as well. You don't have a mage, so it is a little bit sketchier if those containment cells go on the DH, which this next one is. Oh no, this is nasty here.
Oh, this is so brutal. Now we actually have to kill this containment cell. This is why Mage just played in here. Because if you actually have to manually DPS down the containment cell, our 6-minute first boss split randomly procs a 730.
Indeed it does. It is a difficult thing for the teams to handle, but as we move into the last half hour before overtime kicks in, we'll be welcoming Makes as well back to the desk here for the final sprint at the end of our Chinese weekend.
Oh my god, an even more difficult thing for the teams to handle.
The caster curse.
No way they wipe from here. Is that what the famous tagline says? I tried my best.
Welcome back, Makes.
Thank you. Honestly, I mean, obviously, with how close we are moving towards the end of our timer, I think there's been some big excitements. That world record key for sure, incredibly exciting. I was also surprised to see them rerun that Ecodome, you know, a lot of exciting things happening across our screens. At the same time, a little bit of sadness, you know, PGM, Liu Yun unable to claw back the points. We of course expected that, but something in me always kinda hopes that these teams will overcome the challenges that they put in their own way. Unfortunately, this time around, it doesn't look like that is going to be the case. However, between the two of them, there's still a chance for an upset.
I think Identity, I mean, yeah, you were talking about them a little bit. I think in 5 runs, they timed Ecodome Aldani on a 23 twice, which is, consistency-wise, up for that dungeon on that key level, that was really good. I think that is something that, if they can continue that forward into the global finals, they are going to be a force to reckon with. Now, that dungeon, it feels horribly inconsistent. Like, it is difficult to be consistent. Oh, Liu Yun, only 1 death, but an 8-16 first boss, but they're going to call an FF there, an abandon vote, and jump out of the dungeon.
Well, so the good news is, they can keep doing that, right? There is not as much time left in their day to start 2 runs, if my math is mathing correctly. And so, this is probably the dungeon they want to get locked into overtime, so they can keep resetting it, if at the end that means they will be able to time it. For PGM, the story is a bit different because they're already as far in their dungeon. If they're able to convert the 22 here, then they could start another run and carry that into overtime. So they have a higher overall point potential to reach at the end of day. But it all hinges on this run being good. If they end up restarting, then they're going to be in the same scenario as Liu Yun.
So right now, the only thing that's being played for here is glory for Interrupt. And Liu Yun, you were love watching your own team to try to time this dungeon on a 22, and hate watching Phoenix Gang Media to not time this dungeon on a 22. If Phoenix Gang Media time this dungeon, Liu Yun's slot in 4th place is completely locked up. Phoenix Gang Media's slot in 3rd place will be locked up, and Interrupt has already secured a spot into the global finals. But for Interrupt here, they're basically just trying to continue to play out this 23 Ecodome Aldani, a dungeon that we've seen many a Western team actually struggle with.
Absolutely. It is incredibly hard, and Interrupt is also one of the teams that have looked so good in this dungeon, but then it always falls apart on one hinge or the other. The last time we saw them reach really far into Soulscribe, the very end of it is where all things went wrong. They had some deaths and their timer didn't look as good as they were looking previously. Their first boss split, their second boss split, all is fine and dandy. But then the last couple of pulls is where they just slowed down and they couldn't afford to.
Do you think that the lack of mage on Liu Yun is like unbelievably problematic? Because to me, that feels like it's such a large time loss. I mean, look at Phoenix Game Media. They have a 647. They're playing a Frost Mage, which, you know, not as good as Arcane. Admittedly, not as good as Arcane. At the same time, Liu Yun had an 8-minute first boss split just because of bad containment cell RNG.
You know when you queue up an LFG and you really want a specific class for a dungeon, like a mage for streets, and then a demon hunter queues up and you've been sitting there for a really long time, so you kind of take the budget version of that mage in the demon hunter. That's how this feels. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but you also don't feel great about tagging them along. It does serve a similar damage pattern and profile, so that slot is filled. But just the sheer utility, the sheer output isn't equal to the mage, so it just feels a little bit worse in every regard.
It's interesting you say that because I normally have the reverse thing happen to me where I sit there and I invite a mage and they're like, wow, this, for some reason, mage is the landmine class in LFG. I feel like you always hope for good things from them and they always seem to disappoint me.
I think that's just an LFG issue.
Could be an NA thing.
I don't think that has to do with the class.
Could be an NA thing. Maybe NA mage is just not built the same as European mages. You guys do have Dr. J, of course.
Of course.
Then we have...
Of course.
McDonald's.
Okay. Oh! Our tank died! Liu Yun going into this pool trying to get everything together. It looked like maybe it was the melee in the back there that actually done it as the tank did go down. Well, like we mentioned before, they can kind of afford it. They can keep going. We are nearing overtime, though. I believe it's like 20 more minutes for our teams-ish, so you would like to feel a little bit more consistent in this dungeon, I do think.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the nature of what we kind of expected to happen to Liu Yun and Phoenix Game Media at the very beginning of the day, where they banned out most of the specializations that they were playing across the entirety of the weekend. We knew they were going to be playing some random stuff, right? We busted out the Protection Paladin. And both of the tanks are actually not bad at Prot Pally, but it is worse than Prot Warrior. I mean, it's harder to live on. It does have some advantages in terms of spell warding and other utility, but even if you're on Protection Warrior or Protection Paladin, it doesn't matter. Getting meleeed in the back here, like you were saying, gonna take you out no matter the class. If you have that Protection Warrior, though, you can leap, charge, and then you could actually have the pack gathered immediately. But galloping into combat on that horse, gonna slow down the pull pattern just by a hair. But for Phoenix Game Media, galloping into battle is not a problem for their tank, as he is proceeding to grab Zofar. They do have a pretty slow Menagerie split at 1525, but not the slowest Menagerie split we've seen, and certainly still timeable.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. Of course, if we were talking about the potential of a 23 here, I think we would start to look at those timers with a little bit of a sketchy feeling. But for the 22, I do think they're well on track here and looking pretty good. I am curious how the rest of their route looks like, because while most teams don't have as much as a deviance like we saw from Identity, for example, they do all pull kind of differently in this dungeon, so it's very interesting to see what they're going to be doing here in this 22. It's been a while since they got pretty far into this dungeon.
Yeah, I think I'm interested in seeing routes in the global finals as well, because I felt like during group play, there wasn't a ton of route cooking. Like, you'll normally see some insanely weird innovations in terms of just route ideology over the course of like group weekends, typically in an MDI. But this season, a couple of things were kind of unique with this MDI. It happened pretty late in the season and routes were kind of solved. And so we didn't see as much. We're having some problems though in the bottom with Phoenix Game Media, kind of like you were alluding to. Deaths to the charge from the Peacekeepers. Was that a healer death that happened first?
So our tank went down, which is generally the worst thing that can happen. And usually when that happens, everybody else dies as well. Now, I want to congratulate PGM because they were able to keep that pull going, which is not an easy feat. However, that meant some of these mobs were a little bit rogue, and one of them did charge our mage here, unfortunately. So that was the loss that we accounted for not wiping due to a tank death. Unfortunately, that also means 30 seconds against the clock for them here.
Bit brutal. Their timer is going to be close, I will say. I'm feeling a little bit worried for Phoenix Gang Media's timer. We were already looking at their Menagerie splits. I was like, but it's still doable. Like, they need to just keep trudging along here, and with a very clean ending couple of sequences of this dungeon, they should be well within their rights to be able to time this place. Now, I will say that I think that this dungeon is one of the easier ones to play on the back half, which is fortunate enough for them. But you're doing a 22. So any one minor mistake could end up wiping you. I think that, Mail, yep, we got a Junk Mail cast on a Havoc Demon Hunter who's playing Mortal Dance. Unfortunately, not able to shield himself with Deflective Dance. And getting Battle Res and immediately dying again to the Junk Mail. That's why the Resto's Root should always Battle Res, because whenever the Death Knight Battle Reses, they don't res at full health.
Yeah, that's right. Also, they use their very valuable runic power, so please do not make me rest.
Okay, that's not the reason, but yes.
Yes, it is. The thing is, the timer was looking sketchy after those 2 deaths. We had 2 more just now. Now we're 1 minute under because of the deaths that we accounted for. There's no battle rest available for PGM anymore. And keep in mind what I was saying earlier. If they want to have the chance to convert this point and start another dungeon to maybe convert 2 points, then they need to time this dungeon, which is starting to look sus, I will say.
So it looks like Interrupter done? Question mark?
So I think Identity are done. From what we heard, I believe Identity are fine with their lead of 3 points, knowing that that is not going to be possible by Interrupt to catch up to. I don't know if Interrupt want to keep going. We did see them in that Ecodome for a while, but it could be that they also bowed out.
Mm-hmm.
If we see them come back, it'll be nice, though. Sometimes teams come back magically and they're 18 minutes in a run.
We've seen them proc 10 minutes into a run. It's... We as casters have bad object permanence as well. If the team's not on the screen, then we can't possibly know what's happening to them.
That's right. They're not there. They're not doing anything.
Exactly,
not to my knowledge, they're not. Oh no! Our healer's down. Okay, good news. Our battle rest did come back up. We were waiting for that one.
Our healer's down.
Another
Good
15-second penalty.
Our healer's down. Good news. Okay, great.
Good news, our battle rest was available. Bad news, our tank is trying to survive and it's not looking safe here. Holy moly.
Good news for the hate watchers, perhaps.
No, it's good news. We had a battle rest that was on cooldown before.
Do you think we'll be able
That's
to get
good news.
Do you think we'll be able to get an interview with Identity at the end of the day?
No, I don't think so, Tattles.
I'll start working on it.
Okay. Yeah. I think we can do that once you can live translate. I think that would be really nice. Are you feeling comfortable with that?
Maybe next season.
Okay. Like, I can easily handle the German teams. I can probably also handle the Spanish teams, but Chinese, unfortunately, not in my wheelhouse. I'll remind you of it, though. I'll look forward to it.
I'm very stupid, so I'll need a lot of time.
Well, here is Phoenix Gang Media. There's that replay of how the healer died. So does get cast to death here. Will need to be rest, and then after that, it looked sketch for a little while longer. Good news, we're alive. Bad news, timer. I don't know if the timer is still alive, Tuddles. I'm starting to feel skeptic. Oh, see, I told you we're gonna proc interrupt 10 minutes into their run.
No, there's no way. All right. Anyhow, we do see here. I'm really worried about Phoenix Gang Media this 22 as well. The timer. Oh my God! I'm even more worried about Phoenix Gang Media this 22 as another tank that's going to be fully wiping them and sending them back to Dornagal.
Man, that's incredible. The fact that it no, I don't even know what to say about this one. Not Phoenix Gang Media. Okay, I'm actually really sad that they're now losing one additional run that they could have done otherwise. But the fact that I was like, oh, maybe we'll proc them 10 minutes into a run. Here they are working on that Ecodome. Now, their first boss split timer is the slowest we've seen from them and from any of our other teams that have timed this key. So that is a little bit scary because we know that their end of the dungeon is not as fast as some of the other teams. The last time they were in here, their timer was no good. But here's that replay once again.
Yeah, a bit of a replay for Phoenix Gang Media. We do have a tank death here. It looked like it was the strong arms on top of that Overseer there, just taking out the tank. A little bit too much damage incoming for that Protection Paladin, given how much mitigation he had available to him at that point. Unfortunate series of events there.
Absolutely. Still not the end of the world for them, though, right? Because the max that Lurian can catch up is 1 point. And so if Phoenix Gang Media is going to be able to also get 1 point, they still lock themselves in as third place. Whereas if they're unable to do it, it'll come to tiebreakers, and I actually don't know who's leading there, but I would be inclined to say it's Phoenix Gang Media. We can check the next time we're seeing the 4-box, but
probably
Interrupt need to be careful here, and they need to be fast here, which I'm not even sure there's a lot you can do to accelerate this area. Maybe try to stand close so you can still cleave on the Farstalkers when they jump, which is something they generally always try to do.
Yeah. I think their timer here looks okay. This tends to be a 4.5 minute boss. You want to come out of this area at 1930. That's, almost exactly where we are currently slated to be for Interrupt. Now, they're not going to have a bunch of buffer time on the back end of this dungeon, just by the fact that they are a little bit slow in that second boss area. But at the same point, I really don't think this is a bad situation for them. They pressed their Bloodlust. They pressed all their offensive CDs. They've made it through the hardest parts of this dungeon, and once this Farstalker goes down, they are kind of in a situation where the Rift Warp strikes that go on to players that need to allow your teammates to come out of this 100% immunity phase on the boss. I mean, the Interrupt are looking okay. Now, we did see them wipe pretty late into this dungeon last time, and they're not, completely out of the woods. There's a lot that can go wrong, including tank deaths on this boss. But the first 15 minutes here are absolutely brutal, and the Interrupt have made it through that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna go back and look at our EcoNode timers. I had them open earlier.
I have them right now. What are you looking for?
You have them? So I believe it was like 18 something we wanted on this boss. Is that correct?
So, yes. All three of Mist Count, Liquid, and Holy Method had sub 1815. But notably, those teams were all also somewhere around 1.5 to 2 minutes under on the timer. So
Okay.
I think a 1930 is where I'm like, all right, we're going to be slow but acceptable. Anything past 1930 is like, oh, you are going to be in a lot of trouble.
So the one where they ran out of time was like 1837, if I remember correctly, like around that. And they ran out of time because they had deaths. So that they were kind of sketch on timer, and then deaths added to it and basically made it impossible. But they were already like 5 seconds under where we would have felt okay with their timer.
So they are a little bit slower this time,
I do think that their end of dungeon is slower than what we've seen from other teams. So I do think we need to account for that. If they're on 1930, I don't think I'd feel comfortable.
Well, I don't love that, if that is the truth of the situation here. But, you know, they're deathless right now. And I think if they remain deathless, even with this slow and more consistent pace, as long as it feels more in control, they'll at least be close, right? And that's kind of the important thing, is like, if you can get close. They were also the team that had the round down during time trials to be able to time this dungeon on 23. So they have timed on 23 during time trials, during China time trials. So we know it's in their bag. It's just really hard to do during broadcast day, because some teams get broadcast buff, some teams get broadcast debuff, and we are 15 hours into the weekend. At this point, you've been playing just your absolute hardest for 15 hours. I am sure they are very fatigued.
Yeah, I can 100% see that. At the same time, though, you can see the finish line, right? It's like right in front of you as we are getting closer to our goal. One of their players does go down here. It's our shaman. Did we use the battle rest, or did we onk?
We onked.
Okay. I'm okay with that. That's free. That's just 15. Well, that's 15 seconds. What's 15 seconds?
It's 15 seconds, of course.
Well, they might be already slow. Maybe 15 seconds were not something you had to give here. But
I think they're going to be sub 1930 on this boss, though, which was the number I've been saying for a while is like minimum threshold. We are going to get one more
that's
boss
assuming
immunity
they're
phase.
as fast on the last couple of pulls, and I don't think they are.
All right, well, you know, I'll be optimistic here. You know, I'm normally the hate watcher. I think that it's doable, assuming that they have no more deaths.
Okay. All right, I'm seeing this is reverse psychology, Tettles. You wouldn't know about this, but this is how that works. We're gonna be seeing interrupt down this boss any moment now. Hopefully,
I don't know anything about psychology.
Get real close in this burn phase. And at the bottom of your screen, Luyin and PGM, you just cursed them. They're back. They're trying to get the streets timed, respectively. Both of these teams are doing this to try and beat the other team. They're fighting for 3rd and 4th place. Right now, PGM is leading. They're currently sitting in 3rd place, and Luyin is sitting in 4th place. But it could change, right?
Okay.
If Luyin time, they might tie, and that tie could go in favor, potentially. I'm looking across your dungeon runs.
Just as quickly as they're back, Luyon are gone again. They have to go back to Dornegal and strategize for 15 more minutes.
If they tied, Luyin would win on the back of having another 22 that PGM would not have. Now, if both of these teams get this dungeon run timed, PGM takes 3rd place. And if PGM times and Luyin does not time, PGM also takes 3rd place. So basically all the pressure is on the bottom left corner to see whether or not they're going to be able to maybe claw that 1 point back. Interrupt, though, on their way. You said 1930, Tettles.
That's right. Let them cook.
This boss split is locked in at 1922. Quick reminder, the other teams were under 1815.
But they were also 1:30 under on their timer. So,
Yep. Yep.
So
yeah, it works out.
We have 15 seconds worth of wiggle room here. They are going to have to absolutely blast the end of this dungeon. Any minor mistake here is going to be problematic. Our tank drops really low with Iron Bark and Shield Wall pressed just to those Gloom Bites. That is a huge amount of damage intake here. And we are going to be seeing a replay here for Liu Yun, as we did see their tank ended up going down. Looks like it was a beam slicer kind of debacle on top of getting melee by the entire trash pack. An unfortunate series of events that sent them back to Dornegal. And I don't really know what happened again, but I see a melee tank death for Liu Yun as they are porting out once more.
There's been a lot of these. I just want to remind everybody that their tank of preference was Support Warrior, but her tank is down for Interrupt. That's it. That's the run. They're just falling apart here. They cannot return. That is going to be the end of this attempt. Good news, we're still not in overtime. They could go again. They could go again. I actually don't hate this because I didn't like their timer. They were faster before. They can be faster again.
Yeah, I mean, they're already locked into second. Right now, they've just kind of been playing for the glory of it all, right?
This is about bragging rights, about saying that you did the 23. To be fair, they were really close to doing it on like day 2. They did a really well run yesterday night.
And it looks like that's going to be it. It looks like our teams are done for the day. And there we have it.
Do we have 10 minutes left?
Oh, we had a little bit
not.
of time left, but a lot of the results were locked in. It looks like our teams decided after that it was all going to be over. And wow, what an amazing day. Can you believe it? Me neither.
That's crazy.
Both Identity and Interrupt qualified to the Global Finals, so huge congratulations to both of them. We are going to be seeing both of them in the Global Finals, which, by the way, is very, very soon. We are moving to Global Finals in 2 days. So it's going to be Friday, and then Saturday, and then Sunday. We have the Global Finals at 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Europe time. So you got to mark your calendars. You got to make sure that you are going to be showing up for that, because it is going to be super exciting. But my goodness, we've seen, here you can see exactly, we're at the end of those China Finals. The Global Finals are going to be coming up, but wow, what a finish. Maybe a little bit of anticlimactic at the very end, but the last day featured some really impressive runs, and for me in particular, the world record tag that was earned by Identity is the big one that really cements their place in the pantheon of the top teams going into Global Finals.
So I think what a more fitting way to end the CN Finals by doing something that is unprecedented, and I feel like this is unprecedented. We saw a lot of teams kind of appear out of thin air, and now we saw the end appear out of thin air, so that was pretty on brand.
Whenever you said do something unprecedented, I thought we were going to make a triangle on the desk.
No.
Try.
Not going to be possible. There's no way.
But yeah, I mean, talking about the teams, dude, that Identity team, I feel like they're actual Global Finals contenders. I would not be shocked if they end up making it top 4. I think my expected placement for them is probably 5th, but if they end up coming in like 4th or 3rd, I really think that they could give some of the other top teams a run for their money. Like, if any of the top teams have a bad day, that Identity team, oh my god, they are immediately boxing out one of the top teams from that top 4, and it is like not close, because they are super good, and they were very consistent in the Icodome Aldani. I think they put like 5 runs over the course of the weekend towards that Icodome Aldani on the 23 and timed it twice. That's better than most teams that qualified for Global Finals. Most teams who qualified for Global Finals didn't even time that dungeon. So yeah, great work by Identity for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I honestly, as much as I'm impressed by Identity, I also really liked what Interrupt was delivering. Of course, there was a little bit of a weaker performance by them in some of the dungeons, but I think they're really close to some of our other teams. Anti-clockwise, scaffolding. I kind of don't want to say mandatory, but mandatory. Like, I do think there's some comparisons that could be drawn to this team to some of our other teams that also qualified, so it's going to be a very interesting watch this weekend.
That's right, 8 teams have qualified, and you're going to have to tune in again Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 10 a.m. Pacific. Mark your calendars. Make sure that you are here for the Global Finals. That is when we will see you next, just 2 days. Catch you here on this channel. Wherever you watch this, you can watch that as well. But that's going to be it for the Chinese region and for us here. Goodbye, everybody.